Chapter 34-31. Yang Kai has become the demon race. When Zishan took out a jade slip and checked the information in it with his divine sense, his face was filled with disbelief. The jade slip was sent by Gao Shueting, and it was branded with Gao Shueting's divine sense brand, so it was obviously not fake. Moreover, Gao Shueting also explained in detail what happened that day, so it was hard for Wen Zishan not to believe it. After being absent-minded for a long time, he summoned Qin Qian and asked her to go to Roaring Tiger City to ask Gao Shueting face-to-face. In another city, Yang Yan was also holding a jade slip in her hand. She frowned and muttered softly, "What is that brat doing? Why did he suddenly go against the Iron Blood Master and become the demon race?" A group of people from the Emperor realm who came to ask for support saw her expression change and did not dare to disturb her. After a while, Yang Yan summoned an expert from the Emperor realm and asked him to go to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai has become the demon race. What do you think? In the hall, Luan Feng looked at Fan Hua and Song Go and asked in a deep voice, "When did this happen?" Song Go's eyes widened in surprise. "I just received the news." Luan Feng looked serious. Fan Hua said, "I also received the news. It seems to have happened yesterday." That brat really became the demon race? Song Go could hardly believe his ears. Fan Hua said, "The news came from the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so it should be true." Song Go was absent-minded and murmured, "That brat will also become the demon race? That's impossible. Did you make a mistake?" Luan Feng and Fan Hua both shook their heads slowly. The former said, "This is a matter of great importance. It can't be wrong." Hearing this, Song Dog sighed. "That's a pity." Although that little brat Yang Kai often went to the ancient wild lands to make things difficult for them, Song Dog still admired him. It was rare to see such a talented junior. Now that he had fallen into the demon path, he would have no future to speak of. The Luan Feng said, "Regardless of whether he has become the demon race or not, he is still related to the descendants of Tianxing. Ever since the descendants of Tianxing entered the blood door, there has been no news of them. It has been more than 10 years. Maybe they will come out soon. You all know how important Yang Kai is to them. If Yang Kai is in a bad situation, I don't know what kind of attitude they will have." Fan Hua nodded solemnly. "Madame Feng is right. Then, in Madame Feng's opinion, how should we deal with this matter?" The Luan Feng said, "Find his whereabouts as soon as possible and send him to the savage, desolate, ancient ground. At that time, even if the descendants of Tianxing come out, they won't blame us." Fan Hua nodded. "That's a good idea. Let's do that." The Luan Feng said, "Then I will send Fei to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. I want to see where Yang Kai went. There's no time to lose. Let's go now." For a time, people came from all directions to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about what happened a day ago. Roaring Tiger City suddenly became very lively. At the same time, the news that Yang Kai had become the demon race and had become the demon race spread like wildfire. In just a few days, the news spread to all the major cities in the Western Territory and also to the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories. When those who knew Yang Kai heard this news, their first reaction was that it was nonsense and a pure rumor. However, this rumor seemed to be true. It even said that Yang Kai was defeated by the Iron Blood Great Emperor and finally shamelessly kidnapped Lin Yuner to escape. When this rumor was confirmed, the whole star world was in an uproar. No one had expected that such a rising star would really become the demon race and practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics in advance. There were always errors in the transmission of information. As the news spread, the news that a Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics gradually became Yang Kai's business. Whether it was falling to become the demon race or practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, it was intolerable. This time, Yang Kai's reputation was completely ruined. Coupled with the Iron Blood Great Emperor's previous words, many people were even eager to find Yang Kai and kill him to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and get rid of evil for the people. Although Yang Kai did not know what was going on in the outside world, he could more or less guess what was going on and was mentally prepared. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in the medicine garden with a solemn look on his face. Next to him was the Tsang tree. The two wood spirits were suspended in midair, hiding a few dozen meters away, looking at Yang Kai worriedly. However, at this moment, there was nothing they could do to help, so they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The gold and silver sealing power on the Tsang tree was slowly poured into Yang Kai's body under his guidance. He guided it into the Dantian to seal the ancient demon chi. Previously, using this ancient demon chi, Yang Kai cooperated with the Iron Blood Great Emperor and perfectly acted out the drama of become the demon race and become the demon race. But now he found that things had become a little troublesome. Ever since he absorbed the demonic chi outside Maplewood City, Yang Kai had no good way to deal with it. He could only rely on the Tsang tree's power to seal it. But after several unseals, the ancient demon chi became purer and more difficult to control. The demonic chi sealed in the Dantian was like a living creature. Every time it was unsealed, it would grow violently. This made it more difficult for Yang Kai to seal it again, and it required more sealing power. Yang Kai had discovered this a long time ago. Until this time. This time, the situation was much more serious. Whether or not he could seal it, Yang Kai was not sure. It couldn't be real, could it? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it really became the demon race, it would be a big loss. Guarding his mind and eliminating distracting thoughts, Yang Kai controlled the Tsang tree's sealing power and poured it into his body. He suppressed the demonic chi in his body and sealed it back into the Dantian. Time slowly passed, and the gold and silver light of the Tsang tree became dimmer and dimmer. It wouldn't be long before it was completely exhausted, but the demonic chi in Yang Kai's body still showed no signs of diminishing. It was still tumbling and growing. This was a little fucking awkward. Yang Kai was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Not far away, Mu Zhu and Mu Na obviously sensed that the situation was not good. After glancing at each other, they seemed to have made up their minds and flew towards where Yang Kai was. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. He shouted, "Don't come over." Mu Zhu and Mu Na turned a deaf ear to him. Their small bodies stood on the branches of the firmament tree, and the two of them rapidly formed complicated hand seals. As the hand seals changed, the two wood spirits seemed to form a strange resonance with the firmament tree. The Tsang tree, whose light had gradually dimmed, suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The gold and silver light shone brightly, and the sealing power also surged out like a fierce tide. Yang Kai was startled, but he didn't waste any time. He hurriedly guided the sealing power into his body. The tumbling demonic chi on the surface of his body was suppressed bit by bit, and the evil and violent aura also gradually disappeared. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai no longer had any demonic chi on the surface of his body. All of the demonic chi had been suppressed into the Dantian, and his body returned to its original state. He felt a sense of comfort that he had never felt before. Mu Zhu and Mu Na were both sweating profusely and panting slightly. It was obvious that using the secret technique of the wood spirit race just now had taken a toll on them. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. The two wood spirits shook their heads together. Mu Zhu glanced to the side and said, "We're fine. It's just that the Tsang tree." Yang Kai followed her gaze and discovered that the Tsang tree was already on the verge of death. Its branches drooped down, as if it didn't have long to live. The gold and silver light that should have been there was now gone, and the branches and leaves were all withered and yellow. Mu Na said, "We've stimulated its vitality. so it's very harmful to it. Yong Kai frowned and asked, "It won't die, right?" Mu Shu shook her head and said, "That won't happen. The Tsang tree's vitality is very strong. And this place has the immortal tree's vitality, so it won't die so easily. It's just that if it wants to completely recover, who knows how long it will take. Master, in the future, don't release the demonic chi seal so easily. Without the Tsang tree's power, if you release it, there will be no turning back." Yong Kai nodded with a dignified expression. "I'll remember that." The price of his plan this time was really high. Not only did he ruin his reputation, but he also couldn't use one of his most powerful trump cards. However, since things had already come to this point, he could only look forward to the future. After instructing the two with spirits to rest, Yong Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him before leaving the small sealed world, identifying his location and flying off in a certain direction. Up in the void, a figure flashed by at an extremely fast speed, stopping from time to sense its surroundings before setting off again. Tracking down this way, it was actually following the trail Yong Kai had left. Yong Kai didn't know how this person had discovered Yong Kai's whereabouts. One had to know that after escaping into the southern swamp, Yong Kai had been adjusting his breathing for a few days and then repeatedly using the space divine technique. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to track his movements. However, this person was able to track him down almost exactly. The figure stopped again. Under the hazy moonlight, a graceful, curvaceous figure with long hair fluttering in the wind could be seen. Impressively, it was a beautiful woman, Yuru Meng. After Yong Kai escaped from Roaring Tiger City, she had also disappeared from the city. Gao Shui Ting and the others had been looking for her for a few days, but to no avail. Who would have thought that she would appear here? At this moment, Yuru Meng's beautiful eyes were blooming with a strange brilliance, like a cheetah that had found its prey. She was full of excitement, sticking out her scarlet tongue from time to lick her red lips, giving off a wild temptation. She stood in the void, her hair fluttering in the night wind. Turning around, she stared in a certain direction and giggled, whispering in a low voice, "Husband, she's coming for you. You can't escape." As soon as her last word fell, she turned into a stream of light and swept across the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the wilderness, all was quiet. Even the insects hiding in the soil seemed to have been frightened by something. It was silent all night. Chapter 34-32. Anha City was a small city located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory. The population in the city was no more than 100,000, and there were no decent powerhouses in the city. Even the city lord's cultivation was only at the first order Tao source realm. Such a city could be said to be insignificant in the entire star boundary. The population in the city was small to begin with, and now that the War of the Two Realms had broken out and Anna City was located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory, most of the residents in the city had fled to the depths of the Southern Territory. They were afraid that the demon race would really come one day and wipe out the entire city. Now, the population had plummeted by more than half. However, whether it was in troubled times or prosperous times, there was one business that would never die out, and that was the sex trade. Anha City was not big, but there were several brothels. The largest one was the Spring Breeze Drizzle Building. Perhaps it was because of the troubled times, the situation of indulging in luxury had become increasingly serious. So even though Anna City's population had decreased by more than half, the business of the Spring Breeze Drizzle Building was better than usual. The old pimp at the entrance constantly welcomed and sent off customers, and the girls wearing rouge and face powder were beaming with smiles as they warmly solicited customers. The interior of the building was luxuriously decorated, and the lifelike murals filled the entire Spring Breeze Drizzle Building with an aura. In the hall, tables of guests were toasting and drinking with the coquettishly dressed girls. From time to time, they would move their hands up and down, causing the girls to giggle. In the tightly closed rooms, there were bursts of breathtaking moans that would make one's face turn red. With a loud bang, a person suddenly flew out from a room on the second floor and landed heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, he stopped moving. The noisy hall fell into a strange silence at this moment, and everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the source of the commotion. He saw a young man lying on the ground. His face was covered in stubble, his body was dirty, and he reeked of alcohol. He was lying there motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. Fights were common in the brothel, so the guests were not surprised by this scene. They did not have much of a reaction, but they all looked at the young man lying on the ground with disgust. In such a situation, it was either that they had an argument with someone and were beaten up, or that they had no money to pay after having fun in the brothel. Neither of them deserved sympathy. The guests were calm, but Mama Song, who was at the door, was furious. She yelled at a man in a black suit on the second floor, "Someone is going to die. Are you going to pay for the broken tables and chairs?" Madame Sue was the procuress of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Her cultivation was not high, and she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, now that she was old, her figure was somewhat out of shape. Although she still had her charm, she could no longer be a receptionist. She could only stand at the door and send people off. Seeing Mama Song getting angry, the man who knocked the young man down from the second floor smiled apologetically and said, "Mama, don't be angry. It's this kid who is too outrageous." "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Mama Song swayed her waist as she walked to the young man's side. She lifted her leg and kicked him, but there was no reaction. She was shocked and said, "Is he dead?" The man in the black suit said, "It can't be. He seems to have some cultivation. I didn't use much strength, so how could he die?" At this moment, a young woman wearing a thin veil walked out from the side room. The veil was translucent, and when it covered her body, it made all the wonderful things on her body faintly discernible, causing the men below to take a few more glances. The woman looked down and pouted. "He deserves to be beaten to death." She then said to Mama Song, "Mama, you have to make a decision for your daughter. This guy has been drinking here for several days, and he has no money to pay." "No money?" Mama Song frowned, and her face was burning with anger. "He dares to come to the brothel without money. Where did this bastard come from?" "That's right." The woman on the second floor also had a look of disdain. "I thought he was a rich young master when I saw his handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. Who would have thought that he was a poor kid? Your daughter has suffered a great loss." Mama Song coldly snorted and waved her hand. "Search him. See if he has anything valuable on him." As soon as she finished speaking, two men dressed like pimps immediately walked over and searched the young man. After a while, the two men looked up and shook their heads at Mama Song. "There's nothing." "Damn it." Mama Song gritted her teeth. "Drag him down and chop him up to raise flowers." The two pimps didn't hesitate at all. They grabbed the young man's arms and dragged him up. A guest next to them laughed. "Mama Song, you are too cruel. It's just a few days of drinking money, and you want to chop him up to raise flowers?" "Ew." Mama Song coldly said, "Do you want to pay for him? If you are willing to pay for him, Mama will spare his life." The guest smiled. "Forget it, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Mama Song glared at him, then looked at the young man. However, she revealed a shocked expression and raised her hand. "Wait." The two pimps immediately stopped and turned to look at her. They didn't know what she was going to do. Mama Sue took a few steps forward and fanned the tip of his nose, as if she couldn't stand the strong smell of alcohol. She frowned and said, "Is this kid still breathing?" The two pimps looked at each other. One of them touched the young man's chest, and the other reached out to test the young man's nose. Then they nodded in unison. He's not dead yet. Mama Song nodded and walked around the young man. Then she took out a silk handkerchief and placed it on his chin. She pinched his face and looked at it carefully. Her eyes lit up and she smiled. Take him down and wash him. Then send him to my room. The two pimps were dumbfounded when they heard this. Go. Mama Song glared at them. The two pimps didn't dare to hesitate and immediately followed the order. The guest who spoke earlier laughed. Mama, don't tell me you like that kid. Mama Song said, so what if I like him? I like that kind of guy. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect that to be the case. For a moment, they were amazed. Some guests even teased Mama Song for being so greedy that she even liked that stinky kid. Mama Song was obviously used to this kind of scene. It didn't take much effort for her to deal with it. She flirted with a group of men and livened up the atmosphere. However, she was looking forward to it. She had worked in the brothel for hundreds of years. Every day she welcomed and sent off guests. Naturally, her eyes were extraordinary. Although the young man was a little messy, she could see that as long as he dressed up a little, he would definitely be a handsome and extraordinary guy. When she was young, she didn't have the right to choose her guests. No matter how old or ugly they were, they had to serve them wholeheartedly. Now that she was a mother, she naturally could do whatever she wanted. Tonight, she was lucky. After entertaining a few more guests, Mama Song swayed her waist and walked to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was the highest floor of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. There were only a few rooms, and one of them was hers. She pushed open the door and closed it behind her. Mama Song had an expectant smile on her face. Her peach blossom eyes were overflowing with love. She bit her red lips and walked to the bed step by step. She looked down and saw that the young man was sleeping soundly on the bed. Mama Song took a closer look under the soft light and immediately smiled. Her eyesight was indeed not bad. This young man really had a different kind of elegant demeanor after dressing up a little, causing her index finger to twitch. She stretched out a hand and gently stroked the young man's chest. As soon as she touched him, she felt a majestic and powerful heartbeat causing her hands to tremble and her legs to twist. She covered her mouth and smiled. She got up and went to the table. She mixed a bowl of hangover medicine and returned to the bed. She helped the young man up and let him lean on her body. Then she poured the medicine down his throat. She put down the bowl and sat on the bed, waiting quietly. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Mama Song frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Her hangover medicine was extraordinary and should have taken effect long ago. Why wasn't this guy waking up yet? Could it be that he drank too much in the past few days? With this thought, she mixed another bowl of hangover medicine and poured it down the young man's throat. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Mama Song's face sank. Her good mood was ruined. In a fit of anger, she poured the rest of the hangover medicine into the kettle and poured it all down the young man's throat. Another hour passed, and there was still no movement. The young man on the bed was sleeping like a dead pig. His snoring was like thunder. Mama Song gritted her teeth and turned around. She got on the bed. I don't care. A dead pig is a dead pig. It's not like I haven't touched it before. She reached out and took off her clothes, revealing her fair body. Although she was a little old and her figure was a little out of shape, it was obvious that Mama Song had the ability to be proud when she was young. Her skin was snow white, her breasts were tall, her legs were long and slender, and her buttocks were perky. Only her lower abdomen was slightly bulging. After taking off all her clothes, she began to take off the young man's clothes. There were only a few pieces, but it was surprisingly troublesome to take them off. It was because the young man did not cooperate, but from time to time he would move his legs and arms, messing up her rhythm. It took her a long time to take off his outer clothes. Mama Song gritted her teeth and went all out with the young man. Little did she know that Yong Kai, who was lying on the bed, wanted to cry. but had no tears. He never thought that he would be forced by a woman one day. Moreover, it was in a brothel, and by such a woman. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to a brothel. However, in this situation, it wasn't convenient for him to suddenly wake up. He could only play it by ear. After a fierce struggle, Yong Kai was finally taken off by Mama Song. "Oh, sweetheart, I was so anxious." Mama Song was sweating all over. Seeing that she was about to succeed, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She flipped over and sat on Yong Kai. She raised her body slightly and slowly sat down. Her face was full of anticipation. However, at this moment, a cold little hand reached out from behind and grabbed her by the neck. Mama Song's beautiful face turned pale. She angrily shouted, "Who is it?" Chapter 34-33. In the end, Mama Song didn't know who was standing behind her. With a little force from that cold little hand, her neck tilted and she fell softly, instantly losing her life. Yu Rumeng stood by the bed, took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her hands. She looked at the body on the ground with disgust. "How dare you touch my man?" Throwing away the silk handkerchief, Yu Rumeng walked to the bed and looked down at Yong Kai lying on the bed. A touch of anger appeared on her face. Fortunately, she came in time. If she was a little later, wouldn't this adulterous man and woman have already cooked the rice? She knew that Kai Yong had several wives, but those women had existed before she met Kai Yong, so she was powerless to do anything about them. But what about this brothel's madam? What was she to do? If she was a girl with a clean background, it would be fine. However, she had already formed a heart seal with Yong Kai, and they couldn't be separated for the rest of their lives. Naturally, she wouldn't allow Yong Kai to be sullied by such a dirty woman. Thinking of this, she became angry and glared at Yong Kai, shouting, "Get up!" under the surge of divine thought. Her voice even carried the power of impact on the divine soul. Yong Kai frowned, his eyelashes trembled, and his eyelids slowly opened. For eyes met, and Yu Rumeng's anger disappeared without a trace. It was because the state of the man in front of her was very wrong. His gray eyes were shrouded with a feeling of despair, as if all the light in the world had been blocked. She and Kai Yong had not known each other for long. But these days, when had this man not been in high spirits, and in high spirits, no matter where he was the center of the world. However, at this time, he was like a bird that had been knocked down from the clouds and fell into the mud. His face was full of fatigue and haggard. The fact was indeed so. From the brightest star in the star boundary to the notorious devil that everyone wanted to kill, even the great emperors had issued orders to kill him. Wasn't he falling from the clouds into the mud? Yu Rumeng sighed and said, "Why bother?" Yong Kai turned a deaf ear to her and looked at her with empty eyes without any light. Yu Rumeng squatted down and sat on the edge of the bed with her plump buttocks. She stretched out her hand and stroked Yong Kai's cheek. She said softly, "Even if everyone abandons you, you still have me." Yong Kai's empty eyes seemed to flash with a trace of light, and his drowsy eyes opened a little. Yu Rumeng showed a gentle smile at the right time. She wanted this smile to be imprinted in the deepest part of Yong Kai's heart. She wanted this smile to become the motivation for Yong Kai to persevere. In the next moment, Yong Kai suddenly launched an attack. He pulled her over, turned around, and pressed her under his body. He covered her towering chest with one hand and ruthlessly kneaded it. He did not have the slightest intention of having tender feelings for the fair sex. His other hand reached for her belt and directly tore it apart. His mouth, which was full of the smell of alcohol, unscrupulously kissed Yu Rumeng's lips. "Oh," Yu Rumeng moaned and struggled, but how could she resist Yong Kai's strength? Her whole body was firmly pressed under his body, and she could not move at all. Feeling that her clothes were rapidly being removed, Yu Rumeng suddenly panicked. She turned her head and said, "Stop. You're hurting me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and seemed to have gone crazy. His nostrils were blowing hot air, and the expression on his face became ferocious and terrifying. It was as if the one being pressed under his body was not Yu Rumeng, but the biggest enemy in his life. He could not wait to gnaw his bones, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. How could Yu Rumeng allow him to continue? If they were in love with each other, it would be normal for a man and a woman to love each other. But in this situation, how could Yu Rumeng be willing to give up her body? Unable to break free, Yu Rumeng raised her hand and slapped Yang Kai's face. With a crisp slap, Yang Kai's head tilted to one side. His violent and rough movements seemed to have stopped because of this slap. Yu Rumeng gasped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. "You forced me to do this." Yang Kai was motionless, as if he was under a spell. Yu Rumeng frowned and reached out to touch Yang Kai's cheek. She said as gently as possible, "I don't want to hit you, but wake up. Do you know what you're doing?" Yang Kai seemed to have no interest in answering, or was too lazy to answer. He simply ignored her and slowly climbed down from her body. He pulled a blanket and wrapped his body. Then he sat at the table, picked up a pot of wine on the table, raised his head, and poured it into his mouth. Behind him, Yu Rumeng put on her clothes. When she finished, she came over and saw that Yang Kai had already drunk several pots of wine. Yu Rumeng sat down, looked at him quietly, and whispered, "Don't drink any more." As expected, Yang Kai still had no intention of responding. After several times, Yu Rumeng snatched the wine pot from Yang Kai's hand and gritted her teeth. "I told you to stop drinking. Give it to me." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a cold face. There was a clear, murderous intention in his eyes. Yu Rumeng raised her smooth chin. "What? You want to kill me? If you are willing to do so, then do it." With that, she took the initiative to stretch out her neck as if she would not resist and let him punish her. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a look of struggle, but in the end, he did not do it. He just held his head in pain and said bitterly, "I just want to get drunk. Why are you stopping me?" "I know you can't bear to." Yu Rumeng smiled. He did not know what she was happy about, but she felt a little complacent. "Go away. Don't stay by my side. I don't know when I will become the demon race." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yu Rumeng didn't leave and instead stuck closer to him, snuggling up to him, her towering breasts pressing against Yang Kai's elbow. "I won't leave. You're mine. Wherever you go, I'll go." Yang Kai pushed her away and said bitterly, "You have seen what happened in Roaring Tiger City. Really, don't stay by my side. Live well in the future. If you meet a good man, find someone to marry." Yu Rumeng poked her head over and said with a smile, "What kind of man do you want me to marry?" Kai Yang laughed at himself. "In any case, I'm not like this." Yu Rumeng tilted her head and said, "But I like you. What should I do?" Yang Kai looked at her. "You may be blind." Yu Rumeng was stunned for a moment. Then she covered her mouth and laughed for a while. Suddenly, she got up, grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and pulled him up. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai responded weakly, like a walking corpse. "Don't you want a drink?" "I'll accompany you," Yu Rumeng said, and with her emperor chi, she rushed out with Yang Kai wrapped around her. The hall on the first floor was still noisy and lively. When their figures flashed, Yu Rumeng and Yang Kai had already appeared in the center of the hall. Yu Rumeng looked around and walked straight to the largest table in the center, came to the table, and said, "Get lost." There were 7 or 8 guests at this table, 7 or 8 girls drinking and having fun. Suddenly hearing this, all of them were stunned. However, when they looked up, the eyes of the 7 or 8 guests suddenly widened, and their greedy eyes lingered on Yu Rumeng. And his city was just a small city, and even if the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was the largest brothel, the quality and beauty of the girls were very limited. How could they compare with a femme fatale like Yu Rumeng, whether it was figure, face, or temperament? In the entire star boundary, there were only a handful of girls who could compare with Yu Rumeng. In comparison, the guests only felt that the girls in their arms were like country bumpkins, and the woman in front of them was a goddess. If they could get close to her, even death would be worth it. A pot-bellied man looked at Yu Rumeng lecherously and laughed. "You have such a beautiful girl here? How come I didn't know?" Saying so, he got up and grabbed Yu Rumeng. Looking at his posture, he wanted to change to another girl to accompany him. However, his hand had only stretched halfway when his whole arm suddenly burst into a bloody mist. The man was still a little confused, but soon he felt pain and screamed. His scream came to an abrupt end, and his whole body exploded. The faces of the other people at the table changed greatly, and they all sobered up. They all got up and glared at Yu Rumeng, and the girls screamed again and again. They were so scared that their beautiful faces turned pale. "Lowly servant, you dare to kill people?" a man shouted angrily. Although he did not see how his companion died, it was obviously the work of this beautiful woman. While speaking, he raised his hand and summoned a long sword, preparing to stab her. Yu Rumeng stared at him coldly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. The man was immediately stunned. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand stabbed straight into his chest. With a poochie sound, blood splattered everywhere. The man fell down softly, but before he died, a satisfied smile still hung on his face. Such an unimaginable scene really shocked everyone. The whole hall suddenly fell silent, and the remaining men all swallowed their saliva. Only now did they realize that the cultivation of this woman in front of them was ridiculously high. Otherwise, she would not have been able to kill people without them noticing. "Get lost!" Yu Rumeng's red lips slightly opened, and she coldly spat out a word. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream, and they all turned and fled. Not only the people at this table fled, but everyone in the hall also fled. And for a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Yu Rumeng said again, "Bring all the wine in your restaurant." After speaking, she waved her hand to clear the table and sat down with Yang Kai. After a short while, the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was empty, and only Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng were left sitting opposite each other. The big table was full of wine jars, and the pimps of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building were very obedient, and they obediently emptied the wine cellar. Yang Kai grabbed the wine jars and kept pouring wine into his mouth. His stomach was like a bottomless hole, and no matter how much wine he drank, he could hold it all. Yu Rumeng sat opposite him and quietly watched him. After drinking one jar, she handed him another without saying a word. 10 jars, 50 jars, 100 jars, 200 jars. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly let out a long howl and threw the wine jar in his hand. The howl rolled like thunder, causing the whole Anha city to tremble. After a long time, the howl gradually stopped. Yang Kai looked at Yu Rumeng with red eyes, and his mouth squirmed a few times, and he said with a face full of pain, "I can't get drunk." Chapter 34-34. Then drink some more. We'll stop when we're drunk. Yu Rumeng threw another jar of wine at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't catch it and let it fall to the floor and smash into pieces. Yu Rumeng pondered for a moment and said, "Wait here." While speaking, she turned around and flew out. No one knew what she was going to do. But soon, there was a commotion in the city. It was obvious that it was caused by Yu Rumeng. Half an hour later, Yu Rumeng returned to the hall and smiled at Yang Kai. Then she turned around and clapped her hands at the entrance of the hall. "Come in." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look and was immediately dumbfounded. He saw a group of women slowly walking in from outside the door. They were thin and round and round and round, and they were like orioles and swallows. However, This group of women were different from those girls in the spring breeze drizzle building who had put on makeup. At first glance, one could see that they were all women of good families. Every woman's face was full of fear and uneasiness. Some of them even had tears on their faces, but under Ru Meng's abuse, they had no choice but to walk in obediently. Of the 30 to 40 women, the youngest looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, while the oldest looked to be only 25 or 26 years old. Under Ru Meng's instructions, all of them stood in a line in front of Yang Kai timidly. Some of them occasionally looked up at Yang Kai, but quickly lowered their heads. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't show the slightest abnormality on his face. He still looked sad, as if he wanted to die early. Ru Meng smiled at Yang Kai and explained, "These are the most beautiful women in this city. Don't worry, all of them are pure and flawless. Take a look and see what you like." Kai Yang sat motionless, like a wooden sculpture. Ru Meng walked to a teenage girl and led her in front of Yang Kai. "How about this one? She is a budding beauty at such a young age. Men should like her very much. If I were a man, I would be tempted. If we spend a night together, we should have a good night." The girl was frightened because she was caught by Ru Meng. At this moment, hearing Ru Meng's words, she was even more frightened and almost cried. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, Ru Meng waved her hand at the girl and quickly ran back. Then, Ru Meng called a 17 or 18-year-old girl over and tried her best to promote her in front of Yang Kai. After changing several people, Yang Kai still didn't respond. Ru Meng pulled another person, 24 or 25 years old. Her appearance was among the best, but she was still a virgin. But I said, "Enough." Ru Meng sighed. "You want to get drunk to vent the anger in your heart. But how can you get drunk with these ordinary drinks? In your current situation, wine and women are the same. Since you can't get drunk, you can find a way to get drunk with women." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He grabbed a wine jar on the table, got up and walked out. His steps were unsteady. Ru Meng turned and stared at his back. After a while, she quickly followed. In the hall, the dozens of women waited in fear for a long time. After confirming that the strange man and woman would not return, they hurriedly fled. After surviving a calamity, the young women could no longer hold back and began to wail. This night was a nightmare for them. Fortunately, the man didn't mean to harm them. Otherwise, all of them would have lost their chastity. "Why are you following me?" In the wilderness, Yang Kai looked at Ru Meng with an indifferent face. "Following me won't do you any good." Ru Meng smiled gently. "I said, you are mine. Wherever you go, I will go. Don't think you can get rid of me. Do you know what kind of situation I am in now?" Ru Meng said, "In the Battle of Roaring Tiger City, you became the demon race and became the demon race. I'm afraid the news has spread all over the world. So now you should be like a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. Since you know, why are you still so stubborn? Release the heart seal secret technique. Go. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't want to be implicated by me." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I won't go." Ru Meng stepped forward and held Yang Kai's arm. "Why bother?" Yang Kai shook his head. Ru Meng said, "Even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of you, I will go with you." Yang Kai's cold eyes suddenly became soft, as if his mind had been greatly shocked. He looked at her affectionately and touched her cheek with one hand. "You won't regret it?" "Ooh." Ru Meng shook her head firmly. "No turning back." Yang Kai licked his dry lips and hugged Ru Meng into his arms. He used so much strength that it seemed he wanted to rub Ru Meng into his body and never be separated again. He sighed. I have no regrets in this life. Yu Rumeng raised her head slightly. The corners of her eyes curved into crescents. Her beautiful eyes shone with a proud light. She knew it was easy to break a person's heart at this time. She was right. Although the heart seal secret technique made it impossible for her and Yang Kai to be separated, it was only a secret technique after all. How could it compare to Yang Kai's true feelings? She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and whispered in his ear. I said, even if the whole world abandons you, you still have me. Yang Kai suddenly released her and put his hands on her shoulders. His eyes bloomed with a different kind of light as he said excitedly, Rumeng, let's go live in seclusion. The change of topic was a little too big, making the corner of Yu Rumeng's eyes twitch. She said calmly, live in seclusion? Yang Kai nodded heavily. Live in seclusion in the mountains and never ask about the world. Just the two of us, the man plows and the woman weaves. We can have a few children and live a carefree life. What bullshit astral demon territory has nothing to do with me. Have a few children? Yu Rumeng was dumbfounded. She wailed in her heart. She didn't expect that although her tenderness and sweetness moved Yang Kai, he would have such thoughts. If he really did that, then what was the point of playing? Thinking about it, Yu Rumeng said, then what about your wives? Yang Kai looked gloomy and said in a low voice, I only know that at this time you are by my side, not them. He didn't even care about his wives. It seemed that what happened in Roaring Tiger City was too big a blow to him, causing a huge change in his mentality. Maybe it was also because of the Become the Demon race which made his thoughts become paranoid. While she was deep in thought, Kai Yang had already vividly described the beautiful life they would have after living in seclusion. He had even described the appearance of their residence. Not only that, he had even thought of the names of their children. Aren't you thinking too much? Yu Rumeng wanted to spit in his face, but she also knew that if she refuted Yang Kai at this time, it would definitely make the situation worse, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. In the end, Yang Kai squeezed her shoulder and said excitedly, So, let's go to live in seclusion. Yu Rumeng had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Okay, let's go to live in seclusion. After the discussion, Yang Kai didn't want to stop for a moment. As if the motivation to live had been reignited, he hugged Yu Rumeng and began to look for a suitable place. Within a few days, the two of them had settled down in the depths of the mountain range. A brand new wooden house had been erected on the flat ground at the top of the mountain. Outside the house, Kai Yang had opened up a few plots of farmland. She didn't know where Kai Yang had found some seeds to plant, but he was in high spirits as he waved his hoe around. Yu Rumeng stood at the door of the wooden house, wearing coarse clothes and a silk scarf on her head. She was dressed like a farmer's wife. This style didn't reduce Yu Rumeng's beauty, but added a different kind of temptation to her. But this appearance made Yu Rumeng not want to look in the mirror for several days, for fear that she would be disgusted by herself. During the work, Yang Kai looked up from time to time, and Yu Rumeng had to squeeze out a smile to respond. Occasionally, she would send some water over and help Yang Kai wipe the sweat on his face. She was a dignified and intelligent little woman, which made Yang Kai sigh in front of her several times. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? At night, the two slept in each other's arms, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Yang Kai expressed his desires several times, but Yu Rumeng knew that his current state was not normal, so how could she agree to give it to him under such circumstances? For more than 10 days, the days were ordinary, but Yang Kai was enjoying himself, as if he really liked this kind of life, and was willing to continue like this for the rest of his life. Yu Rumeng cooperated wholeheartedly, and didn't show the slightest abnormality, but in her heart, she was helpless. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting at the door, weaving a wicker basket with bamboo strips, while Yu Rumeng accompanied him, talking and laughing with him. Suddenly, Yang Kai's movements paused, and he looked up in a certain direction. Yu Rumeng asked, "What's wrong?" Shoo. Yang Kai put a finger to his mouth, showing a vigilant look, and quietly spread out his divine sense. His appearance made Yu Rumeng's expression brighten. She was worried that there was no way to break this boring day. But unexpectedly, there was a variable. She secretly prayed in her heart that things were really as she thought. After a while, Yang Kai sighed, put down the half-finished wicker basket in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up. He lowered his eyes and said, "Since you are here, show yourself." Yu Rumeng was shocked. Someone had come, and she didn't even notice it? In this situation, either Yang Kai's perception was wrong, or the person's cultivation was higher than hers. Otherwise, she would have noticed it. Yang Kai shouldn't have made a mistake, so the only explanation was that someone had really come. Chapter 34-35. There was a ripple in the void, and a figure slowly emerged. Yang Kai looked up at him. His gaze became a little evasive, as if he was ashamed to face this person, but in the end, he cupped his fists and greeted, "Temple Master 1. The person who appeared in front of him was the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan had a pained expression on his face as he sighed. "I've heard about what happened to you. Are you feeling better now?" Yang Kai replied, "Thank you for your concern, Temple Master Wen. I was lucky enough to recover." Wen Zishan said, "It is a taboo for a cultivator to become the demon race. The Iron Blood Master said that there is a demon in your heart. As long as this demon is not eliminated, it will become a big problem in the future, even if it is temporarily fine. So, Temple Master Wen is here to take me back?" Yang Kai lowered his eyes, and his voice suddenly became extremely calm, but anyone could feel the hostility growing in him. Wen Zishan said, "Don't be agitated. I don't want to be enemies with you. I just want to talk to you." Yang Kai said lightly, "Disciple is listening." Wen Zishan gently nodded and said, "Although you are not from Azure Sun Temple, you have formed a relationship with the temple since you were in the Tao Source realm. It can be said that this king watched you grow up. If you had agreed back then, you would have become a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Unfortunately, my temple did not have this blessing and missed a master." Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly. "Temple Master Wen is too kind." When Zishan continued, "Fortunately, you became an honored elder of my temple in the end. Since you are an elder of my temple, then your matter is this Wen's matter, and the temple's matter. Yang Kai, think about the High Heaven Palace, think about your family and friends, and think about those who care about you. Come back with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes. "In the end, Temple Master is here to take me back." When Zishan frowned, "How can you confuse these two things? If I had come to capture you, I wouldn't have said these things to you. Come back with me. When Mao guarantees that I won't let anyone harm you. However, I will need your cooperation to eliminate the demonic thoughts in your heart." Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Once the demonic will is born, how can it be eliminated?" When Zishan said in a deep voice, "The winner is strong, and the winner is strong. Yang Kai, don't go astray again." "I went astray." Yang Kai laughed, his eyes turning cold. "Temple Master, since you've heard about me, then do you know the whole story?" When Zishan hesitated for a moment before sighing, "The Iron Blood Master was in the wrong a few days ago, but you shouldn't have disobeyed him." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became ferocious, according to the Hall Master's words. "If the Iron Blood wants to cripple me, Shihua, I should hand it over with both hands and not resist." When Zishan advised earnestly, "There is always a way to solve this problem." Yang Kai sneered. "Shihua is one of my most important companions. He has made great contributions to my path of growth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is my family. During the battle against the demon race, he killed countless enemies. Just because he cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, he is not allowed to exist in this world. Does this world belong to me, the 100 million cultivator? Or does it belong to the Iron Blood? Just because he slaughtered countless demon race members, the Iron Blood should not make things difficult for him. After a pause, Yang Kai looked sharply at Wen Zishan. Temple Master probably can't understand what I'm saying, so this junior boldly asks if the Iron Blood wants to cripple Senior Sister Gao's cultivation. How would the Temple Master choose? Wen Zishan frowned. You're confusing the concepts. Yang Kai sneered. To me, Hua is equivalent to the status of Senior Sister Gao in the Temple Master's heart. When Zishan was silent, speechless, Yang Kai let out a long breath. Temple Master, I don't know how you found me, but I have decided to live here in seclusion with Qing and no longer care about the outside world. I ask Temple Master to take into account our past friendship and withdraw for now. From now on, Yang Kai and Li Shiqing will no longer exist in the star boundary. When Zishan's expression changed as he looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. You want to live here in seclusion? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. When Zishan said, then the High Heaven Palace. What does it have to do with me? Yang Kai interrupted him. When Zishan choked for a long time, unable to say a word, and finally smiled bitterly. You really do have a demonic intent in your heart. Is Temple Master determined to make things difficult for me? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous light. When Zishan sighed. You have a demonic intent in your heart. This Temple Master cannot sit idly by. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, What does my own business have to do with you? Why do you keep forcing me? I have sacrificed a lot for the star boundary. Can't you let me go because of these sacrifices? When Zishan looked at him bitterly, it is precisely because you have contributed so much to the star boundary that I cannot give up on you. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Well said. Since Temple Master is so stubborn, don't blame this junior for being impolite. Come out. All of you, what are you doing sneaking around? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai looked around coldly. Following this angry roar, one figure after another suddenly appeared around Yang Kai. All of them were third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, and in an instant, they surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Yang Kai looked at them one by one and sneered. Very good, they are all familiar faces, old acquaintances. The heavenly marshal Holy Land, Holy Land's Holy Lord, Ma Qing, placed his sword behind his back and stroked his beard with the other hand. Little brat Yang, do you know that you're in a very bad situation right now? If you don't turn back now, it'll be too late. You were only able to recover last time because you were lucky. If you misfire again and become the demon race, there's really no turning back. Yang Kai didn't respond. He just turned his head and looked at Li Jiao. Brother Li, do you also want to teach me a lesson? Li Jiao covered his face with his hands, his old face completely red. This Li was forced to do so. I only came here to join in on the fun. Brother Yang, please forgive me. Yang Kai nodded and turned to the other person. Where is Temple Master Zhou? This person was none other than the Eastern Territories Ahan Temple's Temple Master, Zhou Yuang. Zhou Yuang formed a seal with one hand, his figure drifting like a ghost. Obviously, it had something to do with the secret art he cultivated. Hearing this, he smiled and said, What does Temple Master Yang want me to say? Yang Kai said, No one is forcing you to say it. If you don't want to, on the other side, Xiao Yuyang quickly said, Yang Kai, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back, and the shore is at hand. Lei Hong also shouted in a low voice, You are still young. You will have a chance to set things right. Why are you so stubborn? Yang Kai stood in place and lowered his eyes. After waiting for them to finish speaking, he said lightly, Is everyone done? If you are, it's my turn. Wen Zishan nodded and said, If you have anything to say, we are also willing to listen. Yang Kai's mouth curled into an evil smile. Now that the situation in the star boundary is so bad, This junior is really honored to be able to send masters like you to deal with me. It's just that I am not looking down on you, but if this junior wants to leave, can you stop him?" Wen Zishan clenched his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, wake up!" Yang Kai sneered and said in a cold voice, "This junior has already put down his worldly affairs and wanted to live in seclusion in this mountain forest with Qing, but you have followed me here and forced me to leave. Since this is the case, this junior might as well come out and turn the world upside down. Let's see who can't take it in the end." Saying so, his figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared beside Yu Meng. He grabbed her waist and shouted, "Let's go!" Space principles fluctuated, and he was about to teleport away. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed because the space nodes in the surrounding world had been sealed. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and shouted in a certain direction, "Li Wu Yi." A figure in snow-white clothes appeared. It was indeed Li Wu Yi. Only he could seal the surrounding space nodes without anyone noticing, cutting off Yang Kai's escape route. Yu Meng's expression changed slightly as she felt that today was a bad day. Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so even if he was surrounded by so many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, nothing could happen to him. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. But now that Li Wu Yi had personally come out, the situation was different. In terms of attainments in the space divine technique, Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi were at most on par, so without his greatest support, Yang Kai's combat strength would be greatly reduced. What should she do? Just as she was panicking, she suddenly felt a strong force coming from her waist and throwing her away. At the same time, Yang Kai shouted, "You go first, I'll come back for you." Yu Meng knew that Yang Kai was going all out and didn't want to implicate her, so she didn't hesitate and flew out of the encirclement. When she looked back, she saw Yang Kai's emperor, Qi violently surging as he raised his hand and slapped toward Xiao Yuyang. Under the fluctuations of space principles, the place where Xiao Yuyang was standing turned into a black hole, as if it was going to swallow the entire world. Li Wu Yi's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Stop!" Everyone else also paled in horror and hurriedly rushed over to help. Xiao Yuyang even tried his best to resist, but the black hole was Yang Kai's space divine ability, and he didn't seem to have expected that Yang Kai would try to kill him as soon as he appeared, so he was caught off guard. The black hole opened and closed, and the place where Xiao Yuyang was standing was now empty. Everyone was dumbfounded. In a single exchange, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master was killed just like that. They all knew that Kai Yang's strength couldn't be judged based on his cultivation. His strength was much higher than his cultivation, but after really facing him, they all realized just how terrifying he was. Li Wu Yi exuded a cold aura as he stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, "You disappoint me." Yang Kai sneered, "I've long wanted to experience Senior's space divine technique, but I've never had the chance. Today, I hope Senior can enlighten me." "As you wish," Li Wu Yi growled. The two of them urged their space principles at the same time, and in an instant, the world collapsed as void cracks appeared one after another. The expressions of the several three-stage Emperor Realm Masters changed as they hurriedly retreated. These void cracks were endless and constantly changing, so no one dared to touch them. Looking around, Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi were shuttling back and forth between the void cracks as if they were walking on flat ground, fiercely exchanging blows with each other. Everyone glanced at each other, aware that they were powerless to intervene, so they could only spread out and wait for an opportunity to act. Chapter 34-36. The void collapsed and cracks appeared as Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi shuttled through them. At a certain moment, the two of them rushed into one of the spatial rifts and disappeared. Following their disappearance, the countless spatial rifts automatically closed up under the influence of the star boundaries' heaven and earth laws. When Zishan and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions. Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi had obviously entered the void, so they had no way to intervene. As for Yu Ru Meng, who escaped first, they didn't care too much. In any case, with Li Wu Yi taking action, Yang Kai definitely couldn't escape. Yu Ru Meng's matter would be taken care of by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire. On the top of the mountain, it was quiet. The newly built wooden houses had collapsed into ruins, and the farmland that Yang Kai cultivated was a mess. Although the fight between Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi was short, it had already destroyed the place beyond recognition. In the void, Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi appeared together, looked at each other, and said at the same time, "Split up." Saying so, the two went in two different directions, shuttling through the void's turbulent current. Not long after, Yang Kai found Xiao Yuyang, who he had blasted into the void before. At this moment, Xiao Yuyang's situation was not very good. Half of his body had been swallowed by the void's turbulent current. If he had been a little later, he might have really been lost in the void. At that time, even Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi wouldn't be able to find him. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to pull him out of the void's turbulent current. Xiao Yuyang looked at him suspiciously. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Elder Xiao should go ask Senior Li. He will give you an explanation." Xiao Yuyang frowned. Although he had many questions, he couldn't do anything if Yang Kai didn't say anything, so he could only follow Yang Kai to see Li Wu Yi. Not long after, Yang Kai saw Li Wu Yi rushing over. When the two met and confirmed that Xiao Yuyang was out of danger, Li Wu Yi gently nodded. Yang Kai complained, "Senior, you are too slow. I sent you the message 8 days ago. Why did you only come today?" Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang's eyes widened as he asked, "You revealed your whereabouts yourself?" Previously, he had been wondering how Li Wu Yi had found out about Yang Kai's current hiding place and had led them to the exact location. Only now did he realize that it was Yang Kai who had leaked the information. What the hell was he doing? Xiao Yuyang was completely dumbfounded. Li Wu Yi replied, "I can't help it. I'm a bit tied up over there. It wasn't easy for me to beat up the demon race, so I took the time to come over. I hope I didn't hold you back." Yang Kai replied, "That's not the case. I'm just afraid that if this goes on for too long, I'll give myself away." Xiao Yuyang said, "Wait a moment, you two. Who can tell me what's going on?" Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi looked at each other and laughed. Li Wu Yi said, "Don't ask so many questions. Don't tell anyone about what happened today." In short, this is the idea of the great emperors. Since it was related to the great emperors, Xiao Yuyang immediately fell silent. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai and Li Wu Yi were doing, he could tell that this seemed to be a show. But what he didn't understand was that since it was a show, there would naturally be people watching the show. Who was the one watching the show? Could it be Zhou Yuan and the others? Li Wu Yi's expression turned serious as he asked, "After this, can we succeed?" Yang Kai replied, "Most likely." Li Wu Yi sighed, "You have to endure this humiliation. By the way, the Iron Blood Master asked me to tell you that he has ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. All the disciples of the High Heaven Palace have been sent back." Yang Kai nodded, "Thank the Iron Blood Master for his kindness on my behalf." He was not an idiot. Naturally, he could see that although the Iron Blood seemed to be venting their anger on the High Heaven Palace, it was actually a form of protection. After all, after what happened to him, it was really inconvenient for the disciples of the High Heaven Palace to show their faces in public. Also, the dragon girl you brought has left. She probably went back to Dragon Island, Li Wu Yi added. Fu Ling went back to Dragon Island. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. That's not good. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "There will definitely be more people coming from Dragon Island. If Zhu Qing comes, send her back to the High Heaven Palace for me, and let Su Yan and the others explain it to her." If great elder and second elder come, let the great emperors explain it to them. Li Wu-yi nodded. Rest assured, the master has his own arrangements. He won't let Dragon Island harbor any resentment. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. It's about time. I should go. Li Wu-yi solemnly exhorted. Be careful. I know. Yang Kai grinned, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped his chest a few times. His emperor chi surged as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, dyeing half of his body a golden yellow. Xiao Yuyang watched in horror. This little brat can be so ruthless to himself. Yang Kai turned around and tore space, escaping from the void. As soon as he appeared, several powerful auras locked onto him. It was Wen Zishan and the others who had been guarding him. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said with a ferocious expression, Everyone, this junior will remember your kindness today and will repay you generously in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already activated the law of space. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from where he stood. Where's Master Li? Zhou Yuang asked with an ugly expression. Yang Kai and Li Wu-yi entered the void together, but now Yang Kai came out and Li Wu-yi was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Yuang naturally had a bad feeling about this. As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure appeared. Zhou Yuang turned his head to look and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Wu-yi. However, Li Wu-yi did not appear alone. Beside him was a pale-faced Xiao Yuyang. Lei Hong was overjoyed when he saw this. Old Xiao, are you okay? Xiao Yuyang said with lingering fear. Fortunately, Master Li found me in time. Otherwise, he shuddered before he could finish speaking. This was not an act. He had been alone in the void and was swallowed by the void's turbulence, leaving a psychological shadow. Ma Qing pointed in a direction and said, That little brat ran that way. Master, what should we do now? Li Wu-yi said with a sullen face, Chase after him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Saying so, he took the lead in chasing after him. The others naturally did not dare to neglect and followed closely behind whether they were willing or not. Yang Kai ran for his life. After half a day, a stream of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yuru Meng, who had left first. With her heart-sealed secret technique, she could naturally find Yang Kai's location. As soon as she saw Yang Kai covered in blood and his aura weak, Yuru Meng's beautiful face turned pale. You're injured. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Not dying is my greatest luck. Let's go. They're coming. Hearing what he said, Yuru Meng did not dare to delay and hurriedly supported Yang Kai as they left. A month later, at the top of a mountain, Yang Kai stood at the top of a big tree, facing the morning sun with a blank look in his eyes. What are you thinking about? Yuru Meng leaned over from the side, her fragrance wafting out. Yang Kai coughed a few times and said in a weak voice, Ru Meng, this world is so big that there is no place for me to stay. For a month, he and Yuru Meng had been on the run. Li Wu-yi and a few other third-layer Emperor Realm Masters had chased after them like maggots. There were several times when Yang Kai was forced to confront them. Each time, he was beaten until he was covered in wounds, but each time he managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. Judging from the current situation, these words were not an exaggeration. Although the world was big, with Li Wu-yi chasing after them, there was no place for him to stay. Turning around, Yang Kai said, I'm sorry, I originally wanted to take you to live in seclusion, but now it seems that I have to go back on my word. Don't follow me, let's part ways here. Yuru Meng asked, Are you driving me away again? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. This time is different from the last time. You saw it along the way. Li Wu-yi is determined to kill me. I am not his opponent, and it was only by luck that I was able to hold on until now. Maybe next time, or maybe the time after that will be the end. Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes flashed. I heard someone say that if there is no place for you, there will be a place for you. There is more than one star boundary in this world. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. Demon territory? Yu Rumeng said, how about it? If you are willing to go to demon territory, I will follow you to demon territory. Impossible. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. It is impossible for me to go to demon territory. I have fallen into this situation precisely because I am related to demons, so how could I degrade myself and go to demon territory? Yu Rumeng said, it is precisely because you are related to demons that you can become the demon race's territory and be accepted by the demon race. Don't say any more. Yang Kai looked like he was too lazy to listen to her. Yu Rumeng, however, appeared in front of him in a flash and looked at him with burning eyes, her pupils exuding a strange light as she softly said, you have made great contributions to Star Boundary. Most of the space arrays were created by you. Roaring Tiger City was also defended by you, and you killed millions of members of the demon race, but they forced you to kill you, and now they are chasing after you. What is there to be nostalgic about in such a place? Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, but his breathing was slightly heavy. Obviously, these words made him extremely angry. Yu Rumeng continued to persuade him, her voice like a sleepy whisper. Don't you want to take revenge? Don't you want to wash away the injustice you have suffered? Let those who are making things difficult for you know how powerful you are, and let them regret forcing you like this. Don't say any more. Yang Kai roared, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yu Rumeng turned a deaf ear to him and continued, go to demon territory and seek greater strength. One day, you will be able to return here and let them know what they did was wrong. Let them kneel in front of you and beg for mercy. Go to demon territories. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yu Rumeng as if he wanted to eat her alive. He was obviously tempted by Yu Rumeng's words. Yu Rumeng nodded slowly. Yes, go to demon territory. Will you come with me? Yang Kai asked again. Yu Rumeng smiled and bowed to Yang Kai. This mistress is willing. This matter is of great importance. Let me think about it. Yu Rumeng pursed her lips and said, I can tolerate you, but I don't know how much time Li Wui will give you. Chapter 34-37. The Western Territories desert had already become a demon land, where demonic chi lingered and evil flourished. Tens of millions of demon race troops had gathered here and were constantly marching towards the depths of the Star Boundary, attacking cities and plundering lands, bringing death and slaughter wherever they went. Under the demon land, even the sky had become gray and dull, as if the world had lost its vitality. Two streams of light swept through the sky one after another, causing countless members of the demon race to raise their heads and grimace, letting out low growls from their throats. In the end, Yang Kai didn't hesitate for too long. After being chased and injured by Li Wui again, he immediately decided to set off for the demon territory in a fit of anger. There was no place for him in the Star Boundary. If he wanted to become the demon race's territory, he had to pass through the passage between the two worlds in the Western Territories desert, which was the only entrance connecting the two worlds. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed, his expression filled with worry. On the other hand, Yu Rumeng was smiling as usual, not showing the slightest fear or worry about the demon territory, and even looking forward to it. The speed of the two was extremely fast, but as they flew over so ostentatiously, they still attracted many devil experts to chase after them. At first, there were only a few devil experts behind them, but in the end, there were hundreds of devil kings behind them. All of them were emitting devil chi that soared into the sky, extremely terrifying. Yang Kai had a bored expression on his face. Fortunately, the entrance to the passage between the two worlds was not far ahead. Yang Kai tightly held Yu Rumeng's hand and whispered, "Don't separate from me later. I'll try to rush in directly, and if it doesn't work, We'll think of another way. Yu Rumeng held Yang Kai's hand and smiled at him. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. Leave it to you? Yang Kai frowned and turned to look at her. Yu Rumeng said, Trust me. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Okay, then it's up to you. Yu Rumeng giggled and took the lead. She overtook Yang Kai and pulled him forward. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the passage. The entrance to the passageway between the two realms was of great importance. The demon race naturally had a large number of troops stationed here. Just the number of demon king guarding the entrance was more than a dozen. There were also several half-saint realm experts stationed here to guard against the star boundary sending powerhouses to destroy the entrance. The demon king and half-saint guarding this place sensed the auras of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng and raised their heads. Many of them immediately revealed sinister smiles. Yu Rumeng, on the other hand, led Yang Kai down and stood in front of the entrance of the passage, her pair of beautiful watery eyes looking around. Yang Kai stood beside her, his eyes sharp and his emperor's chi fluctuating. He looked like he could start a massacre at any time. The hundreds of devil kings that had been chasing them all the way finally arrived. They landed one after another and surrounded the two of them in an instant. Many of them looked at Yu Rumeng's graceful body greedily, revealing lustful expressions. On the other side, a gigantic demon king carrying a huge axe walked forward. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. When he stopped 100 feet away, he pointed the axe that was even taller than a human forward and grinned. Human, do you want to die? This demon king's aura was extremely powerful. Although his movements seemed a little clumsy, he was definitely in existence with extraordinary strength. Moreover, he should be one of the strongest demon kings. As soon as he finished speaking, the other demon kings around him let out low chuckles. Since the passage between the two worlds opened and the demon race invaded, no human had come here. Therefore, the arrival of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng puzzled the group of demon race masters, wondering if these two were crazy. Yu Rumeng smiled and waved her hand, shooting a stream of light towards the demon king in front of her. The demon king reached out and grabbed it, frowning as he glanced at Yu Rumeng, then looked at the object in his hand. At first glance, the demon king's face changed, and he looked up at Yu Rumeng, his mouth wide open as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yu Rumeng remained calm and smiled sweetly. The demon king's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn, even becoming a little frightened and flattering, nodding and bowing as he said, Please wait a moment. Allow me to consult the half-saint master. Yu Rumeng gestured for him to do as he pleased. The demon king hurriedly turned around and walked in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really going to consult the half-saint of demon race masters. This strange scene left all the demon kings scratching their heads. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Yang Kai was also confused, quietly approaching Yu Rumeng and asked, Rumeng, what did you show him? Why did he suddenly become like a dog? Yu Rumeng giggled. He was originally a dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. If such a powerful demon king was a dog, then what was he? Yu Rumeng said, Okay, don't ask too much. You will know in a while. Yang Kai nodded, tilting his head, and said, I found that you are hiding a big secret. Yu Rumeng winked at him playfully. A woman with a secret is beautiful. Do you want to know what that secret is? Yang Kai replied, If you are willing to tell me, I will listen. Yu Rumeng patted Yang Kai's hand and said, You will know in a while. While the two were talking, the demon king, who had left before, came back. At this moment, he had a dignified expression on his face. He quickly walked in front of Yu Rumeng, bowed, and held something with both hands, respectfully handing it to Yu Rumeng. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that the demon king was holding a palm-sized token. The token was made of an unknown material. It was dark red in color, as if it was made of blood. There was a distorted ghost-like pattern engraved on the token, as if a tortured soul was howling in pain. At a glance, it seemed to have the power to seize one's soul, and a burst of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls could be heard in one's mind, shaking one's soul. This should be what Yu Rumeng had thrown to the Demon King before. It was actually a token. Yu Rumeng raised her hand and took the token back, asking lightly, "Can we pass through here?" The Demon King nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes." Saying so, he turned sideways and gestured, "Please." Yu Rumeng didn't even glance sideways as she arrogantly walked past the Demon King. Yang Kai, with a blank look on his face, followed closely behind Yu Rumeng. Looking at Yu Rumeng and then at the Demon King, he had no place to vent his doubts. Meeting the Demon King's gaze, the Demon King looked at him enviously and even gave him a thumbs up. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Not long after, Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng entered the passage between the two worlds and disappeared. Only at this moment did the huge Demon King let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had just escaped a calamity. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and grimaced for a while. The several hundred Demon Kings who had chased them all the way here were somewhat confused and asked one after another what was going on. The passage between the two worlds was such an important place, so how could two humans be allowed to enter? The Demon King coldly snorted, "This is the order of the Half-Saint Master. Do you have any objections?" This one sentence silenced the several hundred Demon Kings. Since it was the order of a half-saint, they naturally did not dare to have any objections, but today's matter was extremely strange and had become an unsolvable mystery. In the void, Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng held hands and flew forward. In the distance, there seemed to be a light guiding the two of them, but that light seemed to be quite close, but in fact, it was unknown how far it was. After all, they were traveling between the two worlds, so it was likely that they would not be able to complete it in a short period of time. Suddenly, a powerful divine sense swept over Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's body to tighten and instinctively give birth to a sense of crisis. The strength of this divine sense was definitely not something an ordinary Demon King could possess. Even a half-saint did not have the qualifications to possess it. A demon saint. No, it was more like a demon saint, but more like the divine sense of the great emperors. Yang Kai thought for a moment and immediately understood who this divine sense belonged to: the Night Shadow great emperors. He had long heard that he was guarding the passage between the two worlds, but he did not expect that he had not withdrawn. Martial Beast had said that the Night Shadow great emperors had the bloodline of the demon race, and the passage between the two worlds was opened because of him, causing the people in the astral plane to be plunged into misery and suffering. In addition, he had been assassinated by the Assassin Hall before, so Yang Kai did not have the slightest favorable impression of the Night Shadow great emperors. His gaze swept over the deep darkness, but he did not find any trace of the Night Shadow great emperors. The other party's divine sense had also been scattered and then withdrawn, leaving no trace behind. Yu Rumeng had obviously also sensed this divine sense, but she had no intention of paying attention to it, only continuing to fly forward. The light ahead was getting closer and closer, and after an unknown amount of time, a suction force came from ahead. It was the suction force of a great world, and Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng were involuntarily sucked in. Their vision blurred, and they appeared in another world. Before Yang Kai could adapt, a series of powerful divine senses swept over from all directions. There was a demon king, a half-saint, and even a demon saint. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and his entire body tensed up like a leopard, but when he looked up again, his expression became even more solemn. As far as the eye could see, there were countless black heads. The demon race's army had gathered here, constantly sending combat strength to the astral plane through the entrance of the passage between the two worlds. Further away, there were even more demon race members rushing over. The divine senses that shrouded the two quickly dissipated, and the powerhouses of the demon race did not care about their arrival, as if they had already expected it. Only a few demon saints' divine senses lingered on Yang Kai with interest for a while before immediately withdrawing. "Let's go!" Yu Rumeng called out, flying into the sky side by side with Yang Kai. It was only at this time that Yang Kai had the time to investigate the situation in the demon territory. This was a great world that was different from the astral plane. The laws of heaven and earth here seemed to be somewhat chaotic. There was a sun hanging in the sky, but the sun seemed to be blocked by something, giving off a hazy and turbid feeling. The land was barren, and there was little vegetation. Huge ravines ran through the ground, like the intricate patterns on a turtle's back. It was a terrible sight. Chapter 34-38. The demon territory was actually such a barren place. Looking at the current situation, this place was even worse than some of the worst places in the Western Territory. How could such a world nurture so many people of the demon race? However, the world energy here was quite good, but that was only relative to the demon race. If a creature from the star boundary came here, it would be impossible for them to use the world energy here to cultivate, because this place was full of evil demon chi. If they really absorbed the world energy here, it would not be long before they turned into a demon. Flying all the way up, Yang Kai looked down again after an hour and couldn't help but be stunned, whispering, "The demon territory is so small." When he first passed by, he didn't notice it, but now that he was looking down from a high enough altitude, he discovered that it was just an irregular piece of land, and he could see the edge of it at a glance. If the vast expanse of the starry sky was compared to the sea, then the continent below was a lone island in the sea. This isolated island was estimated to be only a few 100,000 kilometers wide, surrounded by the endless void. Strictly speaking, a few 100,000 kilometers was not small, but the demon territory was a large world. Could this be considered a large world? It couldn't be compared to the star boundary at all. But if this was the case, how could there be so many people in the demon race? Even a powerful existence like the demon saint was born? Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Yu Rumeng said, "This is only a corner of the demon territory. The entire demon territory is like a broken mirror, and what you see now is just a fragment." A broken mirror? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. But this description was very vivid, allowing Yang Kai to outline a prototype of the demon territory in his mind. Yu Rumeng nodded and said, "Fragments like the ones you see in front of you have formed the entire demon area. Some are big, some are small, and there are countless of them. Each fragment is both a continent and a small world. They are independent of each other, but are closely connected. Isn't it strange?" Yang Kai solemnly said, "I've never heard of such a thing." This was really an eye-opener for him. Yu Rumeng giggled. "This is the demon territory. If you don't see it for yourself, you won't be able to understand its wonders." "Why is this happening?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. No wonder he felt that the laws of heaven and earth here were a little chaotic. The entire world was made up of fragments, and each fragment was equivalent to an independent small world. It would be strange if the laws of heaven and earth were not chaotic. Yu Rumeng said, "I'm afraid he's sick." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "A world can get sick." Yu Rumeng turned her head and looked at him. "A world will also come to an end. The territory of the demons is the end of the road." Yang Kai nodded in agreement and asked, "How do we connect these fragments?" The army of the demon race was definitely not something that this continent could have. They were definitely drawn from countless small fragments. Since they could come here, it meant that these fragments could communicate with each other. "Realm gates," Yu Rumeng explained and pointed up. "Look over there. That's the realm gate. Yang Kai looked in the direction she pointed and found that in the void there was a dark oval passage, like a black hole in the void, leading to the unknown. Every fragment has one or more realm gates that connect to the nearby continents. Through the realm gates, you can communicate with each other. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened and said in surprise, "So, there are also existences in the demon territory who are proficient in the laws of space." Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "No, these realm gates were not opened by humans. They were naturally formed. Superlative craftsmanship." Yang Kai praised, and suddenly thought of a question. "Won't these realm gates disappear?" "They will." Yu Rumeng's eyelashes fluttered. "If all the realm gates of a continent disappear, then the fragment where the continent is located will completely lose contact with the demon territory, and the demon territory will lose a small world. Has this happened before?" Yang Kai frowned. Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "It has happened many times." While talking, the two had already arrived in front of the realm gate. From a distance, this realm gate was not very big, but upon closer inspection, this realm gate was huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people at a time. Before they could get close, a powerful suction force came from the realm gate, and even someone as strong as Yang Kai felt himself being sucked in involuntarily. Yu Rumeng shouted, "Protect yourself, don't get hurt." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately pushed his Emperor Qi, and in the next instant, he and Yu Rumeng were sucked into the world gate, leaving this fragment and entering another fragment. The surroundings were quiet, and the sun was dazzling. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked behind him, showing a look of surprise. "Why aren't there any realm gates here?" Yu Rumeng explained, "Most realm gates are not two-way. After you enter a realm gate, you will be randomly teleported to a place on that fragment. So you naturally can't see the realm gate here." Yang Kai gently nodded and was silent for a while before looking up at Yu Rumeng and asking, "Rumeng, who are you?" Yu Rumeng pursed her lips and smiled. "Finally can't hold it in anymore." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "You know so much about the demon territory, so you are obviously not from the star boundary. Even the great emperors don't know much about the demon territory, let alone others. If I'm not wrong, you belong to the demon race, right?" "Yes." Yu Rumeng looked at him playfully. "You seem to know a lot about the demon race, so please guess again. Which race do I belong to?" Yang Kai laughed. "You are making it difficult for me. Although I know a little about the demon race, I am not a member of the demon race. So how can I guess?" After a pause, he said, "There are hundreds of races in the demon territory, each with their own divine technique. If I had to guess, I would guess that you belong to the succubus demon race." Yu Rumeng covered her chest and laughed. "You really do know a lot about the demon race." Yang Kai looked at her dumbfoundedly. "Are you really a succubus demon?" In his heart, he thought, "I have already guessed it. Only a succubus demon can be so charming." Yu Rumeng took a deep breath and tilted her head to look at him. "You have been suspecting me for a long time, haven't you? If not, Yang Kai would not have asked her such sensitive questions before." Yang Kai said calmly, "Suspicion is just suspicion. After all, there is no proof. But I am curious. Even if you are a succubus demon, how can you disguise yourself as Li Shiqing and not let the great emperors see through you? Because—" Yu Rumeng smiled faintly, and her aura suddenly changed greatly at this moment. An extremely terrifying power fluctuated from her graceful body, and the surrounding demonic qi rolled and poured into her body. Her second-order emperor realm cultivation suddenly soared. Third-order emperor realm, peak third order. Fake emperor, great emperors. I am a demon saint. Yu Rumeng's entire body was surrounded by devil qi. At this moment, her face had also become blurry, making it hard for people to see her clearly. However, this kind of haziness had a fatal temptation. making everyone want to get close to her, push aside the fog that was covering her face, and see her beautiful face. The surrounding void seemed like it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. He was completely shocked. Yu Rumeng was a member of the demon race. This he had long guessed. After all, he had been with Yu Rumeng for such a long time. It was impossible for her to not give herself away. It was precisely because he guessed that Yu Rumeng was a member of the demon race that Yang Kai teamed up with the Iron Blood Great Emperor to put on a good show. He even asked Li Wu Yi to track him down, creating a situation where he had no place in the star boundary. Then Yu Rumeng proposed to bring him into the territory of the demon race to become the demon race. Yu Rumeng had other intentions towards him. She had told him this when they first met. After racking his brains, he finally got his wish and entered the demon race's territory. But Yang Kai never expected that Yu Rumeng was actually a demon saint. This was a demon saint, an existence comparable to the great emperors. Everything made sense now. No wonder half-saint Baizhuo retreated without a fight in front of roaring Tiger City. Now that he thought about it, Baizhuo obviously saw Yu Rumeng and recognized her identity. So he retreated, causing hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers to suffer heavy casualties. No wonder the Demon King's attitude suddenly changed in front of the passage between two worlds when he received the dark red token and let them pass through without any obstruction. A demon saint's token was equivalent to a demon saint's personal arrival. So how could the Demon King dare to disobey? And when a demon saint brought Yang Kai into the territory of the demon race to become the demon race's territory, others naturally wouldn't stop them. Yu Rumeng was a fucking devil saint. Yang Kai almost thought that he was dreaming and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect this. Just when he was absent-minded, Yu Rumeng suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Human ant, how dare you not kneel when you see this saint?" The demon saint's pressure filled the air, causing Yang Kai's bones to creak. It was as if several mountains were pressing down on his body, and his knees couldn't help but bend down. Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yu Rumeng with a burning gaze. A dragon's roar sounded, and his whole body was covered in golden light. He resisted the demon saint's aura with a supreme dragon's might, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Kneel my ass! If you dare to mess around again, I'll beat you up." Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly and quietly looked at him. After a while, that sensational pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The huge pressure suddenly disappeared, but Yang Kai's face turned red, and he almost spat out blood. He hurriedly cast a spell to regulate his breathing. Yu Rumeng moved her head closer and smiled. "Was it fun? Get lost." Yang Kai's face darkened and pushed her face to the side. Damn it, what's wrong with the demon saint? He had touched her, kissed her, and even spanked her buttocks more than once. Yu Rumeng really didn't have the slightest bit of dignity in front of him, but the aura of the demon saint was real, so if she really pushed her full strength, Yang Kai would not be able to bear it. "I was just joking with you." Yu Rumeng didn't give up and moved her head closer again. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "This joke isn't funny at all." Chapter 34-39. Okay, don't be angry. It's bad for your body. Can't I apologize to you? Yang Kai squinted at her. "I don't see any sincerity in your apology." Yu Rumeng asked, "Then what kind of sincerity do you want?" Yang Kai hooked his finger at her, and Yu Rumeng put her ear close to him. Yang Kai whispered a few words into her ear. Yu Rumeng immediately glared at him, but nodded. "Okay, once a word is said, even a team of 4 horses can't take it back. You said it yourself." Kai Yang suddenly beamed with joy. "I said it." Yu Rumeng nodded happily. "As long as you can win, you can do whatever you want." Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. "Win? You're a demon saint. How can I win against you?" He immediately shouted angrily, "You tricked me?" Yu Rumeng giggled, and with a flash of her delicate body, she turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. She even turned back to provoke him. "Come chase me. If you can catch me, I can give you some benefits. If you don't beat me up for 3 days, you'll be the one to tear the tiles off the roof." Yang Kai grinned, and with the fluctuation of the space principle, his figure flashed and disappeared, chasing after her. The two figures, one in front and one behind, swept through the void at an extremely fast speed. Although Yang Kai tried his best to stimulate the space principle, Yu Rumeng's strength was unfathomable after her cultivation was fully recovered, and Yang Kai was unable to catch up. He kept following behind her, which made him very depressed. After a full 2 hours, Yu Rumeng suddenly stopped in the void, slightly raised her head, and opened her arms as if she wanted to embrace the whole world, breathing in large mouthfuls of air. Yang Kai shook his head and rushed over from behind. Finally back, Yu Rumeng let out a long breath, a satisfied expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked down at the fragment below, and said, "You said you would take me to a place. Is it the demon territory?" Yu Rumeng nodded. "Yes." A dignified demon saint did not hesitate to use the heart seal secret technique to deal with me. "It seems that my space principle is very attractive to the demon territory," Yang Kai smiled. "Yu Rumeng, the space principle is a very strange power, although there are many people in the territory in the star boundary. You and Li Wui. Li. B. U. E. T. T. E. You think I don't want to?" Yu Rumeng said helplessly. "It's just that I used a secret technique to change my appearance, so I can only exert the strength of a second-order emperor in the star boundary. So how can I be your opponent? If you don't want to, how can I capture you and bring you to the demon territory?" So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood and secretly rejoiced in his heart. His plan and Yu Rumeng's somewhat coincided, otherwise it would not have been so easy to enter the territory of the demon race. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then what do you want me to do? Help you arrange a space array and mobilize the demon race's army? Can you do this?" Yu Rumeng looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I can't. My space array can only work in one world. The situation in the demon territory is special. Even if I arrange a space array in the fragment worlds, they can't be connected to each other. So if you brought me here for this matter, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Unless my attainments in space principles are deeper, and I can break through the barriers of the small world's world force." Yu Rumeng smiled. "I already expected this, so rest assured, we don't need you to arrange a space array. With the existence of the World Gate, it's quite convenient to mobilize the army in the demon territory. At worst, it'll just take a little more time." "Then what do you want me to do?" Yang Kai frowned. "I'll tell you when the time comes." Seeing Yang Kai's unhappy expression, Yu Rumeng quickly changed the topic. "Do you want to see my true face?" She had disguised herself as Li Shiqing, so naturally she would appear as Li Shiqing. Although she had recovered after returning to the demon territory, her face was always shrouded by a strange power. It was hazy, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Unless they were stronger than her, they could use their divine sense to break through the seal of that power. However, she had told Yang Kai before that her true face was not inferior to Li Shiqing's. Then again, she was a succubus demon and a demon saint level powerhouse, so her appearance was naturally not bad. No. To Yu Rumeng's surprise, Yang Kai actually raised his hand and refused. Yu Rumeng was stunned for a moment. "Why, are you afraid that I'm too ugly?" Yang Kai said casually, "Even if you're as ugly as a pig, you're still a treasure in my heart. So your appearance doesn't mean anything to me. Your mouth is smeared with honey. No wonder you can deceive so many women. Yu Rumeng snorted and reached out to pinch Yang Kai's chin. Just like how Yang Kai dealt with her in the star boundary, she turned his face around. If you don't want to look, then I'll make you look. While speaking, the haze on her face slowly faded away, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. She was as pure and beautiful as a snow fairy, with an incomparably elegant appearance. She was as youthful as a mountain spring, without the slightest impurity, with a hint of holiness and purity. Yang Kai was originally a little annoyed by her means, but at this moment he was somewhat stunned. Was this still a succubus demon? On the battlefield, he had seen many succubus demons and even killed some. But which one of those succubus demons wasn't charming and seductive? Their eyes were full of lust, as if they could be in heat at any time. And their clothes were as revealing as possible, as if they couldn't wait to go to the battlefield naked to charm people. But Yu Rumeng completely overturned the impression of the succubus demon in Yang Kai's heart. What was with this pure feeling that he couldn't bear to destroy? Thinking of all the things he had done to Yu Rumeng before, Yang Kai inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. His heart trembled, and he quickly guarded his mind. Oh my God! This woman's bewitching technique had probably been cultivated to the extreme. Without doing anything, just her face was enough to shake his mind, making him feel that she was the most beautiful existence in the world. Any blasphemy to her was unforgivable. The corners of Yu Rumeng's eyes curved like crescent moons. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction and asked softly, "Do I look good?" Yang Kai nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He reached out and hugged Yu Rumeng's soft waist and, without any explanation, put his mouth on hers. A slender jade finger suddenly blocked Yang Kai's mouth. Yu Rumeng looked at him playfully. "It's not so easy to take advantage of me in the demon territory. In the past, she was bullied badly by Yang Kai in the star boundary. To think that she, a dignified demon saint, was forced to perish together with Yang Kai at the slightest provocation. She was even put on his lap and spanked without any resistance. Now that they were in her territory, how could she not torment Yang Kai? Yang Kai opened his mouth and sucked her finger in his mouth. He tried his best to tease her and said vaguely, "Rumeng, I think it's time for us to consummate our marriage. You know my feelings, and I have already come to the demon territory with you. There is no turning back. Can you bear to see me suffer like this?" Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. I said, "As long as you can beat me, you can do whatever you want." "How long will that take?" Yang Kai said with a bitter face. "What's the point of seeing it but not eating it?" "Then I don't care. Let go." Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head. Yang Kai curled her finger with his tongue and shook his head. "I won't let go." Yu Rumeng was both angry and amused. "Are you going to let go or not? If you don't, I won't be polite to you." "How are you going to be rude?" Yang Kai smiled mischievously. Yu Rumeng looked helpless. She stretched out her other hand, curled her middle finger, and flicked Yang Kai's forehead as fast as lightning. With a bang, Yang Kai was directly bounced thousands of feet away before he could barely stabilize his body. He felt dizzy and almost fainted. After recovering with great difficulty, Yang Kai roared at Yu Rumeng, "Are you trying to kill me?" Yu Rumeng said with a smile, "I'll teach you a lesson. If you continue to pester me, I'll deal with you like this again." Yang Kai's eyes widened, and his face was full of resentment. It was really 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Every dog had its day. If he had known earlier, he would have raped her directly in the star boundary. Now, there wouldn't be so much trouble. But now he couldn't beat her. He had to endure it. His heart was sullen, and the expression on his face was ugly. Yu Rumeng stretched out her hand, and a great force came over. Yang Kai involuntarily flew to her side, unable to control his body at all. Yu Rumeng stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's collar, pulled him over, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Yang Kai on the forehead. Yang Kai wiped his forehead and snorted with disgust. What do you mean by giving me a date for every blow? Are you trying to coax a child? If you say so, then so be it. All right, stop fooling around. I'll take you to a place first. Saying so, she urged her demonic chi to wrap Yang Kai and rushed towards a nearby world gate. Yang Kai remained silent, as if he was sulking. Ru Meng didn't care about him. As her cultivation recovered, this woman seemed to have become more confident. She no longer tried to kill Yang Kai like she did in the star boundary, which made Yang Kai feel a little lost. The two flew all the way, passing through one world gate after another, Just as Ru Meng had said before, these world fragments were very different. Some were so big that one couldn't see the end of it at a glance, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There were also small world fragments, like the one where the passage between the two worlds was located. As long as one flew a little higher, one could clearly see the shape of the entire continent. Moreover, the environment of these world fragments was also different. Some world fragments were rich in world energy and full of vitality, while some world fragments were dead silent and lacking in world energy. Along the way, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. However, without exception, these world fragments were full of rich demonic chi. Creatures that were not in demon territory could not survive at all. Chapter 3440. After half a day passed like this, Yang Kai could no longer hold it in. He came to the demon territory this time, for another purpose. Ru Meng only thought that he was desperate in the astral boundary, so she turned to the demon race in anger. She did not know his true purpose, nor did she know that he had already transferred the heart seal secret technique to the soul-warming lotus. Ru Meng did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to plant the secret technique, but it did not bind Yang Kai much. Instead, it bound herself tightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he naturally had to inquire about some information. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't bother to get angry with Ru Meng and started chatting with her casually. The atmosphere gradually became lively, and Yang Kai felt that the time was about right. So he asked casually, "By the way, Ru Meng, how many demon saint are there in the demon territory?" This was definitely information that even the great emperors could not figure out. If he could find out, it would be of great help to the future situation. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. There are a total of 12 demon saint in the demon territory. Ru Meng did not suspect anything. What's more, this was not a secret. Since Yang Kai came to the demon territory, he could find someone to inquire about this. Every demon saint has a different number of half-saint subordinates, and they are in charge of a different number of fragments. 12. Yang Kai whistled. Compared to the astral boundary, there are 2 more. Ru Meng smiled slightly. Now there are 13, but there are only 9 in the astral boundary. That's true. Yang Kai nodded. The Night Shadow Great Emperors had defected to the enemy. Compared to the demon territory, the number of Great Emperors on the astral boundary side was now for less than the number of Great Emperors in the demon territory. This number did not include the Great Emperors of the Bright Moon Empire, who were currently in prison. If the Bright Moon Empire, whose fate was unknown, were included, the number of high-end combatants on the astral boundary side would be even lower. The term bottle of heaven and earth should also be used in the demon territory. The reason why there were more demon saint in the demon territory than the great emperors in the astral world was probably because the bottle in the demon territory had a larger capacity than the bottle in the astral world. Therefore, there were 12 demon saint existences. The situation in the astral boundary was not optimistic. Yang Kai was faintly worried in his heart. These 12 demon saint alone were not easy to deal with. If they really rushed into the astral boundary, who knew how much damage they would cause? Perhaps the entire astral boundary would be destroyed. Is the demon saint the most powerful existence in the demon territory? Yang Kai asked again. I seem to have heard that there is a great demon god in the demon territory. With a swoosh, Yu Meng's figure suddenly stopped. Yang Kai did not react and rushed far away before turning around and flying back. He asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Yu Meng looked at Yang Kai with a dignified face and said, "Where did you hear this news?" Yang Kai shrugged. "I forgot. I don't know who casually mentioned it to me or what ancient book I read." Yu Meng's expression made him feel that something was wrong. She was actually a little nervous and uneasy. After pondering for a moment, Yu Meng said, "Don't mention those words in the future." She did not say which word she was referring to, but Yang Kai was not stupid. How could he not know what she was referring to? "Why?" Yang Kai frowned. "Be obedient," Yu Meng sternly said. "Absolutely, absolutely do not mention it again. Otherwise, if something happens to you, even I can't protect you." "So serious?" Yang Kai was shocked. Yu Meng was already a demon saint, but even she could not protect him. So, it seemed that the great demon god really existed? Moreover, he was an existence above the demon saint. Originally, when he had been training in the dream world Thousand Illusions for dozens of years, in the final battle, the evergreen divine tree sacrificed itself and used its essence to seal the passage between the two worlds. From the other side of the passage, a giant hand covered the sky. Even though it was separated by the power of the world, the power that the giant hand displayed was unimaginable, almost causing Yang Kai to fail. That was a power that surpassed the demon saint. In the demon territory, people called it the great demon god. The things in the dream world Thousand Illusions were based on what had happened in the real world. In other words, in the long river of history, the great demon god had indeed appeared. But now, Yu Meng actually warned Yang Kai not to mention it with a serious face, which made Yang Kai a little confused. He did not know what the three words great demon god meant in the demon territory, but he could faintly feel the weight of these three words in this big world. "I know." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I will definitely not mention it in the future." Yu Meng was obviously relieved. "That's good." Yang Kai said again, "What about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent? I heard that he seems to have fallen somewhere in the demon territory. How is the situation now?" "Why are you asking this?" Yu Meng frowned slightly. Yang Kai sneered. "The people of the star boundary have gone too far. Now, I am powerless to take revenge. If I can kill one of their great emperors, it can be considered as collecting some interest." Yu Meng laughed and said, "Revenge is not urgent. You still have a lot of room for growth. It won't be too late to make plans after you have really grown up one day. Besides, the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent are not people you can kill just because you want to." Yang Kai winked at her and said, "I am not their opponent, but don't I still have you?" Yu Meng shook her head. "A great emperor's is like a cornered beast. I don't want to get involved in this trouble. What's more, I am not responsible for this matter. I have been staying in the star boundary all this time, so I don't know where the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent are trapped." Yang Kai also thought so. Yu Meng had been staying in the star boundary all this time, so how could she know what happened in the demon territory? It was a bit presumptuous of her to inquire about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent from him, so he immediately closed his mouth to avoid making a mistake. It seemed that after settling down, he would have to make some inquiries. At the very least, he had to figure out the current location of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent and whether they were dead or alive. Yu Meng led Yang Kai through one realm gate after another with ease. Half a day later, after passing through a star gate, the two suddenly came to a colorful world. Yu Meng turned her head and smiled at Yang Kai. "We're home." This is your continent?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, only to see that the entire continent was filled with brilliant and dazzling colors. Upon closer inspection, these bright and beautiful colors were actually emitted by large tracts of flowers. Almost half of the entire continent was wrapped in these colorful flowers, and under the dazzling sunlight, the entire world seemed like a beautiful picture scroll. The continent was undoubtedly not small. Yang Kai couldn't see the end of it at all. For a time, Yang Kai was amazed. Before this, he never thought that there would be such a strange world. One of them, Yu Meng, smiled slightly. Yang Kai understood. Yu Meng had said before that there were 12 demon saint in the demon territory. Each demon saint had a different number of half-saint subordinates, and they were in charge of a different number of fragments. The one in front of him was obviously one of the fragments she was in charge of. Seemingly because she had returned home, Yu Meng's mood became more and more cheerful. She led Yang Kai forward for a while, and a huge palace suddenly appeared in their field of vision. The palace was built in the middle of hundreds of millions of flowers. Even the air seemed to be filled with the fragrance of those flowers, which was extremely charming. Before the two of them could get close, a stream of light shot out from the front of the palace. The stream of light was dark red and was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. With a flash of light, a handsome young man with an extraordinary appearance appeared. The young man wore a blood-red cloak that draped over his back, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. He was clad in shining armor and had an extraordinary temperament. As soon as he appeared, he cupped his hands and said, "Master, Blood Demon." Yang Kai saw this person and guessed his race. This was because this person had a faint smell of blood. Moreover, this guy was a half-saint blood demon. It seemed that this guy was one of Yu Meng's capable subordinates. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working in Yu Meng's palace. Yu Meng nodded noncommittally and said, "Nothing happened recently, right?" The blood demon half-saint replied, "Nothing happened. I was just ordered to transfer a lot of people from Master's territory." As he spoke, he looked at Yu Meng with a scorching gaze. His eyes flashed with undisguised possessiveness. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, thinking that this blood demon half-saint was quite bold. He actually showed such an expression in front of Yu Meng. Wasn't he afraid that Yu Meng would be angry? Glancing at Yu Meng, Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy because Yu Meng was calm and collected, as if she was used to this. This cheap slave. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Although he had used the power of the soul-warming lotus to transfer the heart seal secret technique to Yu Meng, which had greatly reduced the influence on him. Over the past few days, he and Yu Meng had done everything they could except for the last line of defense. Naturally, he treated her as his own woman, now that his woman was being stared at by another man, but she still acted as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai was naturally in a bad mood. On the other side, Yu Meng nodded and said, "I understand. In the war between the two worlds, not only did the star boundary need to transfer people from its territory, but the demon territory also needed to do the same." Every fragment was mobilized, and the fragments under Yu Meng's control were naturally no exception. While speaking, the blood demon half-saint suddenly turned his head to look at Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, "Master, what's the situation with this human?" Humans and demons could not coexist, and Yu Meng had suddenly returned with a human. It did not look like a captive because this human was actually standing next to Yu Meng, which made him a little annoyed. Even when he was standing next to Yu Meng, he was still a few steps behind her. How could this human be so bold? Thinking of this, killing intent rose, and the pressure of the half-saint filled the air. Yang Kai grinned at the half-saint and took a step to the side, getting closer to Yu Meng. He even reached out and hugged Yu Meng's waist and said lightly, "I am Ru Meng's husband." Husband, the blood demon half-saint's eyes widened as he looked at Yu Rumeng. When he saw Yu Rumeng's indifferent expression, his heart suddenly jumped. This can't be real, right? Otherwise, why would the master not have the slightest intention to resist being hugged by someone? As a dignified demon saint, if he really wanted to resist, he could easily crush this human into powder. Chapter 3441. While his mind was racing, the half-saint of demon race suddenly shouted, "You dare to be rude to master! You're courting death!" Raising his hand, he sent out a burst of blood demon chi towards Yang Kai. This blood demon chi looked insignificant, but in fact, it was extremely fast and contained infinite power. After all, it was the attack of a half-saint in anger. So how could it be underestimated? Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he didn't dodge. Just as the blood evil chi was about to reach him, a jade hand suddenly stretched out of thin air and accurately grabbed the blood evil chi, crushing it with a light squeeze. Yu Rumeng shouted in a low voice. Yu Sang, "Don't be rude." The half-saint of demon race called Yu Sang suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Master." If he had only been suspicious before, then Yu Rumeng's attitude was enough to confirm what the human in front of him had just said. Did Master really have an extraordinary relationship with this lowly human? How was this possible? What did this human do to gain the favor of a devil saint? Yu Sang was furious and wanted to tear Yang Kai into pieces, but with Yu Rumeng's protection, he didn't have the chance. Yu Rumeng was too lazy to talk to him, and she didn't even have the intention to explain. She just raised her chin slightly and shouted in a dignified voice, "Stand down." Yu Sang's face was slightly ferocious as he stared fiercely at Yang Kai for a while, then lowered his head, cupped his hands, and left, staring at his back. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Damn. I met a love rival as soon as I arrived. This isn't a good sign. If it was an ordinary demon king, then it would be fine, but a half-saint is still a bit difficult for me to deal with. It seems that I have to be careful of this guy in the future." Yu Rumeng turned to Yang Kai and said, "The demon territory is different from the star boundary. The people of the demon race are straightforward and straightforward. They don't beat around the bush like you humans. Don't meet him alone when I'm not with you." "He dares to kill me?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Didn't you see it just now?" Yang Kai was even more confused. "Why, isn't he afraid you'll punish him? Isn't he your subordinate?" Yu Rumeng smiled faintly. "The devil territory advocates strength. If you are strong, everything you do is right. If you are weak, everything you do is wrong. If he killed you, I am not in a position to punish him. At most, I can only secretly avenge you." Ooh. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "What if I kill him?" "As long as you have the ability, you can kill whoever you want." Yang Kai nodded slightly, his eyes shining as he said, "Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. The demon territory is indeed a good place. A ferocious environment bred a ferocious race." Yang Kai somewhat understood how the demon race developed their fearlessness towards death. "Let's go. I'll settle you down first." After saying that, she led Yang Kai to the palace. The palace was very large, and the interior decoration was also luxurious and grand. Along the way, there were guards and maids constantly bowing and saluting, but they also cast curious glances at Yang Kai. In the devil territory, a human suddenly appeared in the palace of a demon saint. Naturally, the demon race was very surprised, but at least there was no unpleasant scene like before. Yang Kai followed beside Yu Rumeng, deliberately walking side by side with her with an arrogant look. After walking around, they came to a garden. Yu Rumeng turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "What do you think of this place?" Yang Kai walked in with his hands behind his back. He looked around and found that the environment was good and the area was quite large. Naturally, he had no objections. He turned to Yu Rumeng and asked, "Do you live here too?" Yu Rumeng smiled slightly. Do you want me to live here? Yang Kai stepped forward and held her hand. He said shyly, if you are not by my side, what should I do if that Yu Sang comes to trouble me again? I am not his opponent. Yu Rumeng glanced at him and said with a smile, don't worry, he doesn't have the guts to do anything in the palace. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yang Kai winked at her. Yu Rumeng poked his head in annoyance and pulled her hand back. She turned and said, you can stay here and wait for me to settle down. I will come to see you again. Don't go, Yang Kai shouted at her graceful back. Why are you leaving when you haven't finished talking? After shouting a few words, Yu Rumeng disappeared. Yang Kai touched his chin and smacked his lips. He muttered in his heart that it was better that she left. If he stayed with Yu Rumeng, it would be really inconvenient to do things. He turned around and walked into a large hall with a refreshed expression. He grabbed a maid and asked her about the situation. Then he found a side room and went in. Since he had become the demon race's territory, he had discovered that the world principles in the demon territory were slightly different from those in the star boundary. However, since they were both large worlds, there was no suppression of strength. However, if he wanted to exert his full strength, he needed to first familiarize himself with the world principles in the demon territory. Otherwise, if he really wanted to fight with someone, he was afraid that his hands and feet would be tied. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in his room and did not come out. He worked hard to make his cultivation compatible with the world principles in the demon territory. These few days were peaceful. Yu Rumeng was nowhere to be seen. He did not know what she was doing. Yu Sang also did not come to trouble him. Perhaps, as Yu Rumeng said, he did not have the guts to do anything in the palace. A few days later, Yang Kai walked out of his room. After several days of hard work, he had eliminated the world principles in the demon territory. Now it was time to act. He did not come to the demon territory for sightseeing. He was not free and unfettered. Several great emperors had asked him to come and rescue the great emperors of the bright moon. That old man Heaven's revelations also said that he had a calamity to face in the demon territory. If he could survive it, he would soar to the sky. If other people said this, it would be nonsense. However, Heaven's revelations said it was different. Yang Kai did not know what kind of calamity he would face, but at present, he could only take one step at a time. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai decided to start with the geographical distribution of the demon territory. The demon territory was like a broken mirror, composed of countless fragments of continents. He felt that he had to at least figure out what those fragments were, and which continents were connected to each other. Otherwise, even if he found the place where the great emperors of the bright moon were trapped, he would not be able to go there. After making up his mind, Yang Kai came to the main hall and sat on a huge chair that could accommodate a person's reclining position. The chair seemed to be made of bones, and there were a few ferocious skulls on the back as decorations. It looked wild and ferocious. He sat there in an imposing manner and extended his hand to pat the armrest beside him. It was pretty cool, and he wondered whether he should get something like that when he returned to Towering Palace in the future. That way, he could unknowingly increase his awe-inspiring presence. Coughing lightly, Yang Kai opened his mouth and shouted, "Servants!" There was a rustling sound outside the door, and 4 or 5 maidservants came in. All of them lowered their heads and waited until they were a few feet away before kneeling on the ground. "Stand up and talk." Yang Kai raised his hand in a somewhat tired manner. He didn't like this in the High Heaven Palace, let alone in the demon territory. The maidservants hesitated for a while, and then stood up tremblingly, but they all lowered their heads and didn't dare to raise their heads. Yang Kai laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? I don't eat people. Raise your heads." The maidservants below him stuttered for a while and dilly-dallied to death. Yang Kai patted the armrest and said, "Are you all deaf?" Seeing that he was about to get angry, The maidservants carefully raised their heads. Glancing around, Yang Kai trembled and almost slid down from the chair. He stared blankly in front of him, and his stomach churned. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he was disgusted. Not to mention that none of the maidservants were good-looking. Their faces were all grotesquely shaped. Some of them had their mouths split open to the roots of their ears, revealing a mouthful of saw-like fangs. Some had bulging eyes as if they would fall out at any time. And some had small holes on their faces, like a beehive. The only one who was slightly normal had a face full of scars, like a hideous earthworm. What a strange group of maidservants! Yang Kai knew that there were hundreds of races in the demon territory, and each race had its own characteristics, but he never thought that there would be such ugly maidservants of the demon race in this world. Seeming to have noticed that Yang Kai's expression wasn't right, the maidservants quickly lowered their heads. Yang Kai dryly coughed, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Which one of you is in charge?" The maidservant with the hideous scars on her face stepped forward and said in a low voice, replying to Master, "This servant is in charge." Fortunately, this one was still normal. If it were any other woman, Yang Kai wouldn't even be in the mood to talk. He wasn't someone who judged people by their appearance, but the main reason was that these witches were too strange, and no one had the courage to talk to them. After pondering for a moment, he said, "When I came over a few days ago, I didn't seem to see you. A few days ago, when Yu Meng brought them over, he also saw several maidservants. All of them were as beautiful as flowers and had enchanting figures. How come they had changed so much today?" The maidservant said, "This servant isn't sure. This servant was only transferred here a few days ago." Yang Kai frowned. "They were also transferred here a few days ago." "Yes. Damn. It was all Yu Meng's doing." Yang Kai finally understood that these maidservants were probably specially transferred by that lowly maidservant to serve Yang Kai. Those maidservants with good figures and pretty faces must have been transferred away. What kind of person do you think I am? Yang Kai was burning with anger. Yu Meng was obviously preventing him from stealing, so she deliberately transferred a few strange-looking women over. Such women, no one would have any appetite. But then again, he had always been impatient and lecherous in front of Yu Meng, and Yu Meng had never let him have his way, so it was inevitable that she would be so defensive. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't have such thoughts, so he was only angry for a while, and then he calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, "What's your name?" The maidservant said, "This servant is called Xiao Wu." "What's the matter with the scar on your face?" Yang Kai asked again. Xiao Wu whispered, "I made a mistake, so I was punished." She was actually punished? Yang Kai thought that it was caused by a fight with someone. It could be seen that Xiao Wu's appearance should be very good when she was intact, but with so many scars on her face, she was completely disfigured. This was undoubtedly a very cruel punishment for a woman. Chapter 3442. Yang Kai did not ask her what she had done wrong, since it had nothing to do with him anyway. After a few casual words, he changed the topic. "It's like this. This king is new here, and is not familiar with the situation in the demon domain. I would like to ask if there is a map I can take a look at." "Map?" Xiao Wu thought for a while, and said, "Master, if you want a map, you can ask the Holy Sage." I think the Holy Sage should have won. The Holy Sage that she was talking about was probably Yu Meng. Although the Holy Spirits in the savage wilderness ancient land also called themselves the Holy Sage, they were not comparable to the demon saint in terms of ability and cultivation. The so-called Holy Sages were not on the same level. Yang Kai twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. "It is such a small matter. There is no need to trouble the Holy Sage." He did not want Yu Meng to know what he was doing so that she would not be suspicious. Although the possibility was very small, it was better to guard against it. Xiao Wu thought for a while and said, "Master, you can go to the sacred city, and look for it. I think it is sold there." "Oh," Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It is sold outside," Xiao Wu said. "You can find everything in the sacred city." Yang Kai grinned. "Very good. Then I'll have to trouble you to take me out for a walk." "Master, you want to go out?" Xiao Wu looked up at Yang Kai in surprise and quickly lowered her head. Yang Kai said, "Why? I can't go out? Did the holy sage tell you not to go out?" "No." Xiao Wu hesitated and said, "But master, if you want to go out, please allow me to ask the holy sage." "Ask for what?" Yang Kai got down from the chair and strode out. "Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Follow me." On the other side, Xiao Wu could not help but feel a little anxious when she saw Yang Kai acting so decisively, but it was too late to stop him. She could only order the other maidservants to inform the holy master of Yang Kai's movements, while she hurriedly followed Yang Kai's pace. The two of them, one in front and one behind, shuttled back and forth in the palace. Although Yang Kai wasn't familiar with this place, he still remembered the route when he had come here with Yu Rumeng last time. So he quickly left the palace. As expected, the maids and guards he met on the way looked at him in surprise. When he was far away, they whispered to each other. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he didn't encounter any obstruction. Outside the palace, there was a large road that could accommodate more than a dozen carriages side by side that led directly to a bustling city more than a dozen kilometers away. Looking at the city from afar, it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the large cities in the star boundary. In fact, it even surpassed them. The city had 8 gates, 2 each in the north, south, east, and west. The city gates were majestic, and the city walls towered high. With Yang Kai in the front, and the maidservant Xiao Wu behind him, it didn't take long for them to reach the city gate. Yang Kai was a little worried that he, a human, would encounter any trouble when he entered the city. After all, this was the demon race's territory. The demon race wasn't so hospitable. Although he was brought here by Yu Rumeng, not every demon race knew this. But when he arrived at the city gate, he realized that he was thinking too much. Although he was a human, he didn't have any characteristics of the demon race. But as long as he didn't use his power, most of the demon race wouldn't find any clues. They had never seen a human before who knew what a human looked like. The demon race that had seen a human was now in the star boundary. The reason why the demon race in the palace were surprised by him wasn't because he was a human, but because he was a man brought back by the Holy Senior. At the city gate, there were several fierce and powerful demon race guarding the city gate. All the passing demon race had to hand over something called a magic crystal in order to pass through the city gate. The magic crystal's function in the demon territory was the same as the source crystal's function in the star boundary. They were both hard currencies. Of course, Yang Kai didn't have a magic crystal, but he didn't need to pay. When a few demon race approached, Xiao Wu took out a token and waved it in front of them. The demon race respectfully retreated. After all, he was a person who walked out of the Holy Senior's palace, so he didn't need to pay. Entering peacefully like this, the bustling atmosphere suddenly filled Yang Kai's face, causing him to click his tongue in wonder. The demon race was bloodthirsty and warlike. He thought that the life in the demon race was very primitive, but now he knew that what was in the star boundary, it was also in the demon territory. For example, in the Holy City, there were straight and wide roads running from the north to the south. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets, and there was an endless stream of people on the streets shouting, bargaining, and so on. If it weren't for the obvious and strange demon race on the streets, Yang Kai would have thought that he was back in the star boundary. "Master," seeing that he was standing still, Xiao Wu called out softly from behind. "Yes." Kai Yang nodded casually and immediately started walking forward. As he walked, he looked around with great interest. However, after a few steps, he heard Xiao Wu's low cry from behind him. He turned around and saw Xiao Wu sitting on the ground, holding her shoulder with a painful expression. Not far behind him, a burly demon race was walking as if he was flying. He swayed left and right as he walked, and the people in front of him all avoided him. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but immediately realized what was going on. He moved his feet and came behind the burly demon race, slapping him on the shoulder. The demon race was slapped so hard that he immediately became angry. He turned around, but there was no one behind him. Here, Kai Yang's face darkened as he lifted his head to look at him. Fuck, this guy was too tall. The demon race master looked down and saw Yang Kai, who was 2 heads shorter than him. Slowly turning around, the demon race master snorted and glared down at Yang Kai. What are you doing? Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up and pointed behind him. You knocked down my companion. The demon race looked up and saw Xiao Wu, who was slowly getting up from the ground. He grinned. So what? Apologize. Yang Kai smiled back. The demon race was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter rolled like thunder, and his huge body shook violently, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Xiao Wu hurried over and said with a frightened face, Master, I'm fine. She didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, but she knew that the demon race in front of her was not to be trifled with. If Yang Kai got hurt because of a conflict, she would definitely be punished. Naturally, she wanted to make a big deal out of a small one. It's not about whether you're fine or not. You should apologize just because you bumped into someone. Yang Kai waved at her, indicating that she should stay aside. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and was a little speechless. Her eyes were full of anxiety. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the burly demon race snorted. What if I don't apologize? Ooh. Yang Kai nodded. If you can't reason with him, then you can only use your fists. The demon race opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, You want to hit me? If you don't apologize. The demon race laughed again. This time, not only did he laugh, but he also said to the group of demon race passing by, This brat wants to hit me. When the demon race passing by heard this, they all stopped to watch the show. Some demon race even shouted, Beat him up, break his bones, and pull out his intestines. This guy's skin is so soft and tender. His blood must be delicious. The group of people kept shouting. The burly demon race's smile disappeared, and he looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. You want to hit me? I'll hit you. When he finished speaking, he raised his fists high and punched at Yang Kai's head with the force of a thunderbolt. With such a tall and sturdy body and a condescending attacking posture, this punch was like a thunderbolt. It actually made a sound that broke through the air. When he made his move, the demon race surrounding him became excited. It was as if they had seen something fun, and they couldn't take their eyes off him. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, exclaimed, Master, be careful. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although this demon race looked burly and strong, he was actually just a demon commander, equivalent to a Tao Source realm cultivator in the human race. At most, he was just a second-order Tao Source realm cultivator. But now, he actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. However, since he was already attacking, Yang Kai naturally couldn't let him. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai stopped the 2 fists that were smashing down. His body didn't move, but the ground under his feet shattered. Then, with a slight force, he kicked out and hit the demon race's ankle. Before the burly demon race could react, his tall and sturdy body fell to the ground involuntarily. With a bang, the ground was covered in dust. While he was still in a daze, Yang Kai slowly squatted in front of him, grabbed his collar with one hand and punched with the other. Asterisk, hong, hong, hong. Asterisk, in the blink of an eye. The burly demon race was beaten black and blue, his eyes seeing stars. Behind him, Xiao Wu covered her red lips with her small hands and looked at Yang Kai in shock. The onlookers of the demon race were also stunned. The original shouting stopped abruptly, But soon more excited shouts rang out, "Kill him! Kill him! Smash his head, and make his brains spill out. Dig out his demon heart. It will be delicious." Yang Kai looked around with a strange expression. He suddenly remembered what Yu Rumeng had said before. In the demon territory, the strong were always right, and the weak were always wrong. The experience at this moment was the best portrayal and interpretation of this sentence. If they were in the star boundary, this kind of thing shouldn't have happened. Even if there were conflicts, there would be people watching the show, but they would never shout such bloody words and show such excited expressions. The burly demon race had already stopped moving. Yang Kai had punched him dozens of times, and even if he didn't use his full strength, it still took away half of his life. Getting up, Yang Kai sent the demon race flying with a kick and called out to Xiao Wu, "Let's go!" When their eyes met, the corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He found that Xiao Wu was looking at him with a look of worship. Not only her, the onlookers of the demon race were also looking at him with reverence. Many of the demon race even showed kind smiles at him. This was the demon territory. Chapter 34-43. Along the way, Yang Kai observed the unique customs of the demon territory and saw many strange things. However, although some things were good, they were useless to the cultivator in the star boundary. They were only effective to the creatures in the demon territory, which made him give up on buying them. Moreover, he didn't have any demon crystals on hand. After strolling for half a day, he arrived in front of a shop. According to Xiao Wu, there should be maps for sale here. There weren't any servants outside the door to welcome customers. Many demon race members were coming in and out, so the business was quite prosperous. After entering the shop, Yang Kai's gaze was immediately attracted by the exquisite and small things on the counters on both sides. Those things looked like chariots, but each one was only the size of a palm. A demon race member seemed to be very interested in those things and was looking at them. The shop's clerk accompanied him and enthusiastically introduced the functions of those little things, praising the things in the shop as if they were unparalleled in the world. After listening for a while, Yang Kai discovered that those things were really chariots. The demon race member took a fancy to one of the chariots. The clerk immediately took it out and held it with one hand. He poured his demon chi into it and threw it forward. With a whoosh, the chariot expanded in the wind and turned into something more than 6 meters long. Its shape was sinister and angular. At the top of the chariot was a lifelike tiger head with a bloody mouth. It was extremely terrifying. The demon race member walked around the chariot a few times and touched it here and there. He even sat on it and tried it himself. He revealed a satisfied expression and haggled with the clerk. In the end, both sides were sold. After sending off a customer, the clerk turned to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Master, what do you want to buy?" Yang Kai pointed to the door and said, "Give me the thing that guy was looking at." He was interested in the chariot. It wasn't something that could be seen in the star boundary. However, he often came across it in the star territory. The shop assistant immediately took out a vehicle of the same model and enthusiastically introduced it. "Customer, you have good taste. This Tigerhead War Chariot is a new model that was released by our store this year. Its performance is much better than the old model, and its speed is also much faster. You can go wherever you want with it." These words were no different from what he had just said to the demon race, so Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He snatched the tiger-headed war chariot from the shop assistant's hand, poured his emperor chi into it, and threw it forward like the shop assistant. The war chariot immediately enlarged and appeared in front of him. Yang Kai was startled. He had just casually tested it and did not expect his emperor's chi to work on this thing. It seemed that this thing could be used by both the human race and the demon race. Yang Kai withdrew his emperor chi and the shop assistant's cultivation was not high, so he naturally did not see anything wrong with it. He still enthusiastically said, "Customer, you may try it. If you are not satisfied with it, you can always try something else." Yong Kai had the same idea and immediately sat on it. He found that the interior design of this war chariot was quite user-friendly, and it was very comfortable to sit inside. The only downside was that the space was a little small. At most, it could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. If one was a little bigger, it would be enough for one person to sit inside. After feeling it for a while, Yong Kai got up and climbed out, nodding. "How is the defense of this thing?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "Customer, rest assured, this thing is made of 12th order demon iron. Its defensive power is enough to pass through a realm gate and even withstand a full force blow from a demon king." Yong Kai did not know what 12th order demon iron was, but since it could withstand a full force blow from a demon king, its defensive power should not be weak. He then asked, "What about its offensive power? How come I don't see any place that can be attacked? Could it be that there is some kind of special spirit array engraved on it?" As soon as this was said, the shop assistant's expression suddenly became strange as he looked at Yong Kai suspiciously. Behind him, Xiao Wu awkwardly walked up and whispered into Yong Kai's ear, "Master, this thing is not used for fighting, it is used for traveling. There are countless fragments within the demon race territory, and not every demon race knows the route to each of these fragments. This war chariot is engraved with the location of the realm gates and the route to each of these fragments, so as long as you set it in advance, you can arrive at your destination smoothly, saving you a lot of trouble." So it's a flight-type artifact. Yong Kai suddenly realized. No wonder the shop assistant was looking at him. Strangely reaching out, he patted the shop assistant's shoulder and said, "Seriously, I was just joking." "Ha ha." The shop assistant's smile stiffened. Yong Kai turned his head and looked around before lightly coughing. "Do you sell maps in this shop?" "Maps?" The shop assistant frowned. "What kind of maps does Master want to buy?" "What kind of maps do you have?" Yong Kai asked in return. The shop assistant said, "We have maps of every Saint Venerable's territory, a total of 12 copies. Which Saint Venerable's territory does this customer want a map of?" There were 12 demon saints' territory in the demon race territory. So why was the map also divided into 12 copies? Yong Kai said, "Do you not have a map that includes all of the fragments?" "We do, but the price—" The shop assistant smiled at Yong Kai. After what happened just now, he had a lot of doubts about this customer's purchasing power. He didn't even know what the war chariot was used for, and yet he came in. Clearly he didn't want to buy anything. "The price is not a problem," Yong Kai said calmly. The shop assistant hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Then please wait a moment. I will bring it to you." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the inner hall. After he left, Xiao Wu came over and carefully said, "Master, this servant forgot to ask you. How many magic crystals do you have?" "I don't have any." Yong Kai glanced at her. Xiao Wu was stunned when she heard this, but she quickly took off the ring on her finger and said, "I have some magic crystals here, but I don't know if it will be enough." "Master, take it first." Yong Kai smiled and pushed the ring back. "I have my ways." Since he dared to come, he naturally had his own plans. Seeing him like this, Xiao Wu didn't say anything else. She could only secretly pray that nothing bad would happen today. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Not long after, the shop assistant came back with a round black ball in his hand and a stand under it. Walking over, the shop assistant said, "Customer, this is the store's best map. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with it." Yong Kai reached out to take the black ball and observed it for a moment. This thing was about the size of a human head and was quite heavy. He didn't know what material it was made of, but although this was the first time he had come into contact with this thing, it was similar to the mountain ripple diagram in the star boundary, so he immediately poured his divine sense into it. With a whoosh, the plate of a continent appeared in his divine sense, and a small black that stood at a certain place on this continent, completely unremarkable. Yong Kai guessed that this small black that represented his current location, and the continent that appeared in his knowledge, sea, should be the land under his feet. Phantom Continent. The name of each continent was also marked on this map. Only then did Yong Kai know that the continent under his feet was actually called the Phantom Continent, presumably because of Yu Rumeng's name and the succubus demon's race. In the sky around the continent, there were 7 or 8 red dots. Yong Kai knew at a glance that these red dots represented the location of the realm gate, and each red dot had a thin, white line connecting it to the distance. Yong Kai immersed himself in his divine sense and followed the thin, white line, quickly finding another red dot and seeing another continent. After several attempts, Yong Kai figured out how to use this thing. This was a good thing, and it was exactly what he needed urgently. With this map, he would be able to grasp how to enter and exit the various fragments of the demon domain. Otherwise, if he wanted to go from one fragment to another, it would be like a blind man groping for an elephant. The shop assistant on the side said, "Customer, you can try to use your divine sense to call out the names of the 2 continents." Yong Kai looked up at him and decisively gave it a try, calling out the Phantom Continent and the Black Earth Continent in his heart. This Black Earth Continent was what he saw when he was groping around. It was very far from the Phantom Continent, separated by several fragments of the continent. But at this moment, starting from a certain red dot on the Phantom Continent, the connected white threads suddenly blossomed with a bright light. Like a burning flame, they spread all the way to another red, entered the neighboring continent, and then extended from another realm gate on this continent. In the blink of an eye, the closest route from the Phantom Continent to the Black Earth Continent was clear at a glance. If Yong Kai really wanted to go to the Black Earth Continent, he only needed to follow this route and pass through a few realm gates. Good, good, good. Yong Kai was full of praise. To be able to refine this thing, it was definitely a genius. To a human like him, who had just arrived, this thing was more useful than anything else. How many magic crystals is this thing? Yong Kai held the black ball and didn't want to let go, so he turned to ask the shop assistant. He really wants to buy it? The shop assistant was a little surprised. He thought that Yong Kai didn't have much purchasing power, but who would have thought that he was such a big customer? He immediately smiled and said, 5 million high-rank magic crystals. Magic crystals were also divided into high, medium, and low rank, and they had the same conversion ratio as source crystals 1 to 10. However, Yong Kai didn't have much of an idea of the so-called 5 million high-rank magic crystals, nor did he know what kind of wealth it was. He estimated that it was not much different from 5 million high-rank source crystals. 5 million high-rank source crystals was not a big deal to him, so he nodded and asked, "How about this tiger-head chariot?" The shop assistant smiled, even more happily. "This one only costs 1 million high-rank magic crystals, a total of 6 million high-rank source crystals." Yong Kai nodded, but Xiao Wu's face paled when she heard this. "That's too expensive." The shop assistant said, "Good things naturally have different prices. You can ask around in the Holy City if there is a better chariot than this shop, or if there is a better map than this shop. If there is, these 2 things will be given to you as a gift." Chapter 3444. I'll take it. Yong Kai was too lazy to haggle. Since the item was useful to him, he naturally had to buy it. The clerk heard this and immediately beamed with joy. "But I don't have any magic crystals," Yong Kai said again. The clerk's smile froze on his face as he looked at Yong Kai with a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" Yong Kai reached out and took out a mace that was half the height of a person. The mace emitted a dense demonic chi, scaring the clerk. He thought he was being robbed, but then he heard Yong Kai say, Does your store accept this? I can use this as collateral. The clerk finally understood Yang Kai's intention. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said awkwardly, "Our store doesn't accept this kind of thing, but this demonic artifact seems to be of good quality. I can ask the shopkeeper for you." Yang Kai nodded. The clerk turned around and walked towards the counter. There was no one at the counter. The clerk walked over and stayed for a while before quickly returning. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "The shopkeeper invites you over for a chat." Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously and followed him to the counter. The clerk pointed below and introduced, "This is our shopkeeper." Yang Kai looked down and saw a short man under the counter. He was only half the height of a person and was completely blocked by the tall counter. No wonder he didn't see him before. He didn't know which race this short man was from. He had a strangely large head and short stature. He looked quite comical, but his eyes were full of shrewdness. He stared at Yang Kai and said, "I heard that this customer wants to use a demonic artifact as collateral in exchange for a map and a chariot." Yang Kai casually placed the mace on the counter and nodded. "That's right. How much is this worth?" The short man reached out and touched the mace. He released his divine sense and immediately raised his eyebrows. A king-grade demonic artifact, the so-called king-grade demonic artifact, was probably a demonic artifact that could only be used by demon kings. Yang Kai had a lot of them, which were the spoils of war he collected from the demon kings he killed a few days ago. The items from the demon race could not be used by the cultivator in the astral plane. Roaring Tiger City collected a lot of them after every battle, so naturally Yang Kai also collected some. Now that he thought about it, he should have collected a lot of demonic crystals, but those things had a dense demonic chi and were of no use to him, so he didn't keep them. If he had known that this would happen, he would have prepared more magical crystals before coming here and saved himself the trouble of having to deal with the current situation. The short man carefully confirmed the quality and grade of the mace and gently nodded. "My humble store doesn't accept these things, but since it's a king-grade demonic artifact, I can make an exception. However, this thing is only worth 1,000,000 high-grade demonic crystals, which is far from enough. Do you have anything else you can use as collateral?" If it weren't for this king-grade demonic artifact, he wouldn't have bothered with Yang Kai. If he could take out this thing as collateral, he must have other good things on him. If he bought it and sold it, he would definitely make more money. 1,000,000. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Xiao Wu. He really didn't know much about the market in the demonic territory, so the only person he could ask for advice was this maidservant he brought with him. Xiao Wu secretly transmitted her voice. "It's a little lower. Master, you can raise the price a little." If it was a little lower, then it was acceptable. Yang Kai raised his hand again, and with a few clangs, 4 or 5 demonic artifacts of different shapes appeared in front of him. He looked down at the short man and said, "Is this enough?" The shopkeeper and the shop assistant beside him were all stunned. All of the demonic treasures that had suddenly appeared were filled with dense demonic chi. They were not inferior to the spiked club from before. In fact, they were even superior. In other words, these were all king-grade demonic artifacts. Only a demon king could use a king-grade demonic artifact. This guy in front of them took out so many at once, so they obviously didn't belong to him. He must have killed other demon kings and snatched them. Each demonic artifact represented a demon king. In an instant, the short man and the shop assistant looked at Yang Kai with a different expression. They felt a bloody aura coming from him. The short man didn't dare to be negligent and quickly said, "Master, please wait a moment. Let me take a look first." After appraising them, they were all king-grade demonic artifacts without a doubt. Each of them was worth at least 1,000,000 high-grade demonic crystals. Perhaps knowing that Yang Kai wasn't someone to be trifled with, The short man even took the initiative to raise the price of 3 of the demonic artifacts. The 6 demonic artifacts came to a total of 9 million high-grade demonic crystals. It was enough to pawn the map and the tiger-headed war chariot. After a short while, Yang Kai brought Xiao Wu out of the shop. The map and the tiger-headed war chariot had already been stored in the space ring. He was holding another space ring in his hand, which contained the extra 900,000 high-grade demonic crystals. This trip was mainly for the map. Now that he had achieved his goal, Yang Kai didn't have anything else to buy. While strolling around with Xiao Wu, Yang Kai held the map in his hand and used his divine sense to familiarize himself with the situation in the demon territory. His divine sense shuttled through the map, and the names of the continents flashed before his eyes. Yang Kai silently memorized them, thinking that it was time to inquire about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Since Heaven's revelations and the others wanted him to rescue the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent, he first had to figure out where they were now. Only then would it be easier for him to carry out his plan. Just as he was thinking about this, a wave of cheers suddenly rang out in his ears. The sound was so loud that Yang Kai couldn't help but be attracted to it. Looking up, he saw a huge semicircular building not far away. It stood on the ground of the holy city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. There were several demon race guards at the entrance, and the cheers from before had come from this building. It was very lively. "What is that place?" Yang Kai pointed at the semicircular building and asked. The buildings he had seen before weren't big, but this building occupied such a vast area. It obviously had a big background. Blood Arena. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and glanced over there. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She seemed to be afraid of that place. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Xiao Wu explained. "It's a place where many powerful existences compete for supremacy. The winner can win the prize provided by the blood-fighting arena, and the loser can lose their life." "There are prizes to be won?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Xiao Wu nodded. "Yes, and most of the time, the prizes are very generous." "Oh, right. You can also bet in there. Some people get rich overnight, and some people go bankrupt." "You can also bet." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. Just now, he had spent 6 million high-grade magic crystals to buy the map and the tiger-head chariot, and 6,900,000 high-grade magic crystals to pawn off several magic treasures. Now, he only had 900,000 high-grade magic crystals left. He would certainly stay in the demon territory for a long time, and it would be difficult to do things without magic crystals. He was just thinking about how to get more magic crystals, but he didn't expect that there would be a ready-made method. "Let's go in and take a look." Yang Kai immediately became interested and led Xiao Wu to the blood arena. At the entrance, the guard blocked the way. If one wanted to enter the blood arena, they naturally had to pay an entrance fee. The fights inside were fierce day and night, and it was impossible to let people watch for free. The entrance fee was one of the income of the blood arena. 10,000 high-grade magic crystals per person. It was really not a place that ordinary people could enter. Fortunately, Yang Kai just got some magic crystals, otherwise he would have to rely on Xiao Wu's soft rice. After paying the entrance fee, he received 2 number plates and went straight inside. It was the first time for Xiao Wu to enter such a place, so she couldn't help but be a little nervous and followed Yang Kai closely. After passing through a long corridor, the two suddenly entered a huge inner space. It was a circular field that covered an area of dozens of acres, and snowflakes fluttered in the air. What surprised Yang Kai was that there were several towering peaks in the field, and the peaks were rugged. The spectator seats were arranged in a trapezoidal shape and went up step by step. Roughly speaking, this place could accommodate at least 40,000 to 50,000 people to watch the fight at the same time. At this moment, Although the spectator seats couldn't be said to be overcrowded, 70 to 80% of the seats were occupied. Each person had to pay an entrance fee of 10,000 high-grade magic crystals, so 70 to 80% of the people here would earn several hundred million. Before this, Yang Kai was still wondering what kind of prizes this blood fighting arena would provide and how he could make a profit. But now he knew that this was absolutely a sure way to make a profit. If it was just this, it would have been fine. But what surprised Yang Kai even more was that the space inside the blood fighting arena was obviously different because the scene inside was actually 10 times smaller than normal. In other words, the blood fighting arena that he saw before him might actually be a few hundred acres or even 1,000 acres. It was only because of some special reasons that it was reduced in size. Space folding? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Didn't Yu Ruming say that there was no demon race in the demon territory that was proficient in the law of space? Then, who compressed the space of the blood fighting arena into this place? He turned his head and asked Xiao Wu, and then he found out that it wasn't as he thought. The space in the blood fighting arena was originally a small fragment of a continent. Yu Ruming had used the great divine technique to move it here, and then used a formation master to set up a formation to create such an effect. Damn it, I knew this blood fighting arena had a great background. It turned out that it was Yu Ruming who set it up. She is the most powerful person in the Phantom Continent, so it's not surprising that she set up such a thing. Xiao Wu continued, "It's the first time I've come here as well. But I heard that there are a few tens of different environments and terrains in the blood fighting arena to choose from. So long as the formation is activated, it can be changed." Oh, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Did this mean that the snowy scenery before him wasn't unchanging? It could even be changed to other environments and venues? If this was the case, then the variables in the blood fighting arena would be great. If the strength of the two parties was equal and a certain environment or terrain was advantageous to one party, then that party would undoubtedly have a great advantage. Just as the two of them were talking, a tsunami of cheers came from the spectator seats again. The outcome of the battle in the blood fighting arena had been decided. Chapter 3445. Most of the time, the victory or defeat in the blood fighting arena would end with the death of one side. At this moment, the winner of the demon race was holding a bloody head and a beating demon heart in his hand. He stood on a mountain peak and spun in circles, letting the spectators admire his heroic appearance. This bloody and cruel scene seemed to be very popular with the demon race, and their cheers grew louder and louder. After a long time, the winner of the demon race stuffed the beating demon heart into his mouth and took a big bite, as if he was eating delicious food. His expression was happy, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. The center of the arena suddenly turned dark, and nothing could be seen. At this time, the cheers gradually subsided, but no one was surprised. Yang Kai also did as the Romans did, and quietly observed the changes. He and Xiao Wu found their seats and sat down. While waiting, some women wearing revealing clothes and holding trays shuttled back and forth among the spectators. The trays were full of cups filled with a dark red liquid. It was unknown what it was, but Yang Kai saw that many of the demon race called these women. So he took out magic crystals to buy it and drank happily, out of curiosity. He also bought a cup, spending 1,000 high-grade magic crystals. After tasting it, there was a bloody taste, so he turned his head and asked Xiao Wu, "What is this?" Xiao Wu said with a pale face, "Some women will be locked up and fed some special things when they make a mistake. After a few years, their blood will become different from the others. After releasing the blood and refining it, it will be done." She didn't dare to continue, but Yang Kai knew what she was going to say. He nodded slightly. It was an eye-opener. Saying so, he drank the thing in his hand in one gulp and showed an expression of wanting more. Xiao Wu was dumbfounded. Wasn't this person in front of her a human? How could he be as bloodthirsty as the demon race? After waiting quietly for a moment, the central arena below suddenly lit up again. However, it wasn't an environment of ice and snow this time. Instead, it was an arena covered in yellow sand. Sure enough, it was as Xiao Wu had said before. The blood-fighting arena was set up with a miraculous formation. So long as the formation was activated, it could be changed freely. A demon king flew high up in the sky. With an excited expression, he cast a spell and shouted, "The next battle is between Poison Wasp and Wild Python. If Poison Wasp wins this battle, he will have won 10 consecutive victories in the blood-fighting arena. He will also win the generous rewards provided by the blood-fighting arena. Poison Bee is very experienced, and his attacks are very cunning. Although Wild Python has only fought 3 battles in the blood-fighting arena, he can't be underestimated. He crushed his opponents in all 3 battles. Let's wait and see who is stronger in this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, a demon race walked up from both sides of the blood-fighting arena. The 2 demon race were both demon king level existences. Demonic chi surged from their bodies. There was little difference in their cultivations. One was thin and small, while the other was tall and sturdy, forming an extremely sharp contrast. The desert environment was unobstructed at a glance. The 2 demon kings looked at each other across the arena. Their eyes were filled with cold light and clear killing intent. However, neither of them showed any intention of attacking. Instead, they were quietly waiting for something. In the audience, many people were busy. They all took out their number plates and activated them with their divine senses. Yang Kai was curious. Xiao Wu explained they should be betting. If Master wants to bet, you only need to pour your divine sense into the number plate. After the bet is done, the battle over there should begin. So that's how it is. Yang Kai immediately immersed his divine sense into the number plate. Sure enough, he found that the information inside the number plate had changed. There was now an option to bet. However, judging from the odds, the blood-fighting arena was obviously more optimistic about Poisonous Bee, who had almost won 10 matches in a row because the odds were only 2-1. On the contrary, Wild Python's odds were 1-1. In addition, there was also Yang Kai's personal betting information, but it was all 0 at the moment. Yang Kai only had 900,000 demon crystals on hand. As a newcomer, he didn't know which of the 2 was stronger. Naturally, he wasn't prepared to bet and planned to watch for a while. At the very least, he had to understand the rules here. After a short while, the audience should have finished betting on the demon race. Those who didn't bet didn't have any intention of doing so, so there was no need to wait. 2 gong sounds rang out. The battle was about to begin. When the sound fell, the 2 demon kings had already rushed towards the central area of the sand demons. After a dozen breaths of time, they were already engaged in battle. Just as the host of the demon race had said before, Poisonous Bee was very experienced in battle. His attacks were extremely crafty, and coupled with his nimble figure, he was able to suppress the burly Wild Python. However, this Wild Python should be a stone demon. He had copper skin and iron bones, and his defense was outstanding. He only defended and didn't attack. Poisonous Bee's scattered attacks had no effect on him at all. For a time, the 2 were locked in a fierce battle. The battle between the 2 demon kings was extremely intense. Demonic chi surged and vibrated, causing the sand and stones in the central area to fly. However, after watching for a while, Yang Kai understood. Although the Wild Python's defense was good, his opponent's figure was too agile. He couldn't hit him at all. On the contrary, his opponent was constantly wearing down his strength and demonic chi. If he didn't have a trump card, the result would be worrying. This battle lasted for half an hour. Seeing that the Wild Python was about to collapse, Poisonous Bee rashly rushed forward, flipping the dagger in his hand, preparing to kill. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the wild python's body bloomed with a golden light, instantly enveloping an area of 1,000 feet. Poison Bee's body stiffened abruptly, revealing a slight flaw. The wild python grinned and strode forward, the thick demonic artifact in his hand, smashing down on Poisonous Bee's head, looking as if the outcome was already decided. Poisonous Bee was also smiling. Just as the demonic artifact was about to hit him, his figure suddenly flickered and split into two into four into 8, surrounding the wild python. The 8 figures simultaneously flashed to the center and once again merged into one. The scene seemed to be frozen at this moment. Poisonous Bee's figure reappeared on the side, his back facing the wild python, slowly swinging the dagger in his hand. The wild python was still in an attacking posture, but its body had already stiffened in place. The smile on its face didn't have time to disappear, and its eyes were full of disbelief. With a rumble, its burly body fell to the sand, sending sand flying everywhere. There was no injury, but there was no sign of life. There was an uproar in the audience. The devils who bet on the right bet were naturally beaming with joy. After all, they won the magic crystals, while the devils who lost the magic crystals had ugly expressions. They cursed loudly. If it wasn't for the fact that the python was already dead, they would have rushed up and torn it into pieces to vent the hatred in their hearts. The central field darkened again, and a new round of battle began. The strength of the two sides in each battle was about the same, at least in the same realm. After all, if the strength gap was too big, there was nothing to see. Every round, there were countless demon race bets, but with the blood fighting arena adjusting the odds, the biggest winner could only be the blood fighting arena. This place was really a money tree. Yang Kai secretly admired Yu Rumeng. He didn't know how rich this woman was. After watching several rounds like this, Yang Kai was also familiar with the rules here, so he didn't wait any longer. In the next few battles, he also placed a few bets. He thought that his eyesight was good, but he didn't expect that he would suffer a big loss this time. He was counting on the hundreds of thousands of demonic crystals on him to make a lot of money, but who knew that he would lose it all after a few rounds? He was so angry that he almost cursed. If he could properly perceive the situation of the two sides in the battle, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't have lost so miserably. The main reason was that he couldn't check the level of the two people in the battle because of the isolation of the array. He could only observe with his naked eyes. After making 1 or 2 mistakes, there was nothing to be gained. The plan to earn demonic crystals had failed, so Yang Kai didn't want to stay in this place any longer. He called Xiao Wu and prepared to leave. Xiao Wu didn't seem to like this place, so when she saw that he was leaving, she was naturally happy to follow him. Although the bets had been placed before, no one came to collect the demonic crystals. This was because when a guest left the blood fighting arena, their number plate would be taken back. The number plate recorded all the information of the bets. The winner and loser could be seen at a glance. If they lost, they just had to pay the demonic crystals to the blood fighting arena before leaving. If they won, it was the same. No one dared to go back on their words in the blood fighting arena, unless they didn't want to live. Yang Kai now had less than 880,000 demonic crystals left. The deficit in his number plate was also this amount, so it was just enough to settle the debt. However, the two had only taken a few steps when the central field lit up again. At this time, a burst of surprise suddenly came from the surrounding audience, as if they had seen something incredible. Yang Kai casually turned his head and glanced in that direction. His eyes suddenly widened, and his footsteps stopped. He stared at the central field without blinking. Xiao Wu, who was behind him, didn't pay attention and directly bumped into his back. She immediately apologized in fear. Yang Kai waved his hand at her, indicating that it was okay. Then, he carefully looked at the figure in the central field. Yes, Yu Meng was there. No, that wasn't Yu Meng. That was Li Shiqing. Yu Meng had been using Li Shiqing's appearance in the star boundary, so Yang Kai was naturally not unfamiliar with this appearance. At this time, when he suddenly saw this face in the central field, he was in a daze for a moment and thought that it was Yu Meng. Only after he reacted did he realize that it was Li Shiqing. Yang Kai had asked Yu Meng about Li Shiqing's whereabouts before, but Yu Meng didn't tell him. Now, he understood that this woman was actually in the demon territory. Moreover, she was in the blood-fighting arena of the Phantom Continent. He had never come in contact with the real Li Shiqing. They didn't know each other, but this woman was the disciple of the great emperors of the Flower Shadow. Since he had encountered her in the demon territory, he naturally couldn't just ignore her. But what was the scene in front of him? Could it be that the demon race wanted Li Shiqing to participate in the blood-fighting arena? Chapter 3446. Yu Meng disguised herself as Li Shiqing as a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the real Li Shiqing was naturally at this level as well. Otherwise, how could she have deceived the great emperors like the Flower Shadow Realm? Her cultivation wasn't bad, but this was the demon territory after all. Li Shiqing didn't have the ability to ignore the demonic chi's corrosion like Yang Kai, so how could she be a match for the other demon kings in the blood-fighting arena? At this moment, Li Shiqing was standing quietly beside the demon king. It seemed that her cultivation wasn't restricted, nor was there any seal placed on her, but she didn't move at all. Her eyes were closed, and Emperor Qi flickered on the surface of her body. Obviously, she was resisting the corrosion of the demonic Qi. If she didn't do so, it was very likely that she would become a demon in a very short time. No one knew how long she had been resisting like this, but she looked a little tired. At the center of the arena, the demon king who brought Li Shiqing up smiled and said, "I believe that many of you have already noticed that this woman is different from the rest. Yes, this woman is indeed different, because this woman is a human from the star boundary." As soon as this statement came out, the entire arena went into an uproar, because Li Shiqing had been constantly urging her Emperor Qi to resist the demonic Qi. Many Demon King level masters had already noticed some clues, but they didn't dare to be too sure. At this moment, after hearing the Demon King's words, they realized that this woman was really a human. This was a rare species, because the demon territory was filled with world principles and demonic Qi. Even if a human really came here, it was impossible for them to come out unscathed. The biggest possibility was that they would become the demon race and become a demon. But looking at Li Shiqing's appearance, although she looked tired, it was obvious that she hadn't lost her mind. In addition, Li Shiqing's appearance and figure were excellent. So, she was naturally very attractive to many members of the demon race. It is said that this woman has a second-order Emperor realm cultivation in the star boundary, which is equivalent to a mid-ranked demon king here. The demon king paused for a moment before suddenly raising his voice. The prize for the next blood battle will be this woman. If anyone can win in the next blood battle, this king can take this woman away. Heh. This king has never tasted a human master before. Li Shiqing's eyelashes trembled as a look of sadness appeared on her face. To think that she was now a prize in the demon race's blood arena. Such treatment was something she didn't even dare to imagine in the past. She secretly decided that if things got out of hand, she would immediately sever her own heart vein. She would rather die than bring shame her master. She die was blood. Li, a die, Li. Just as the Demon King had said, none of the members of the demon race had tasted a human master before. Li Shiqing's appearance and figure were good, and her cultivation was high. If they could really win, it would be a great glory. In an instant, the crowd of demons was excited, and the ghosts in the audience were crying and howling. The Demon King continued, "There are no rules in this blood battle. It will be a battle of chaos. Anyone who signed up can participate, as long as they can survive until the end. I will give everyone an incense stick worth of time to prepare. There will be no more waiting after that." After saying this, he grabbed Li Shiqing's arm and dragged her away, disappearing from sight. As soon as he left, many members of the demon race got up from the audience and rushed in a certain direction. Those members of the demon race were all Demon King level powerhouses. If one's cultivation wasn't at the level of a Demon King, they wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in this blood battle. This blood battle was different from the previous blood battles. In the previous blood battles, the blood arena would arrange opponents with similar cultivation levels. This time, Li Shiqing was the prize. If one's cultivation was lower, they would only be slaughtered. However, since it was a battle of chaos this time, they could take advantage of the situation. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Xiao Wu and asked, "Where do we sign up?" Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment, then pointed in a direction and said, "It should be over there." Yang Kai followed her finger and found that the group of demon kings was gathered in that direction. Without hesitation, he hurriedly rushed over. He had just been thinking about how to rescue Li Shiqing if he ran into her here, but he hadn't expected that the blood arena would take the initiative to provide him with such an opportunity. As long as he won, he would be able to obtain this beauty. This was a ready-made method. The registration area was filled with a sea of people, and there was no order to speak of. The demon kings with higher cultivations tried their best to rush in, while those with weaker cultivations could only temporarily avoid them. Fortunately, private fights were not allowed in the blood arena. Otherwise, this place would likely have become a chaotic mess. Yang Kai expended a great deal of effort to squeeze to the front, then reached out and slapped the table at the registration area. "I'll sign up." The Demon King in charge of the registration glanced up at him, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he nodded. 100,000 demon crystals. Yang Kai bared his teeth and took out 100,000 demon crystals as a registration fee from his space ring. This registration fee wasn't for him alone. All the demon kings who had signed up before had paid up, and Yang Kai had also noticed this, so he was naturally prepared. It was just that he had bet all the demon crystals he had on him before, so if he lost 100,000 demon crystals, he definitely wouldn't be able to settle the bill. He didn't know if he would be able to place a bet later, but if he could, he would be able to place a bet on himself and find a way to get some demon crystals back. The demon race accepted the demon crystals and recorded Yang Kai's number plate and cultivation before calling it a day. After he left, the demon race in charge of the registration glanced up at his back again, before taking out an object and pinching it in his hand. In the depths of the blood-fighting arena, in a side room, a demon race was sitting on a chair with narrowed eyes and a deep aura. Beside him was a woman from the demon race who was serving him wholeheartedly. On the other side, a high-ranked demon king listened carefully before turning around and saying, "Master, that guy signed up." The demon race on the chair gently nodded and didn't say anything else. The high-ranked demon king hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why does Master pay so much attention to that guy? Is there something special about him?" Originally, the blood-fighting arena didn't have this chaotic battle today, nor did the human woman serve as a prize. However, the master had suddenly rushed over and brought the human woman with him, instructing him to hold this event, and then telling him to pay attention to that strange-looking guy. Now that he thought about it, the master had deliberately used the human woman as bait to attract that guy to sign up and participate in the chaotic battle. However, how could the master be so sure that that guy would definitely participate? The demon race on the chair looked up at him, causing the high-ranked demon king's heart to tremble. He thought that he had asked the wrong question and hurriedly lowered his head, just as he was in fear and trepidation. The demon race on the chair suddenly stood up and walked out with large strides. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, and a cold voice was heard. "Think of a way to kill him." The Demon King was stunned for a moment before he respectfully said, "Yes, Master. Do you know that woman?" Xiao Wu looked at Yang Kai and asked, if they didn't know each other, why would Yang Kai suddenly sign up for this chaotic battle? They were both humans, so the possibility of them knowing each other was very high. "You can say that." Yang Kai didn't explain further. "Master, you shouldn't have signed up." Xiao Wu was a bit anxious. Those demon kings are very savage. What if something happened to you? Yang Kai smiled at her. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. But for them, it's better if they don't be too surprised." Xiao Wu said, "How about we leave now? Otherwise, if the saint finds out and blames us, this servant will definitely die without a burial place." Yang Kai shook his head. "We can't leave. I just paid 100,000 magic crystals to sign up. If we can't settle this debt, the two of us can't leave the blood arena." When Xiao Wu heard this, her face turned green. Although she had some magic crystals on her, she didn't have 100,000 magic crystals. Even if she took out all of them, she still wouldn't be able to settle this debt. Yang Kai said again, "We should be able to place a bet later. Help me place a bet." Xiao Wu was shocked. "Place a bet? But we don't have any magic crystals." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and knocked her head. "You are stupid. In any case, this is the account before leaving. Who knows if you have any magic crystals on you? As long as we win, we can just collect the magic crystals. Who will ask us for magic crystals?" Xiao Wu wanted to say that it wasn't that the demon race hadn't done this before, but if they lost, they would usually end up in a miserable state. But now that things had come to this, there was no other way. She could only break the pot and place all of her hopes on the next bet. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Do you want to bet on the master himself?" Yang Kai said confidently, "Of course. Otherwise, who else can I bet on?" "How much?" 1,000. No. I bet 100 million magic crystals." 100 million? Xiao Wu's mouth was slightly open as she stood there dumbfounded. At this time, the center of the arena lit up and the demon race appeared again. He cast a spell and shouted, "The time has come. All applicants will come to the arena immediately. Those who haven't come to the arena before the array is activated will be considered as having forfeited." As soon as he finished speaking, figures shot out from the audience and landed in the center of the arena. Yang Kai reminded Xiao Wu, "Remember to place your bet." He leaped into the air and rushed into a layer of light screen in the blink of an eye. Then he landed on a spacious field. After entering the light screen, he discovered that the space inside was vast, and he couldn't see the outside at all. He was currently in a hilly area with rocks and weeds all around him. Before he could carefully inspect the terrain, he saw 4 or 5 figures suddenly appear and land not far from him. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that these 4 or 5 demon race people seemed to be harboring ill intentions towards him. The places where they landed also seemed like they were going to surround him. Looking around, some of them avoided his gaze, some of them sneered, and some of them directly made a throat-slitting gesture. Did they think he was a pushover? Yang Kai chuckled and slowly gave them a thumbs up. Then he turned his wrist and pointed to the ground. The demon race people around him were all angry, and their gazes towards him became more and more unfriendly. In the audience, Xiao Wu covered her eyes with her hands. She didn't dare to continue watching. She really didn't understand what this master was doing. Originally, this chaotic battle was extremely dangerous and there were no rules to speak of. As soon as he entered the arena, he attracted so much hatred. Was he tired of living Chapter 3447. Although she was worried, Xiao Wu still remembered Yang Kai's previous instructions. She took out her number plate and used her divine sense to check it. Sure enough, she saw that there was information about the bets for this battle. The bets this time were quite different from the previous bets. Before, there were only 2 choices, but this time there were as many as 70 to 80 choices. In other words, there were 70 demon race powerhouses in the blood-fighting arena at this moment, and they were basically all existences at the level of a demon king. Row after row, every participant of the demon race had their own number, followed by a simple introduction of their cultivation base. Those who were famous even had their own nicknames. For example, Poison Bee, who had won the blood-fighting arena earlier, was in the list. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any nicknames. Xiao Wu browsed through the list and quickly found the location of Yang Kai's number plate. She glanced at the odds behind it and couldn't help but be startled, thinking that her eyes were playing tricks on her. After taking a closer look, she found that she wasn't mistaken. Yang Kai's odds were shockingly as high as 1 to 10. She couldn't help but feel that this was a little strange, because the odds were really a little too high. It seemed very abnormal. Looking at the odds of the other demon race, they were all within the normal range. There were a few that had odds of 1 to 10, but those few demon race powerhouses were all at the demon commander level. In such a chaotic battle, it was obviously impossible for them to survive until the end. As for the demon king level, the odds were basically in the range of 1 to 1, with the highest being 1 to 2. However, the information behind Yang Kai's number plate was that of a mid-ranked demon king. What was going on? Such unreasonable odds were as if the blood-fighting arena was certain that Yang Kai would die without a doubt, and deliberately raised the odds to attract people to place their bets. Xiao Wu couldn't understand it for a moment, but this wasn't the time for her to think too much. If she delayed any longer, the betting time would be over. Gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, she followed Yang Kai's instructions and placed a bet of 100 million behind his number plate. After doing all this, Xiao Wu was completely exhausted, as if all her strength had left her body. She had never been so stimulated in her entire life. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai stood there calmly, his gaze sweeping over the several demon kings gathered around him. With a sweep of his divine perception, he was able to clearly see through their backgrounds. 4 low-grade demon kings, 1 mid-grade demon king. In terms of the human race's cultivation division, there were 4 first-order Emperor Realm Masters and 1 second-order Emperor Realm Master. He really didn't know where they got the confidence to surround him. Yang Kai crossed his arms and pressed them down on his abdomen. He stretched his neck and moved his shoulders. He looked like he was ready for a big fight. The Demon King looked at him with a sinister smile, as if they were looking at a dead man. A low-grade Demon King on the left immediately rushed towards Yang Kai. It seemed that he was angered by Yang Kai's provocation and wanted to let Yang Kai know the price of his arrogance. He didn't want to waste any time and grinned maliciously. Demonic chi erupted from his body, and he arrived in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. He punched out, the wind from his fist whistling as a pitch-black ball condensed in front of his fist and headed straight for Yang Kai's chest. A destructive aura spread out as the Demon King laughed complacently. Yang Kai also punched out, but there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of power, as if he was just casually throwing a punch. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the smile on the Demon King's face stiffened in an instant, and an inconceivable look appeared in his eyes. An unimaginable sense of crisis enveloped his whole body, and his perception was magnified to the limit in an instant. Inexplicably, he felt that everything around him had become incomparably slow. He could even clearly see that his fist had been smashed to pieces by the guy in front of him. Pieces of flesh and broken bones flew everywhere, and the violent power did not stop, crushing his arm like dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. His entire arm was crushed inch by inch and smashed into his chest with a loud bang. A bloody mist exploded, and the Demon King was nowhere to be seen. In a single exchange, this low-grade Demon King had been smashed to pieces by Yang Kai. No one was able to react in time. The other 4 Demon Kings were still standing to the side, preparing to observe Yang Kai's strength before making any plans. However, Yang Kai had already rushed out from the bloody mist, and his body was wrapped in a bone-chilling killing intent. In a flash, he arrived in front of another low-grade Demon King. The same punch was thrown out, and without even looking, he turned around and rushed to the side, throwing another punch at the 3rd low-grade Demon King. Only when this punch hit the Demon King did the 2nd Demon King's body suddenly burst apart. The remaining 2 Demon Kings were overwhelmed with shock, almost not daring to believe their eyes. Just as they were hesitating, the 3rd Demon King that had been hit by Yang Kai had already followed in the footsteps of his 2 companions. Retreat, retreat quickly. The remaining 2 Demon Kings instinctively wanted to increase the distance between them and Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly turned around, grinning maliciously at the 2 of them, causing their hairs to stand on end. His hands formed into claws, and he grabbed towards the 2 of them. Under the fluctuations of the law of space, the 2 retreating figures were immediately fixed in place, as if there were invisible shackles binding them, making it impossible for them to move. Not only that, the 2 Demon Kings were pulled towards Yang Kai by a powerful force. For a moment, they looked around blankly, struggling with all their might. However, what made them feel incomparably desperate was that they were unable to break free and could only watch as they got closer and closer to that death god. Yang Kai's body leaned back slightly, and his arms swung back. His entire body was like a drawn bow, and his hands formed into fists as he punched forward. Twin dragons emerged from the sea. With 2 booming sounds, almost at the same time, the 2 fists smashed into the bodies of the 2 remaining Demon Kings. At this moment, there was no difference between a mid-rank Demon King and a low-rank Demon King. Their bodies instantly exploded, and a rain of blood and bits of flesh fell to the ground. The ground beneath their feet became a complete mess. In the audience stands, many demon race members saw this shocking scene, and at this moment they let out thunderous cheers, and their expressions became incomparably excited. Their abnormalities attracted the attention of others, and more demon race members began to pay attention to the situation on Yang Kai's side. Although these demon race members didn't see the scene of Yang Kai wantonly crushing and slaughtering 5 Demon Kings by himself, the remnants of the battlefield showed that a bloody battle had erupted here a moment ago. Moreover, it was definitely not a one-on-one fight, because the traces on the scene were definitely not left behind by a single person. The one who was still alive was undoubtedly the only survivor, and this made the demon race members extremely surprised. After all, the chaotic battle had only started for less than 3 breaths of time, so how could so many Demon Kings have died all of a sudden? After a little investigation, they found out about the previous situation and immediately became extremely shocked. They placed more of their attention on Yang Kai's side, wanting to see if this guy really had 3 heads and 6 arms, and how he could kill 5 Demon Kings by himself. There were even some demon race members who began to check their own number plates and found Yang Kai's information. After discovering the frightening odds of 1 to 10, they were extremely vexed. If they knew this guy was so strong, they would have bet on him without any hesitation. Who knows, they might have become rich overnight. In the corner of the audience stands, Xiao Wu covered her eyes with both hands, trembling. She didn't dare to look at the scene in the blood arena. If Yang Kai died here today, then her end would definitely not be good. Being directly executed would be the best result. And the most likely result would be that even her soul would be extracted and tortured day and night, living a life worse than death. Even when cheers came from all around, She still didn't dare to let go of her hands, afraid that she would see the scene she was worried about. A hand lightly patted her shoulder. It was a demon race member sitting behind her who kindly reminded her, "Hey, your master isn't dead." Not dead? Xiao Wu was startled for a moment and slowly opened her hands. She narrowed her eyes and fearfully looked into the blood arena. Sure enough, she saw Yang Kai standing there, safe and sound. However, the few demon kings who had gathered around him previously had disappeared without a trace. Where were those demon kings? Before the chaotic battle started, there were clearly a few demon kings in the vicinity. Xiao Wu couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. As if seeing her doubts, the demon race member sitting behind her said, "Those guys were all killed by your master." Xiao Wu was even more surprised. Those were 5 demon kings, and they were all killed by the master so quickly? She turned her head and looked at the demon race member sitting behind her with a look of disbelief. She really couldn't believe it and didn't dare to believe it. The demon race member sitting behind her should only be a demon commander. When he saw the sinister scar on Xiao Wu's face, he was also startled, but he quickly smiled and said, "What is the background of your master? He seems to be quite powerful." Xiao Wu slowly shook her head. She naturally wouldn't answer this question. The demon race member seemed to be very familiar with her, and he opened his mouth again. "Do you think he will win in the end?" "I don't know. I hope he can last until the end." The demon commander's eyes lit up. He stared at Yang Kai without blinking and said with an excited expression, "If he can live until the end, I will be rich." Xiao Wu frowned and said, "What does that have to do with you?" The demon commander chuckled, "Because I bet 2 million demon crystals on him." So that was the case. Xiao Wu was speechless for a moment. No wonder this guy was so concerned about the master. It turned out that he had bet on him. Thinking about it carefully, it was possible that he had overheard the conversation between Yang Kai and her. Otherwise, which demon commander would be willing to bet so many demon crystals on such a fishy betting rate? If he won, he would have 20 million demon crystals, which would be enough to buy many king-grade demon artifacts. For a demon commander, this was tantamount to huge fortune. In fact, this demon commander had indeed overheard the conversation between Yang Kai and Xiao Wu, which was why he had bet on him. In his opinion, since Yang Kai dared to bet 100 million demon crystals on him, it meant that he had a lot of confidence. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and bet all the demon crystals he could afford. Originally, he was a little worried about the gains and losses, wondering if he had been too impulsive. A 1-to-10 ratio had never appeared in the blood fighting arena before. Since the blood fighting arena dared to set such odds, it meant that they were confident that Yang Kai wouldn't survive until the end. But when he saw Yang Kai's terrifying strength at the beginning of the match, the demon commander smiled like a blooming flower. With such strength, an ordinary demon king wouldn't be a match for him. Chapter 3448. Inside the blood arena. Yang Kai whistled and looked down at his feet. At some point, a withered hand had appeared at his ankle. Demon Chi was surging in the palm as it tried to grab him, but the withered hand's owner seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and froze at Yang Kai's feet, not moving in the slightest. When Yang Kai looked over, the hand immediately retracted back into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he lifted his foot and stomped the ground. Asterisk, Kacha, asterisk where his foot landed. A huge crack suddenly appeared and spread forward like a snake coming out of a hole, twisting and turning at an extremely fast speed. A muffled groan came from below, followed by a thin figure at the very front of the crack. Sand and dust swirled around his body, making it impossible to see his face clearly. This was a sand demon. At some point in time, he had been hiding under Yang Kai's feet, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Yong Kai. But the 5 demon kings had died too quickly, giving him no opportunity to strike. Now that he had been forced to reveal himself, his greatest advantage was gone. As soon as the sand demon appeared, he madly rushed in a certain direction, the sand and dust swirling around his body, shaking violently. Wrapped in rolling demon chi, the sand and gravel that blotted out the sky flew towards Yong Kai. Every grain of sand was the result of countless years of tempering with his own demon chi, so their lethality was not inferior to the all-out attack of a peak demon commander. With so many grains of sand attacking together, even a demon king would have to retreat. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. The sand demon glanced back and immediately frowned. Because there was no one behind him, his desperate counterattack had hit nothing but air. Just as he was puzzled, a dense aura suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. The sand demon turned pale with fright and turned back to look, only to see Yong Kai, who should have been behind him, standing in front of him, looking at him with a playful expression. He was only 10 meters away from him, when before he could even think about it, he had already reacted instinctively. His entire body shook as he came to a halt, and with a quick sweep he was about to escape from Yong Kai's side. Yong Kai reached out his hand and gently grabbed in his direction, as if he was pinching a fly. In the next moment, the sand demon felt his neck being choked by a large hand. He couldn't breathe properly, and his whole body was involuntarily lifted in front of Yong Kai. His feet left the ground, and he was suspended high in the air. He struggled with all his might, but as the violent emperor chi poured into his body, he instantly lost the strength to resist. Only at this moment did the sand devil realize that Yong Kai's power was somewhat different. What poured into his body was not demon chi, but more like the legendary Emperor Chi of the human race. The sand devil's eyes widened as he stared at Yong Kai incredulously. Could it be that this guy was a human? Before he could finish his thought, the power that had surged into his body began to boil, destroying his internal organs and destroying his flesh and bones. An extremely painful expression appeared on the sand demon's face, and after a few breaths, he exploded with a loud bang. In just a few moments, as many as 6 demon kings had died at the hands of Yong Kai. Faintly sensing something, Yong Kai suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. On a mountain peak in the distance, a graceful figure stood quietly on the mountain peak, looking in their direction. Yong Kai's expression suddenly became strange. What the hell? The final prize of this chaotic battle was Li Shiqing. So how could a female demon king participate? Could it be that this female demon king had some special hobbies? This was not impossible. After all, the forest was large enough that any bird could fly. Looking at each other from a distance, Yong Kai quickly recognized that this female demon king should be a feather demon because of the pair of delicate wings on her back. Grinning at her, the female demon king, on the other hand, turned around and left, a look of deep fear appearing in her eyes. She had obviously seen Kai Yang's previous display of invincible might and had set him as a strong enemy. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to retreat so quickly. In the audience, Xiao Wu covered her red lips with both hands as she stared blankly at Yong Kai's figure. She hadn't seen the scene of Yong Kai killing those 5 demon kings, but she had clearly seen the majestic scene of him killing a sand demon. That sand demon was clearly a demon king, but in front of Yong Kai, it was as weak as a 3-year-old child. This made her have more confidence in Yong Kai, and she felt that it was not impossible for him to survive until the end. She immediately paid attention to the movements on Yong Kai's side, and the demon commander behind her laughed mischievously. "Did you see that? Your master is really strong. I didn't make a mistake this time." Seemingly in order to adapt to this large-scale chaotic battle, the space of the blood fighting field, which was not small to begin with, became a lot more vast. After Yang Kai killed those 6 demon kings, he strolled around the blood-fighting field. For him, his ultimate goal was to win Li Shiqing. So all the members of the demon race in the blood-fighting field were enemies, and they were all people who could be killed. Perhaps it was because he looked a little harmless, unlike the other demon kings who were tall and sturdy, but he easily attracted the attention of others. However, without exception, all the members of the demon race who came to provoke him died a horrible death. Yang Kai slaughtered his way. And in addition to the first 6 demon kings in the following 2 hours, he actually killed 7 or 8 demon kings. In other words, the number of demon kings who died at his hands in the entire blood-fighting field was more than 10. This was an extremely terrifying ratio. It must be known that the total number of people who participated in this chaotic battle was only 70 to 80. His actions attracted the attention of countless members of the demon race in the audience. They all tried to find out where this guy came from and why they hadn't seen him before. Many members of the demon race revealed excited and expectant expressions. They couldn't wait for Yang Kai to kill as many as possible. It would be best if he could survive until the end. These were naturally the people who bet on Yang Kai. It wasn't only the demon commander behind Xiao Wu who bet on Yang Kai. There were many members of the demon race who wanted to get rich overnight. In the previous betting information, only Yang Kai and a few reckless demon commanders had odds of 1 to 10. They definitely couldn't bet on those demon commanders, so their only choice was Yang Kai. There were several tens of thousands of spectators in the blood-fighting field, and at least 1,000 of them had bet on Yang Kai. These 1,000 people could be said to be staring at Yang Kai without blinking, fearing that he would fall in the blood-fighting field. After 2 hours, the chaos in the blood-fighting field had more or less subsided. Of the 70 to 80 participants, only less than half were still alive. The rest were basically dead. However, those who were able to survive until now basically all had their own life-saving skills or were people with formidable strength. And what are those guys doing? The demon commander behind Xiao Wu suddenly seemed to have discovered something and looked at a certain place in surprise. Hearing this, Xiao Wu searched the blood-fighting arena for a while and quickly found something amiss. Previously, she had been paying attention to Yang Kai and didn't pay attention to the movements of the others. Now that she was reminded by the demon commander, she suddenly realized that many demon kings had gathered together and were discussing something with solemn expressions. What was the meaning of this? She could actually see such a scene in the blood-fighting field. Xiao Wu was very surprised. However, it was her first time in the blood-fighting field, so she didn't understand the knack of it. She could only turn around and ask the demon commander, "Are they joining forces? Is this allowed in a chaotic battle?" Hearing this, the demon commander smiled. The so-called chaotic battle means that there are no rules. As long as you can survive until the end, there is nothing that is not allowed. It's just that. Just what? There are too many of them. The demon commander frowned. It wasn't like there was no such precedent in the past. In a chaotic battle, some people would temporarily form an alliance and advance and retreat together, waiting for the final moment to decide the victor. However, that was only when 2 or 3 people joined forces. 3 or 4 was already considered a lot. After all, when there were too many people, there would be too many variables. No one could guarantee that the others didn't have ulterior motives. What if they were tricked? However, at this moment, there were more than 3 or 4 demon race gathered together. There were 7 or 8 of them. There are still people approaching that way. Xiao Wu pointed at a certain place. The demon commander looked over and found that it was indeed the case. There was a demon king rapidly rushing towards the place where those people were gathered. After a short while, he arrived and directly joined them. The original demon kings only glanced at him and accepted his existence. What were they doing? The demon commander was also confused. If they were joining forces to fight the enemy, there was no need to gather so many people, right? Moreover, who could gather all of them in one place and make them seek common ground while shelving their differences? Faintly, he felt that there was a bit of a conspiracy. Frowning, he glanced at Yang Kai. No matter who these people were going to deal with in the end, it was still a difficult situation for Yang Kai. If he wanted to live until the end, he had to break the alliance of these people. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was incomparably stunning, killing more than 10 demon kings in a row, the demon commander wasn't sure whether he could pass this hurdle. At this moment, the group of demon kings seemed to have finished their discussion. Their figures leaped and rushed in a certain direction. After a short while, they arrived at a mountain peak. Each of them used the divine technique and hid themselves in various places on the mountain peak, leaving only a single demon king standing in the void. Another ambush? The demon commander opened his eyes wide, his face absent-minded. With so many demon kings gathered together, it could be said that they were invincible existences, yet they still wanted to set up an ambush. Just who was it that was worthy of their attention? After everyone had concealed themselves, the figure of the remaining demon king suddenly swayed and flew into the distance. Ah! The demon commander behind Xiao Wu suddenly shouted, his face ashen. With a long face, he said, "It's over! It's over! It's completely over!" Xiao Wu was startled by his nervousness. She couldn't help but turn around and glare at him. The demon commander smacked his lips and looked at Xiao Wu sympathetically. "My condolences." "What condolences?" Xiao Wu was furious. She was worried about Yang Kai, but behind her, this guy actually spoke rudely. He was cursing the master. Chapter 3449. You still can't see it? That demon commander scowled miserably, his facial muscles twitching as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of his flesh. He had a pained expression on his face. "See what?" Xiao Wu's frown deepened. That demon commander face-bombed. How could she not see such a clear situation? This woman is really stupid. He immediately explained, "Those guys' target is your family's master." "What?" Xiao Wu was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. She fixed her gaze and indeed found some clues. The demon king that had flown out from the mountain peak was actually heading straight for Yang Kai's location. It wouldn't be long before they met. She had also seen the deployment of this group of demon kings, a group of fellows with ill intentions sneaking around and setting up an ambush at the peak of the mountain. Only a single demon king had rushed out. It was clearly a bait to lure someone into the trap. Now that the demon commander behind her had reminded her, she finally reacted. Yang Kai was their prey. Perhaps it was an unintentional coincidence, but it could also be intentional. If it was just a coincidence, then it could be said that Yang Kai's luck was bad. However, if it was intentional, then it meant that Yang Kai's previous battle record of killing more than 10 demon kings had attracted the fear of those demon kings, which was why so many demon kings had joined hands. But no matter what, her master was in danger this time. Xiao Wu couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She screamed in her heart, hoping that Yang Kai would change his direction or see through the enemy's scheme. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Yang Kai simply couldn't discover the trap in front of him. That demon king that had rushed out came face to face with Yang Kai after a dozen breaths of time. Xiao Wu saw that demon king didn't say a word and took the initiative to launch a round of attacks. After being easily blocked by Yang Kai, it immediately turned around and fled, turning into a streak of bloody light. Its speed was incomparably fast. It had no intention of fighting to the death with Yang Kai. It clearly wanted to lure him into the encirclement. This was a mid-rank demon king, and a blood demon at that. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai grinned maliciously as he chased after it. He didn't want to reveal his trump card until the final moment, so he didn't use the power of the space laws. Even so, his speed was much faster than the blood demon's, and it wouldn't take long for him to catch up and kill him. But at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from the side. Yang. With a thud, an arrow appeared beside his feet. The arrow was 10 meters long and as thick as a child's arm. It was like an indestructible spear. The tail of the arrow trembled slightly and penetrated 3 feet into the ground. Demonic chi lingered on the arrow, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. It was obvious that the strength of the person who shot the arrow was extraordinary. Yang Kai turned his head with a cold expression and saw a graceful figure standing a few kilometers away. This figure wore black clothes and held a bow in his hand, the bowstring gently vibrating. Because of this unforeseen event, the fleeing blood demon also stopped and turned his head, frowning. His goal this time was to lure Yang Kai into the trap he had prepared, but who would have thought that a variable would appear midway, causing his originally smooth plan to suffer a setback? Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. Looking at the feather demon who had shot the arrow, the blood demon seemed to recognize him and felt a headache coming on. Continuing to stay in place wasn't a solution. After all, he was playing the role of being chased by Yang Kai. If he stopped and watched for too long, he would only expose himself, so he only hesitated for a moment before turning around and flying away. He had missed a good opportunity this time, but there would be a next time. However, if Yang Kai became suspicious, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The blood demon retreated decisively, so Yang Kai didn't continue to pursue. In any case, it didn't matter who he killed. Everyone in the blood fighting stage had to die. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, he recognized that the person who had shot the arrow at him was the feather demon he had seen when he first came in, a female demon king and a feather demon. Who else could it be but her? Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed the tail of the arrow at his feet and pulled it out. He weighted in his hand a few times to test its weight. Then Yang Kai raised his head and smiled at the feather demon a few kilometers away. In the next moment, he raised his arm and threw the arrow in his hand in that direction. With a whoosh, a sharp light appeared at the tip of the 10-meter-long arrow. It seemed to be able to break through all obstacles in the world, carrying a world-destroying momentum. It flew towards the feather demon. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the feather demon. Unexpectedly, the feather demon's expression didn't change. With a calm expression, she stretched the bow in her hand forward, brushing against the incoming arrow. With a twist of her fingers, the bowstring was pulled back in an instant. Then her body suddenly turned. By the time she stabilized, the arrow Yang Kai had shot was already knocked on her bowstring. At this very moment, Yang Kai was only 100 meters away from the feather demon. At the same time he threw the arrow, his entire body rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He secretly praised his good skill. The magic fluctuations emitted by the feather demon showed that she was only a mid-ranked demon king. However, this reaction speed and ability to adapt to the situation were definitely not something a mid-ranked demon king could possess. The force of his throw was enormous, but the other party had only used a slight twist of his body to dissipate most of the force. Such a skilled and daring person was also a rare talent, a fierce general that was hard to come by. He felt that he had somewhat underestimated this demoness. Knocking the arrow on the bowstring again, the arrow in the feather demon's hand shot out again. Yang Kai's momentum didn't decrease. His head tilted slightly, avoiding the disturbance of the arrow by a hair's breadth. His figure quickly closed in on the feather demon. As an outstanding archer, the feather demon naturally knew where her greatest advantage was. She didn't give Yang Kai a chance to close in at all. She didn't seem to move at all, but her figure floated backwards. With a twist of her slender fingers, one arrow after another appeared in her hand. She continuously pulled the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen arrows broke through the barrier of space as if they were chasing the stars and the moon. They exploded in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai first avoided the first few arrows, but he was powerless to continue. The feather demon's archery was a level higher than he had imagined. Helpless, he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. As the law of space fluctuated, a pitch-black black hole appeared in front of him. Although he had used the law of space when he killed the demon race before, his methods were very hidden, and he wasn't afraid of being seen through. At this moment, with the appearance of this black hole, he was afraid that some of his trump cards would be exposed. But it wasn't a big deal. He had many means, so even if some of them were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. The black hole swallowed everything, and the last few arrows plunged into it and disappeared without a trace. After Yang Kai finished dealing with this, he looked up and saw that the feather demon had a stunned expression. Obviously, she didn't expect Yang Kai to resolve her killing move so easily. However, she was also a person with a calm temperament. The surprise only lasted for a moment before she pulled the bowstring again. This time, it was very different from before. She actually stored up power for 3 breaths. When the sharp arrow whistled over, the arrow shone brightly and bloomed with dazzling light. Yang Kai dealt with all changes by sticking to the status quo. He stretched out his hand again, and a black hole formed in front of him. However, just as the black hole was about to devour the arrow, a slight cracking sound suddenly rang out. The 10-meter-long arrow suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered a large area. This caught the feather demon off guard, and she plunged into the black hole with a stunned expression. Asterisk ding ding dang dang. Asterisk countless crisp sounds rang out as the arrows shattered. Although there were many of them, their power was greatly reduced. Yang Kai pushed his vigorous emperor chi to block them all. When the sound gradually disappeared, he had already broken out of the arrow rain with cold air wrapped around his body. He grimaced for a while and disappeared from the place with a flash. The feather demon was still smiling and admiring her masterpiece when she suddenly saw such a strange scene. Her expression changed slightly, and without thinking, she turned the bow in her hand and aimed it behind her. It was at this moment that Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared behind her and punched with all his strength, but it hit the other party's bowstring. The bowstring groaned with difficulty and was severely bent, but most of the force was removed. The feather demon flipped a few times in the air and slithered to Yang Kai's side like a snake. Placing the bowstring in front of Yang Kai's neck, she placed the bow behind his head and pulled the bowstring back. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he reached out to block his throat. With a creak, a tingling sensation came from his palm. It was the result of the bowstring cutting into his skin. Although he knew that his life would not be in danger even if he was cut, Yang Kai still broke out in a cold sweat. This female demon king's reaction was unusually fast. He originally thought that she was a feather demon and would die in close combat. Who knew that her close combat ability was also so outstanding. He almost suffered a loss by borrowing the force of her attack. Exerting force in his palm, he flicked the bowstring away and lowered his head slightly to escape the grip of the strong bow. Yang Kai's arm shook and his fist smashed behind him. His fist smashed into empty air. It was the demoness who did a split and leaned back at the same time, narrowly avoiding the fist. Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw that the female devil's chest was high and his fist had brushed past the tip of her nose. From this angle, he could clearly see the snow-white ravine on her chest. Not in the mood to appreciate it, Yang Kai lifted his foot and kicked out. The female demon king slid and circled around Yang Kai half a circle. Her body suddenly bounced back and she twisted her 5 fingers. Another arrow appeared, but this arrow was only 3 feet long. It was clearly specially made for close combat. Moreover, the arrowhead was dark green. It was clear that it was poisoned. The bowstring was pulled back, and the arrow was pointed at Yang Kai's temple, ready to shoot. The female devil looked at Yang Kai provocatively and jokingly said, "You're dead. Your mother's fart." Yang Kai faced her from the side. His expression was also playful as he laughed sinisterly. "You can try and see who dies first." Chapter 3450. As soon as these words came out, the female demon king frowned and looked down at her chest, only to see Yang Kai's 5 fingers forming a claw and grabbing her left chest. His fingertips flickered with a dangerous aura. Tisk. The female demon king curled her lips in displeasure. She was careless and let this guy get back at her. However, feeling Yang Kai's power fluctuations at such a close distance, she finally saw some clues. Slightly frowning, she looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked, "Are you the human that the Holy Senior brought back from Star Boundaries?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You know me?" The female demon king chuckled. "It is rumored that a human race master was treated unfairly and walked into the fire demon fall to become the demon race. There was no place for him in Star Boundary, and he was forced to follow the Holy Senior to Phantom Continent. It seems that it is you." This news spread really fast. Yang Kai had an unhappy expression, as if something shameful about him had been exposed. His eyes flashed with killing intent. The female demon king saw through his thoughts, but she was not afraid and said indifferently, "It is useless for you to kill me. Many people in Holy City already know. After all, you were brought back by the Holy Senior." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "What's more, if you really want to kill me, it is not certain who will die first." Yang Kai's eyes flickered for a while, as if he was hesitating and struggling. His face was fierce, but in fact, he was thinking about who spread the news. He had only been in demon territory for a few days, and Yuru Meng herself could not have wantonly spread such a thing, so it could only be done by someone else. But what was the purpose? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the female demon king raised her smooth chin and shouted at Yang Kai, "Hey, you should let go." Hearing this, Yang Kai coldly snorted and straightforwardly withdrew his hand. No matter what, for a grown man to put his hand on a woman's chest in front of so many people, it was somewhat unsightly. Seeing this, the other party's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he also withdrew the arrow. This strange scene confused the tens of thousands of spectators in the blood-fighting arena. Just a moment ago, these two fellows were like fire and water, ready to fight to the death. How could they coexist peacefully in the blink of an eye? On the contrary, Xiao Wu and the demon commander behind her both let out a sigh of relief at the same time, seeing Yang Kai being stabbed in the temple by a highly toxic arrow. The two of them almost forgot to breathe, afraid that they would see a scene that they did not want to see in the next instant. Only at this time did the stone in their hearts fall down, and they both went limp in their seats. Just now, it was truly thrilling. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at the female demon king, his expression uncertain. The reason why he had stopped so quickly wasn't because he had tender feelings for the fairer sex. It was because although the opponent's previous series of attacks were dazzling and ferocious, in fact, there was no killing intent. It was more of a probing factor. He also wanted to know what this female demon king wanted to do. "Why didn't you stay in the Saint's Palace? Why did you come to the blood-fighting arena?" The female demon king looked at him for a while, then suddenly asked. After that, she showed a look of realization. "Oh, I understand. You came for that prize, right?" She looked very excited and came closer. "How did you know that there would be such a prize in the blood-fighting arena?" Do you have any inside information? Can you tell me a little? Inside information, my ass. Yong Kai cursed in his heart and said impatiently, If you have something to say it quickly. Such a rude attitude obviously made the other party a little unhappy. She couldn't help but snort. Playing with the bow in her hand, she looked up and said indifferently, You owe me a life. Shouldn't you say thank you first? Yong Kai looked at her from head to toe, and a touch of pity appeared in his eyes. His mouth squirmed, and he said, Crazy woman. He turned around and walked away. The female demon king was stunned. After she reacted, she flashed and blocked Yong Kai's way. She looked at Yong Kai fiercely and said, Are you scolding me? Get out of my way. Yong Kai stretched out his huge fist at her and looked terrible. I don't like to hit women, but it doesn't mean that I can't hit women. If you dare to talk endlessly, I will take your life immediately. He didn't have any psychological burden to kill a female demon king that he didn't know. Killing a demon king here meant that there would be one less enemy in the astral world. The female demon king looked like she was choked. Her big eyes were wide open, and she was so angry that she laughed and said, Do you think I am joking with you? Do you know that if I didn't stop you just now, you would be a dead man now? Oh, Yong Kai's voice was surprised, but his expression was calm. He looked at her indifferently and said, May I ask how I died? The female demon king said in a deep voice, You were lured into a trap. More than 10 demon kings surrounded you, and 3 of them were high-ranked demon kings. Do you still have your life? Yong Kai wrinkled his brows. He thoughtfully looked in the direction that the blood demon had fled, and then looked at the feather demon. How do you know? More than 10 demon kings, and 3 of them were high-ranked demon kings. If he was really surrounded by this group of people, it would be troublesome. At that time, even if he could kill his way out of the encirclement, he would definitely expose most of his trump cards. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yong Kai really didn't want such a situation to happen. He came to the demon territory for another purpose. Although Yu Rumeng knew about his ability, others didn't. Yu Rumeng also couldn't spread it everywhere. Hiding his claws would make it easier for him to act in the future. The feather demon sneered. Are you afraid? Afraid? Yong Kai smiled arrogantly. This king betrayed the astral boundary and escaped from the hands of the great emperors. I was lucky enough to survive being chased by the astral boundary's fake emperors. I don't know how to write the word afraid. These words stunned the feather demon. Although she was from the demon race, she also knew what the great emperors and the fake emperors were. They were equivalent to the existence of the holy sage and half-saint in the demon territory. This guy in front of her dared to betray the astral boundary and go against the great emperors and the fake emperors. She was afraid that he was really bold. At that moment, she was too lazy to argue with him. She curled her lips and said, You don't need to know how I know. Anyway, in the current situation, there are people who don't want you to win the final victory. They have already started to join forces to deal with you. Yong Kai stroked the stubble on his chin and nodded slightly. If things are really as you said, then this king will owe you a favor. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to the holy sage's palace to look for me. If I can help, I will not refuse. He did not doubt what the other party said because it was meaningless to lie to him in this kind of place. What's more, the feather demon was good at shooting and had excellent eyesight. The powerful feather demon could even cultivate a magical eye technique that allowed her to see many things that others could not. Of course, the premise of all this was that she could survive this chaotic battle. Yong Kai did not kill her now, but it did not mean that he would not kill her at the last moment. If it really came to that point, who would care about favors? If you are dead, what's the use of your favor? The feather demon sneered. Then what do you want? Yong Kai glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. The other party saw something and deliberately came to stop him from falling into the trap. It was definitely not out of kindness, but something else. Let's join forces. Although the feather demon was a woman, she was also very straightforward and directly stated her purpose. You join forces with me? Yang Kai blinked. He pointed at her, and then pointed at himself. The corner of his mouth slowly rose, and his smile gradually widened. The feather demon's face was gloomy as she flew into a rage. Bastard, you dare to look down on me? Saying this, she pulled the bow in her hand, and an arrow was placed on the string. She looked like she was going to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Sorry. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured for her not to be impulsive. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? The feather demon gritted her teeth. The smile of this bastard in front of her clearly had a taste of contempt. She definitely did not see wrong. I am from the human race, and you are from the demon race. Joining forces like this, I feel that it is very strange. Yang Kai casually found an excuse, but thinking about it carefully, with such a helper, it would save him a lot of effort. Perhaps he would not need to expose himself too much. Really? The feather demon looked at Yang Kai from the side. Her bright eyes were filled with distrust. Yang Kai raised 3 fingers to the sky and said with a serious expression, Really? The feather demon put away the arrow and snorted. You better not lie to me, otherwise you won't have a good ending. After pausing for a bit, she said, What does it matter if you are from the human demon race? In any case, you have already become the demon race out of the star boundary. Although you are not a pure demon race member, you already have a demonic nature. Sooner or later, you will become a member of my demon race. Besides, so what if you are from the human race? This old lady will join forces with you. I will beat anyone who refuses to obey. Good. Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. He rubbed his head and said, I still have a question. Speak. If you and I really join forces to break through the enemy, what will happen in the end? The feather demon pursed her lips into a smile. Her smile was filled with cruelty and coldness. Of course it will be whoever lives in the end who wins the prize. Oh, Yang Kai had a look of realization. He snapped his fingers and said, In other words, you and I will have to fight in the end. The feather demon looked at him playfully. You can kill yourself. In any case, you are not my match. Yang Kai laughed. Keep that confidence. You are the strongest. The feather demon looked unhappy. Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand to her and said with a serious expression, Yang Kai. The feather demon frowned. After a while, she realized what was going on. She also extended her hand and said indifferently, Boya. Boya's hand was suddenly scratched. She immediately cursed at Yang Kai. Damn, you are taking advantage of me? Saying this, she quickly pulled her hand out of Yang Kai's hand. While shivering, she kept wiping her hand on her clothes with a disgusted look on her face. Yang Kai looked at Boya with a dumbfounded expression. You really like women? When Yang Kai first saw this woman, he wondered why a female demon king would sign up for this battle. Could it be that she had some kind of special hobby? Now that he casually probed her, he realized that things were really as he thought. This female demon king with a voluptuous figure and good looks really did have a unique hobby. Chapter 3451. It's none of your business who I like. Boya scolded angrily. She didn't show the slightest bit of shame, even though Yang Kai had exposed her private matters. Did this she-devil grow up eating shit? Yang Kai couldn't help cursing in his heart, but he was too lazy to care about her bad attitude. Turning his head, he glanced in the direction the blood demon had fled and said, Since you've seen through those guys' plot and deployment, you must have a way to deal with them, right? Let's hear it. How should we work together? The corner of Boya's lips curled up. She looked at Yang Kai playfully and said, "Of course you'll charge at the front and attract their firepower. I'll ambush them from behind and shoot them down one by one." This was the simplest and most direct plan. It didn't guarantee Yang Kai's safety at all. After all, no one could guarantee that Boya wasn't in cahoots with those people, and there was no guarantee that she wouldn't shoot an arrow at Yang Kai when he wasn't paying attention. After saying this, she thought Yang Kai would refuse and discuss a better plan with her. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would only ponder for a moment before nodding and saying, "Good idea, let's do it." A hint of astonishment flashed through Boya's eyes. This guy's reaction was a little different from what she had imagined. Was he that confident in himself? The next moment, Boya felt someone pat her shoulder. She was shocked to see Yang Kai looking at her solemnly. "Let's work together and cause a ruckus." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Boya's back. She had been hit before she could even react. In other words, if this man wanted to kill her, she might have already died. Was this a warning? Boya's brows furrowed, but she suddenly smiled. The stronger Yang Kai appeared, the higher the chances of them working together. She was really afraid that Yang Kai wasn't strong enough. On the mountain peak, a bloody streak of light appeared, revealing the figure of the blood demon who had left earlier. His face was full of helplessness. Upon seeing this, the demon kings hiding in the surroundings all revealed themselves and gathered around, whispering to one another. Several demon kings immediately revealed furious expressions. No one knew what they were talking about, but the demon race in the audience could almost guess the content of their conversation. It was nothing more than a failed attempt to lure the enemy, and another plan at this moment. A commotion broke out among the audience. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai and Boya in a daze. The man and woman seemed to have finished their discussion and were planning to join forces. They were chasing after the blood demon. It wouldn't take long for them to reach the previous encirclement. Xiao Wu covered her red lips with her hand, a look of disbelief on her face. The demon commander behind her reached out and grabbed his hair, grimacing as he wailed, "What is he doing? Wasn't this walking right into a trap? Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. My demon crystal." When he saw a winged demon suddenly appear and stop Yang Kai at the crucial moment, he naively thought that Yang Kai was lucky enough to avoid such a trap. Who would have thought that the winged demon was also an idiot and actually followed Yang Kai into the trap? Did these two fellows think that their lives were too long? The demon commander couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was afraid that he would have a nervous breakdown. In the blood arena, Yang Kai's path was unimpeded. Boya was no longer by his side. This woman had already concealed her aura and was following Yang Kai unhurriedly for 5 kilometers. She couldn't easily expose herself unless it was time for her to take action. A few dozen kilometers were covered in less than a moment. At the foot of the mountain, Yang Kai meandered his way. Looking up, he saw the lush forest and the trees swaying in the wind, giving him a sense of danger. Using his divine sense, he found that there were indeed more than 10 Demon King-level auras hidden inside. 3 of them were extremely powerful, reaching the level of a high-ranked Demon King. All of this was consistent with the information provided by Boya. He calmly stood in place and looked around for a while. Xiao Wu, who was in the spectator stands, was so stifled that she almost couldn't breathe. She kept wailing in her heart, "Don't go in, don't go in, it's a trap." The demon commander behind her also held his breath, staring at Yang Kai's figure without blinking, praying that he would discover some clues and leave this place. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, Kai Yang raised his hand to his mouth and called out loudly, "Is there anyone?" The sound waves converged and formed into a thunderous boom, causing the row of trees in front of him to sway left and right, the leaves rustling. The demon commander directly collapsed on his chair, looking weak and powerless. as if he was about to die. 5 kilometers away, Boya, who was slowly approaching with her body concealed, also had a dark expression. She couldn't help but slap her forehead. This guy, what the hell is he doing? With his shout, wouldn't the enemies lying in ambush all know that he's here? How could there be any surprise effect? Boya suddenly realized that cooperating with Yang Kai was probably a wrong decision. This made her have the urge to turn around and leave. In any case, Yang Kai's life and death had nothing to do with her. On the mountain peak, the 10 or so demon kings were still gathered together, seemingly having some kind of dispute. They were discussing left and right, but at this moment, they all turned their heads to look at the foot of the mountain, each of them revealing a look of pleasant surprise. They originally thought that after failing to lure the enemy, they would have to put in more effort to deploy. Who would have thought that the prey would actually take the initiative to deliver itself to their doorstep? This was truly a case of unstoppable luck. The 10 or so pairs of eyes quickly met, and in the next moment, one of the demon kings soared into the sky, heading straight for the foot of the mountain. The others quickly concealed themselves and restrained their auras. The demon king dispatched, this time, wasn't the blood demon from before. After all, that blood demon had already been repelled by Yang Kai once. If he were to appear again, it might arouse Yang Kai's suspicions. Therefore, another demon king took over the important task of luring the enemy. This was a malevolent-looking bone demon. There wasn't a trace of flesh on its body, and its bones were pitch black. Only 2 dim lights flickered in its eye sockets. Like the blood demon, this bone demon was also a mid-rank demon king. After all, according to the information obtained by these demon kings, Yang Kai had already killed many demon kings in the blood arena. If their strength was too low, they would only be courting death. If their strength was too high, they were afraid of scaring Yang Kai. A mid-rank demon king was their only choice. Diving down from the mountain peak, the bone demon arrived at the foot of the mountain in a few breaths of time. The bone demon's flickering eyes locked onto Yang Kai. It raised its hand and pointed downwards. A sharp bone spear wrapped in pitch-black demon chi shot out. As soon as the bone spear appeared, it was already in front of Yang Kai, seemingly ignoring the obstruction of space. With a swish, Yang Kai lowered his head and stiffened in place. He didn't move, but the bone spear had disappeared without a trace. Hit, the bone demon was also somewhat surprised. Wasn't this guy supposed to be very powerful? I've already killed so many demon kings along the way, so why is he so weak? He couldn't help but want to laugh. If Yang Kai really died at his hands, it would be a huge contribution. Thinking so, he didn't care about luring the enemy. If he could really kill Yang Kai here, why would he need to go through so much trouble to lure him up? Taking all the credit for himself was much more tempting than sharing it with more than a dozen people. His figure flashed, and he pounced downwards. At the same time, he reached out and pulled out a pitch-black bone from his waist. The bone looked like a sword that had been polished to incomparable sharpness. It flickered with a dim light. Surprisingly, it was a high-quality demon artifact. Moreover, it was a demon artifact refined from the bone demon's own bone. Bone demons like to do this. They would choose the hardest bone in their body and refine it day and night into a demon artifact. When facing an enemy, it would often increase their strength. With the bone sword in hand, the bone demon's killing intent soared. Clearly, he wanted to get rid of Yang Kai in one fell swoop. At that moment, Yang Kai, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised it slowly and grinned at the bone demon that was swooping down. This smile almost scared the bone demon out of his wits, because the bone spear he thought he had hit Yang Kai was actually bitten by this guy's teeth. It didn't have any effect at all. This is a fucking trap. The bone demon immediately reacted, but he was greedy for merit. At this moment, he was only 300 feet away from Yang Kai. It was too late for him to withdraw, So he ruthlessly swung the bone sword in his hand. Yong Kai grabbed the bone spear in his mouth and swung it diagonally. With a clang, the bone spear and the bone sword collided, producing the sound of metal clashing. It was incomparably ear-piercing, and a shower of sparks scattered like a mini meteor shower. Yong Kai's figure didn't move, but the bone demon felt an incomparably huge force coming at him head-on. It almost knocked the bone sword out of his hand, and his entire skeleton body flipped several times in the air due to this great force. As his vision returned to normal, he saw Yong Kai holding the bone spear and rushing towards him like a bolt of lightning. An indescribable sense of oppression rose from his heart as a sensational sense of crisis enveloped him. The bone demon's eyes flashed wildly as an inconceivable thought flashed through his mind. If he really gets close, I'll definitely die. In any case, he was still a mid-rank demon king. Although he had accidentally fallen into a disadvantageous position, he wouldn't just resign himself to death. Suddenly raising his hand, the 5 fingers on his withered hand flew out and expanded in the wind, turning into 5 bone demons several meters tall. They formed an arrow-shaped formation and rushed towards Yong Kai, each holding a sword, shield, axe, and hammer, giving off a demonic chi. These 5 bone demons, formed by his 5 fingers, all exuded the energy fluctuations of a low-rank demon king. Moreover, they cooperated with each other seamlessly. The shield-wielding skeletal demon rushed to the front. Its huge shield almost covered its body, providing the most powerful protection for the other skeletal demons. The other 4 skeletal demons flanked it from the left and right. As they opened and closed their teeth, they made a crunching sound. Yong Kai completely ignored them, as if he didn't see the 5 bone demons. With a loud bang, he met them head-on, directly crashing into the huge shield held by the bone demon in the middle. A violent force swept out, and the shield-wielding skeletal demon was unable to maintain its footing. Its body, which was tens of feet tall, was knocked back like a shooting star. The other 4 skeletal demons slashed down with their weapons, but only hit a string of afterimages. Chapter 3452. In the blink of an eye, the bone demon had lost sight of Yong Kai. The 2 dim lights in its eye sockets suddenly became much brighter as it spread out its divine sense like a tide, trying to find Yong Kai's figure. There was no one to its left or right, and there was no sound behind it. The bone devil stared at the shield-wielding skeleton demon that was charging at it. Its gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the skeleton demon and look behind it. The bone devil made a gesture with one hand, and the shield-wielding skeleton demon exploded into a rain of bones that flew backward like an umbrella, covering all directions without any blind spots. However, there was no one behind the shield-wielding skeletal demon as he had expected. The bone demon's heart sank as it suddenly looked up. The next moment, a dim light flashed in its eyes as it finally found the trace of its enemy. High up in the sky, Yong Kai dived down headfirst, spreading out his big hand to cover the ground below in the blink of an eye. A violent surge of Emperor Qi pressed down like a mountain, causing the bone demon's well-honed bones to creak. It desperately urged its demonic Qi to escape, but the terrifying pressure made it unable to move at all. This guy is really so powerful. Although it had long known that Yong Kai had killed many demon kings along the way, many of whom were mid-rank existences, the bone demon did not realize just how powerful this person was until it actually faced him. This was not a power that could be possessed by someone of his cultivation. The bone demon was powerless to resist. There was a loud bang. A shock wave burst out, causing the earth to shake. Even with a powerful spirit array isolating the outside from the outside, the tens of thousands of demon race in the audience could still feel the terrifying power of this palm strike. All of them showed looks of shock as the same thought emerged in their minds. Where did this guy come from? How come I've never heard of him before? After a short while, everything calmed down. Yong Kai stood in the air, less than a meter above the ground, looking down indifferently. Not far in front of Yong Kai, the bone devil had been smashed into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. The dim light in his eye sockets flickered. Obviously, he was stunned by Yong Kai's attack. His soul was not steady enough. Even the few skeleton devils under his control were dancing unsteadily as if they were drunk. When he finally managed to recover, he felt the light above his head being obscured by a shadow. Looking up, he saw Yong Kai squatting in front of him, reaching out and patting his head, as if he was stroking an exquisite piece of art. In fact, Yong Kai's Emperor Qi had already broken through the bone demon's defenses and surged into his body, sealing his cultivation and making him unable to resist. As their eyes met, Bone saw the playful look in Yong Kai's eyes. The light in his eyes couldn't help but jump, and a feeling of doom swept through his body. If you tell me who ordered you to deal with this king will give you a quick death. Yong Kai lowered his voice and whispered in front of him. In this blood arena, more than a dozen demon king had gathered to deal with him. This was a big deal. Yong Kai did not believe that this was a coincidence. There must be someone behind this. Moreover, he had only been in the demon territory for a few days, and he had not offended anyone yet. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Bone Devil remained silent. Knowing that Yong Kai wanted to kill him, he naturally would not let Yong Kai get what he wanted. At this time, silence was golden. Yong Kai grinned and said, "Even if you don't say it, I can guess. You sang, right?" Only this guy had shown such obvious hostility and killing intent during their first meeting. Moreover, Yu Sang was a half-saint, so he had the ability to do something in the blood arena. Bone Devil did not need to respond. When Yong Kai said that name, he clearly felt Bone Devil's soul shake. This made him even more certain of his guess. "Let me ask you another question." Yong Kai looked at him with a smile. "There is a female demon king called Boya. Is she with you?" Although there was nothing suspicious about Boya's behavior before, Yong Kai couldn't really trust her. It would be best if he could learn something from this bone demon, but even if he didn't gain anything, it didn't matter. He was just casually asking, so it wouldn't be a big deal. "If you want to kill me, then kill me." Bone Devil's teeth opened and closed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. "Why talk so much nonsense? Do you think this king will tell you?" He didn't know why Kai Yong was inquiring about this matter, but since things had already gotten to this point, there was no point in saying anything. He could only blame himself for underestimating the enemy and recklessly rushing forward. He hoped that these dozen or so people would be able to learn a lesson and avenge him. Yong Kai nodded and poured his Emperor Qi into Bone Devil's body. With a series of cracking sounds, all the bones in Bone Devil's body were shattered. The two dim lights in his eye sockets quickly dimmed, and he died silently. After dealing with this bone demon, Yong Kai raised his head abruptly and without any hesitation shot towards the mountain peak like a bolt of lightning. Halfway up the mountain, a series of fierce attacks suddenly came from the top of the mountain. Fireballs the size of wash basins burned fiercely, lightning bolts as thick as a child's arm crisscrossed into a net, and icicles and wind blades shot out, cutting the towering trees into pieces. Yong Kai seemed to be dancing on the Grim Reaper's scythe, his figure flickering left and right, always managing to avoid the fatal attacks at the critical moment. He climbed all the way to the top of the mountain without suffering any injuries. Without warning, Yong Kai punched out towards a certain spot in the void. A ghostly voice staggered out, its body like a phantom. It was a shadow demon. The shadow demon's figure flickered, but its eyes showed a look of disbelief, as if it did not expect its concealment to be seen through. Laughing heartily, Kai Yong shouted, come and die." As soon as his voice fell, Yong Kai rushed in front of the shadow demon and reached out to grab it. Space principles fluctuated, and a pitch-black hole immediately appeared behind the shadow demon. The shadow demon's reaction was also extremely fast, its figure flickering and turning into thousands of black crows, flapping their wings and frantically fleeing in all directions. The black hole swallowed many of the black crows into the void, but it did not completely devour them, allowing some of the black crows to escape. The fleeing black crows gathered not far away, once again revealing the shadow demon's figure. But at this moment, the shadow demon seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, its aura fluctuating. Although it had escaped with its secret technique, many of its black crows had been swallowed up, so it had naturally lost Yuan Qi. For a time, it looked at Yong Kai with fear, no longer daring to rashly approach. But at this moment, a thick, blood-red light attacked from the side, its killing intent soaring to the sky. It was the Blood Demon King taking advantage of Yong Kai's unpreparedness to attack. It was unknown whether this blood demon was the one who had tried to lure Yong Kai into a trap before. The blood demon had chosen the perfect time to attack, just as Yong Kai and the shadow demon were crossing paths. Sure enough, it was able to create a miraculous effect, the thick blood-red light directly wrapping Yong Kai in the middle. In the next moment, the blood-red light's killing intent increased again, and a sizzling sound came from within. It was obvious that it had an extremely strong corrosive power, and it wanted to refine Yong Kai in this blood-red light. As far as the eye could see, Yong Kai was nowhere to be seen, completely wrapped in a blood-red sphere, floating in the air. A human face appeared on the surface of the blood-red sphere, which should be the face of the blood demon. At this moment, it was smiling sinisterly, full of killing intent. The surrounding demon kings appeared one after another, all of them staring at the blood-red sphere with indifferent expressions, quietly waiting for the moment when Yong Kai was completely refined and turned into a pool of blood. But soon, the expressions of these demon kings became uncertain because the face on the surface of the blood-red sphere suddenly showed a stunned expression. Immediately after, the rolling blood-red sphere expanded in all directions, bulging one after another. Although these bulges quickly recovered under the suppression of the blood demon, it showed that the person inside was struggling with all his might. The bulges grew faster and faster, and the extent of the bulges also grew bigger and bigger. The expression of the face on the surface of the blood-red sphere also became more and more shocked. A powerful aura spread out from the blood-red sphere, as if a sleeping dragon had awoken. The surrounding demon kings all had solemn expressions. That face suddenly opened and shouted, "I can't hold on anymore." At this point, the blood-red sphere exploded, and a figure shot out like lightning. It was the furious Yong Kai, who seemed to be in a bad mood after being trapped for so long. His entire expression was sinister and terrifying to the extreme. The moment he escaped, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, grabbing a ball of squirming blood. After the blood-red sphere was broken, the condensed blood naturally flew in all directions, but the ball that Yong Kai grabbed seemed to be the key. The scattered blood gathered in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into the blood demon's figure. The blood demon felt like crying. He also didn't know how Yong Kai could find his vital point so accurately. Now that he was grabbed by the neck, he couldn't move at all. Ha ha! Yong Kai grinned sinisterly. He raised the blood demon in his hand and looked at him at close range. Then he opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a ball of raging flames. Fire dragon's breath. He had a deep understanding of the dragon race's secret techniques, and with the support of his golden divine dragon source, he could now use the majority of the dragon race's secret techniques. Apart from a few forbidden techniques that he couldn't use in terms of the number of dragon race secret techniques he had mastered, Even Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Xiu couldn't compare with him. After all, his source wasn't restricted, but Great Elder and Second Elder could only lean towards a certain attribute, so there was no comparison between them. A mournful scream rang out, as if he was enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. The blood demon in Yang Kai's hand struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Under the continuous burning of the dragon fire, his vitality was rapidly evaporating. In less than 3 breaths of time, the blood demon had become a charred corpse. Yang Kai casually threw the charred corpse to the side, turned around, and stared at the shadow demon that he had previously injured. It was better to break 1 finger than injure 10. The shadow demon was good at concealment and assassination. If he didn't get rid of it in one go, it would definitely cause a lot of interference. Chapter 34:53. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze sweep over him, the shadow demon knew that the situation was far from good. He had just been heavily injured by Yang Kai when he was at his peak, and now that he was injured, he was even less likely to be a match for him. As such, as soon as he sensed Yang Kai's killing intent, he wanted to retreat. But when their eyes met, he was shocked to discover that there was a golden vertical line in Kai Yang's left eye. This vertical line was filled with majesty and terror, capable of shaking one's mind and soul. Demon Eye of Annihilation. In that brief moment of hesitation, he had missed the best opportunity to escape. A saber light suddenly slashed out from Yang Kai's left eye, silently tearing through the shadow demon's knowledge sea defenses and slashing into his knowledge sea. The demon eye of annihilation combined with the soul-severing saber, or the blossoming lotus secret technique, was simply unstoppable. Before Yang Kai had reached this level of strength, he had used this combination countless times to deal with powerful enemies, each time achieving miraculous results. Now that he was facing a heavily injured shadow demon, it was naturally easy for him to use this combination. The soul-severing saber light, which had been activated with the heaven-severing saber secret technique, contained boundless power. The shadow demon felt a tearing pain in his knowledge sea, causing him to howl miserably and stop the escape technique he was about to use. Forcefully enduring the heart-wrenching pain and stabilizing his soul, he finally had a chance to catch his breath, but before he could do so, a shout entered his ears. "Be careful! Quickly retreat!" Looking up, he saw that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of him, the myriad sword in his hand slashing out in a cross-shaped slash. The shadow demon froze in place, his entire body frozen in place. With a crash, the shadow demon's body shattered like a falling building block, his vitality quickly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, 2 mid-ranked demon kings had fallen. On the mountain peak, all the demon kings who were still alive felt their blood run cold. They had never seen such a valiant person before, truly terrifying. Yang Kai held the myriad sword at an angle, his playful gaze sweeping over the demon kings one after another, filled with aggression. The corner of his mouth curled up, seemingly excited as he said, "Killing makes one happy. I hope you can give this king even more pleasure." Deng, 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 deng. Several low-ranked demon kings couldn't help but take a few steps back, their expressions changing. This guy was a complete madman. A flame demon took a step forward, his body blazing. He said coldly, "A group of trash. What are you afraid of him for? He's all alone." This was one of the 3 high-ranked demon kings. He believed that if he went all out, he could do what Yang Kai had just done, so naturally he wasn't afraid. With so many demon kings working together, how could they not take down a mere person? The other party was just bluffing. Another high-ranked demon king also took a step forward, his body brimming with blood energy. He was also a blood demon. He said indifferently, "Let's do it." Just as he finished speaking, a cloud of sand suddenly rose from the ground, forming a terrifying sandstorm in an extremely short period of time. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it wanted to completely trap and kill Yang Kai. The last high-ranked Demon King had already made his move. The sandstorm whistled over. Every grain of sand filled with abundant demonic yuan, possessing extremely powerful killing power. Yang Kai could have dodged, but he didn't move at all, allowing the sandstorm to wrap around him. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if he was waiting for something. A streak of light suddenly shot over from 10 li away. It was as fast as lightning, and when everyone was caught off guard, it pierced through the sandstorm. Not only that, this streak of light accurately shot into the head of a low-ranked Demon King, the berserk energy directly blasting that low-ranked Demon King's head to pieces. She finally made her move. Yang Kai turned his head to look in the direction of the streak of light, his heart greatly calming down. At this time, if Boya still didn't make her move, it would mean that this woman was in cahoots with these people in front of him. Then he would have many things to guard against. Being targeted by a mid-ranked Demon King from such a distance was definitely not a fun thing to do. Fortunately, Boya didn't disappoint him. And the reason why this woman had waited until now to make her move and hadn't made a sound before was probably because she wanted to see his ability. If he couldn't even last 1 or 2 rounds, then she would definitely have immediately fled and wouldn't have shown herself. Killing 2 mid-ranked Demon Kings with lightning speed made Boya believe that Yang Kai had the qualifications to cooperate with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Being targeted by a mid-ranked Demon King from such a distance was definitely not a good thing, but if this feather demon was a companion, then it would be a lot easier. At this time, a furious roar suddenly came from within the sandstorm, as if a wounded beast was howling in grief. This high-ranked Demon King Sand Demon wanted to trap and kill Yang Kai with a sandstorm, but he was sneak attacked by Boya. Even if his life wasn't in danger, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. Just by looking at that sandstorm, one could feel his anger and pain. The sudden death of that low-ranked Demon King also shocked everyone, and they all turned to look at the source of the light. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai wasn't fighting alone. He actually had an ally, and it was a feather demon that gave them a headache. How could he have an ally? Wasn't he the human that the sage had brought in from the outside? He had only been in the holy city for a few days, so where did he find such a helper? It should be that bitch Boya. Someone suddenly realized, immediately understanding the identity of that feather demon in the distance. Even if they didn't see Boya's shadow, feather demons were already rare, and mid-ranked Demon King feather demons were even rarer. Only Boya could have participated in this chaotic battle. Damn it, I think she's tired of living. She actually dared to appear in the holy city and participate in this blood battle. What are the people of the blood fighting arena doing? A group of Demon Kings clamored at the same time. They clearly knew Boya very well and knew her famous name. Those low-rank and mid-rank Demon Kings couldn't help but move closer to each other, as if they wanted to find some sense of security. Even the 2 high-ranked Demon Kings revealed deep fear. Although Boya was only a mid-ranked Demon King, as long as she put some distance between them, she was enough to threaten the life of a high-ranked Demon King. In an environment like the blood-fighting arena, she was naturally an incomparable headache. Just as the group of Demon Kings were in a state of panic, another streak of light shot over like a meteor chasing after the moon. Once again, it pierced through the sandstorm, causing the sand devil to roar furiously. With the previous example, all the Demon Kings were on guard. Sure enough, after that streak of light pierced through the sandstorm, it didn't slow down and attacked a low-ranked Demon King. Fortunately, this low-ranked Demon King was already prepared and promptly dodged. Otherwise, he would definitely follow in the footsteps of that low-ranked demon king. However, although he dodged, that streak of light strangely changed its angle and attacked another low-ranked demon king the instant everyone relaxed. With a snort, the streak of light shot through the low-ranked demon king's head, directly shattering it. However, that headless corpse didn't immediately collapse. The flesh around the wound squirmed, as if another head was about to grow out. As long as the demon heart wasn't extinguished, the demon race wouldn't die. This low-ranked demon king's vital point wasn't his head. However, it would take some time and a large amount of yuan qi to grow a new head. Even if Boya's arrow didn't kill him, it was enough to make him lose the qualifications to fight. Bitch. That high-ranked demon, King Blood Demon, looked in Boya's direction with incomparable resentment. With a flicker of his body, he rushed out, clearly preparing to find trouble with Boya. As long as he could find Boya's whereabouts and either restrain or kill her, there would be no need to worry about the power of hidden arrows. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. While the sand demon Yuan Qi was heavily injured by Boya's 2 arrows, he punched out, breaking through the sandstorm and blocking the blood demon's path. The blood demon didn't even look at him. It turned into a streak of light, wanting to rush past him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it do as it wished. However, before he could stop it, the flame demon had already pounced on him. A pair of flaming wings spread out on its back, and raging flames wrapped around its fists as if it wanted to incinerate the void. It fiercely punched down and roared, "Where do you think you're going now?" Yang Kai frowned. He raised Myriad's sword diagonally and met the flame demon's attack head-on. With a boom, both sides retreated a dozen or so steps. However, the blood demon had already rushed out during this short period of time. It was too late to stop it. Yang Kai pursed his lips and glanced back. He hoped that Boya could deal with it. If she really couldn't, then he could only say sorry. In any case, they weren't that familiar with each other. While these thoughts were running through his mind, Boya wasn't idle. 3 streaks of light pierced through the void in a triangular formation. At this moment, the sand demon, who had been pierced through by 2 of Boya's arrows, finally couldn't take it anymore. It retracted its divine technique and revealed itself. These 3 arrows came at just the right moment, as if they had been predicted. They arrived right in front of the sand demon the moment it revealed itself. The sand demon's eyes widened. Without much time to think, it shook its body and exploded into a cloud of loose sand. It wanted to use this technique to avoid Boya's attack. Unexpectedly, the 3 arrows also exploded at the same time. Each arrow contained countless tiny iron shavings that mixed with the sand. The sand demon reformed its body once more, and even the iron shavings were absorbed into its body. Its entire body suddenly froze. It glared into the distance and roared, "Bitch!" Yang Kai was amused. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Boya's 3 arrows contained, he knew that the woman must have used some underhanded trick to make this high-ranked demon king, sand demon, suffer such a huge loss. And that was indeed the case. After reforming its body, the sand demon didn't even have the intention to stay in place. It turned around and flew into the distance. Its body swayed as if it had been poisoned, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It had to find a place to expel the foreign object that had entered its body, or its life would be in danger. A high-ranked demon king was taken away by Boya just like that. Although it wasn't killed, such a method was enough to show how terrifying that woman was. Yang Kai wanted to keep the sand demon here, but the flame demon kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to free himself. He could only sigh and let the sand demon leave. Chapter 3454. Loud booms rang out incessantly as the energy in the blood-fighting arena became chaotic. Sand and pebbles were sent flying from the mountain peak, and after each strike, the mountain peak would shrink by several dozen meters. The high-ranked demon, King Flame Demon, wielded a fire Sakura spear. Raging flames soared to the sky, and the spear's momentum was so great that it seemed as if it would burn the entire world. Yong-kai wielded myriads, sword to parry, fighting fiercely. He looked incomparably fierce, but in reality, he was at a disadvantage in a very short time. He had no choice but to do so, not wanting to reveal too many of his trump cards. The two were engaged in a fierce battle, but the other demon kings couldn't interfere at all. Or rather, they didn't dare to interfere. In the distance, Boya was still eyeing them covetously. How could they let their guard down? They could only wait for the blood demon to find Boya's tracks and eliminate this threat before making any further plans. After a short while, an earth-shattering boom rang out in the distance. Looking over, they saw a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The demon kings were overjoyed. They recognized that it was where Boya's arrow had come from. Such a commotion meant that the blood demon had already found Boya and was fighting with her, perhaps even killing her. The flame demon fighting against Yong-kai also relaxed. He grinned maliciously. You will die without a burial ground. Previously, with Boya lurking nearby, he didn't dare to use his full strength. Now that the greatest threat had been eliminated, he no longer had any worries. Flames suddenly erupted from his body, and an awe-inspiring demonic chi swept out, burning fiercely toward Yong-kai. But at this moment, from the opposite direction, the sound of something breaking through the air came quickly. Along with that sound, an imposing aura locked onto him. A stream of light that emitted 5 colors broke through the barrier of space and instantly blasted in front of him. The flame devil revealed a stunned expression. He never would have imagined that there would be an arrow coming from this direction. The energy fluctuations and method of this arrow clearly belonged to Boya. But what was the commotion coming from that location? Was Boya not there? In the blink of an eye, he didn't have time to think and instinctively dodged. Even though he was a high-ranked demon king, he didn't dare to take Boya's arrow head-on. How could Yong-kai let him do as he wished? When this arrow came, not only was the flame demon surprised, but he was also stunned for a moment. But he quickly understood that this was probably Boya's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Although he didn't know what method Boya had used to go from one place to another, he didn't have to be too worried since she had the ability. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, the flame demon was locked in place, and the expression on the flame demon's face instantly became one of shock. With a hiss, the 5-colored flowing light pierced through the flame demon's chest with incomparable precision and exited from its back, bringing with it a large amount of boiling blood that resembled magma. The flame demon roared in pain, the flames burning on its body becoming even more violent, revealing the fury in its heart. The surrounding demon kings, who originally thought that Boya was doomed and were about to step forward to help, all sucked in a cold breath. They all stopped in their tracks, feeling a chill run down their spines as they inwardly rejoiced. Boom, boom. Another 3 arrows flew over. 2 of the spectating demon kings had their heads blown off without a sound. The remaining arrow was still aimed at the flame demon Yong-kai was fighting. After suffering a great loss, the Balrog was already prepared. He could clearly see the trajectory of the arrow, and even though he was injured, it was not difficult for him to dodge it. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw Yong-kai smile at him and growl, bind. That feeling of having the space around him locked, as if he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The flame demon king's eyes widened as he desperately urged his demonic yuan to break free of this invisible seal. But before he could do as he wished, Boya's second arrow had already arrived. This arrow pierced through his abdomen, once again bringing out a large amount of blood that burned the ground. Both arrows hit the Flame Demon King's vital points. The tens of thousands of members of the demon race in the spectator stands cried out in alarm. They didn't know exactly what had happened in the blood arena. They only knew that the hidden arrows were incomparably accurate and terrifyingly powerful. Even someone as powerful as this high-ranked demon king couldn't dodge them and was heavily injured. If there were a few more arrows, the Flame Demon King's life would be in danger. Before he could finish his thoughts, the third arrow had already arrived. That streak of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, its sharp aura aimed straight for the flame demon's head. Boya could clearly see that with Yonkai's help, she didn't have to worry about her arrows being dodged. All she had to do was unleash her firepower from afar, seeing that streak of light getting closer and closer to him while he couldn't move at all. The flame demon finally panicked. Although the previous two arrows had injured him quite badly, they weren't life-threatening. If he couldn't dodge this arrow, he would really be finished. His pupils constricted to the size of needles as the scorching flames all over his body converged in front of him, forming a wall of fire. The arrow light poured into the sea of flames and pierced the flame demon's head with a thud. However, it only pierced 5 inches into his flesh and didn't shatter his brain. The flames condensed from the flame demon's entire body weakened the arrow's power by more than half. The berserk power caused the flame demon's head to tilt back. Without waiting for him to straighten his body, Yonkai had already raised his sword and slashed down. The myriad's sword cut through the Demon King's protective demonic aura and cut into his neck. The head glared angrily as it flew into the air. Scorching hot blood spurted out like magma from the severed neck. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before quickly retreating. Yonkai's expression was cold as he chased after the flame demon. The myriad's sword transformed into a net of swords that enveloped the flame demon's body. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. By the time Yonkai withdrew his sword, the flame demon's body had already turned into fine powder that scattered all over the sky. Thud. Only at this moment did the severed head fall from the sky, facing Yonkai's direction. His mouth squirmed a few times as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. His eyes were wide open as his vitality dissipated. He died with a grievance. In the spectator stands, the tens of thousands of demon race members were deathly silent. Everyone's mind was in chaos as they stared at the blood-fighting arena in disbelief. Yonkai and Boya were both only mid-ranked demon kings, but when the two of them joined hands, they were like a hot knife through butter, crushing the combined forces of more than a dozen demon kings. The battle had only lasted for an incense stick's worth of time, but 2 mid-ranked demon kings had already died, for low-ranked demon kings had died, and 1 high-ranked demon king had retreated. One high-ranked demon king had retreated, and another had died in battle. Such an unimaginable battle record had never appeared in the long history of the blood-fighting arena. In the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, 80% of the credit should go to Boya. It was her hidden arrows that had killed and repelled those demon kings. Apart from displaying his invincible might at the beginning, Yonkai's remaining role was to attract attention and act as a target. But only Boya herself knew that if it weren't for Yonkai, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hit that flame demon so easily. That sand demon from before had courted death, giving her an opportunity to take advantage of. Of the 3 high-ranked demon kings, 1 had retreated, 1 had died, and the last blood demon had been lured elsewhere. How could the remaining mid-rank and low-rank demon kings still have the will to fight? When that flame demon was crushed, they already knew that the situation was far from good. After exchanging glances, they fled in all directions without saying anything. Streams of light appeared once again, flowing endlessly. This time, even without Yonkai's help, the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings couldn't avoid Boya's hidden arrows. Their bodies collapsed one after another, exploding into bloody mists without leaving behind any corpses. Only two low-ranked demon kings suddenly turned into streaks of white light, disappearing from their original positions. It was unknown what method they had used to escape, but Yang Kai's divine sense couldn't detect them. He couldn't help but frown. In the distance, a bloody light flashed. It was the blood demon who had left earlier. He originally wanted to look for traces of that bitch Boya, but who would have thought that he would only find a doppelganger? He immediately knew that he had fallen into a trap. After hurrying back, he was shocked to find that the dust of the battle had already settled. The dozen or so demon kings were nowhere to be seen, and the ground was littered with broken corpses. The blood demon's pupils shrank, almost suspecting that he was dreaming. He hadn't been gone for long, so what exactly had happened here? How could such an outcome have occurred? Below, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the blood demon with a playful gaze. The blood demon's expression was incomparably solemn, and a sense of crisis welled up in his heart. His expression changed slightly as he suddenly turned to a certain direction and shouted, "Boya, you dare ruin our plans? You will die without a burial." The response he received was a sharp arrow. Yang Kai immediately urged his space principles to envelop the blood demon. But to his surprise, the blood demon didn't struggle or evade. He simply glanced at him coldly before clenching his hand. Yang Kai didn't know what he was holding, but he turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Just now, the two fleeing low-ranked demon kings had also disappeared like this. He had thought that those two had grasped some kind of mysterious escape technique, but now it seemed that things weren't as he had imagined. They had definitely used some other method to disappear. Yang Kai couldn't help but reveal a contemplative look. There should be some kind of information here that he didn't know. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt an aura lock onto him. From afar, was she going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Yang Kai grinned. Boya was quite decisive. However, what was to come would come. Between him and Boya, one of them had to die. He slowly turned around and faced where Boya was hiding. His gaze was deep, as if it could pierce through the void. That aura, however, didn't erupt. It only grew stronger when Yang Kai was facing that direction. Yang Kai stood there casually, not a single opening on his body. Xiao Wu, who was watching from the spectator seats, turned pale. She had seen Boya's archery before. Yang Kai was simply courting death. Unexpectedly, even after waiting for a long time, Boya still didn't shoot an arrow. Xiao Wu's nerves were tense to the extreme. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai could only feel Boya's aura gradually rising. Soon, it reached its peak. That invisible energy actually caused his blood to boil. He immediately realized that he had underestimated this woman. Even though he had the space divine technique, he wasn't confident that he could completely dodge that arrow. As long as Boya shot an arrow, there was a high chance that he would be injured. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.